Hello and welcome to Kingdom in Context. I'm Sean. I appreciate you joining us for our special broadcast tonight where we're going to have some guests on and we'll be discussing the mark of the beast. So this will be very interesting. We'll be looking at Revelation and probably several other passages. We'll take live questions from the audience as well. But tonight, without further ado, we'll start to introduce our panel tonight. And so we're going to have our brother, Jared Bowling from AmazingFacts.com. Welcome, Jared.
Hey, so glad to be here. I'm just an associate with Amazing Facts, not a representative of Amazing Facts, but that's about all.
Thanks. Awesome, brother. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
Look forward to a fun conversation tonight.
Yep.
And we also have Mikey Jenny from Little Light Studios. Welcome, brother. Welcome back.
And
let's put you. Could you say it again? You're still on mute.
Hey, just always a privilege to be on your show, man. I love our conversations on here.
Yeah, bro, you're a blessing. All right, we also have WesBlazeMuziK, or excuse me, WesBlaze from WesBlazeMuziK. He's also the owner of Messenger of the Most High on Facebook. It's a pretty large group. If you guys go check it out, if you're not already a part of it, lots of great information. WesBlaze, welcome, brother.
Hey, I appreciate it. Shalom, guys. Hope you all had a good Sabbath. Happy to be here.
We did. And we have someone new to Kingdom of Context. This is Darius from Following Christ 7-7 and School of Prophets. So welcome, brother. We appreciate you.
Oh, brother's muted.
Your audio just came on.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it. God bless, guys.
Awesome, brother. Yeah, it's good to have you here tonight. Look forward to a fun discussion. The Mark of the Beast, highly unique topic because lots of books have been written about it, lots of sermons, lots of talk shows, people asking what's the deal with this Mark of the Beast? Is it literal, physical, spiritual, metaphorical? Has it already happened? There's a whole school of people saying it's already happened in AD 70. You know what I'm saying? So like there's all types of interpretations of what this can mean, what it is, how do you calculate it? We're going to just jump into all of it tonight. So I think we got a lot of good guys to do that with, and we appreciate everyone watching the audience. We will take some questions from time to time. So if you do want to ask us a question, make sure you put it in all capitalization. That way myself or the other moderators can actually see it and actually try to address it if possible. Now, because of the amount of people watching, we may not be able to get to all of your questions. Please don't be offended. We'll do our best. So guys, welcome. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Mark of the Beast.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
How many views has this last video gotten that we last did? How many views is it up at? Because I know that it was one of your hotter ones, right?
It was about 2,600, I think, last time I checked.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
but that was on my other channel. That's smaller than this one. So that was it's on my Kingdom Cast channel. So we'll see. Hopefully people will come around to this one a little bit more. I know that there's some videos on this particular channel that's gotten over 30,000 views. So hopefully this will be one of them. Reach more people with a good word. Hopefully more than anything, we don't want to scare anybody tonight, right? We just want this to be a word of encouragement. The Father gives us his words through his prophets because they're supposed to encourage us in the way that which we should go. This helps us have courage, faith, and hope, which exemplifies itself in loving Father and our neighbor. So we hope whatever we talk about tonight from the scriptures produces that effect in everybody, not to bring any fear to this.
Amen, brother. I totally agree. You know, when a lot of people read the book of Revelation, you know, they see the mark of the beast, or they think of the mark of the beast, and they see the beast of Bible prophecy. A lot of people get scared in exactly what the beast and the mark of the beast is. And the book of Revelation is about revealing Christ and his second coming. So these aren't things to exactly fear, but these are some things to learn about because they're about Jesus' second coming.
Amen.
Absolutely. For me, this was, so I got baptized. I became a believer right around the same time, wholeheartedly, and just started looking into biblical topics that led me to see that the Bible was more true than I ever knew it was, one of them being the biblical creation model here. And then right after that, I was introduced to my brother Mikey here, who showed me a video of his that he called the Mark of the Beast, not what they say it is, or something to that effect, right?
Yep.
And that was like, after the biblical creation model, that was the first topic that really got me interested in other things in the Bible other than just the creation model, right? And that led me to see that, oh, wow, because I'm looking through Revelation, seeing how those people that overcome the mark are keeping the commandments of God. And that led me to the Sabbath and so many other instructions, right?
Amen.
And I think that's what's awesome that I really like about us all is that we have these 10 pillars that we all unite on, God's 10 commandments, and especially the fourth commandment, we all really unite on, and because we choose to remember it. And I think that's what makes this discussion topic with all of us awesome, is that because we are able to unite, unlike other different Christian believers, we have the 10 pillars where we can say, you know what, the Sabbath is really important, and we need to not exclude it from our way of thinking with our relationship with Jesus.
Amen.
Amen.
Amen. Amen. Amen.
Yeah, and I think WesBlaze, you just quoted in Revelation 14:12. Here's the perseverance of the saints who keep the commandments of God and their faith in Jesus, right?
That's one of them, yes, sir.
Right. And I think this possibly is where some of us wanted to start, right? I think, Jared, you wanted to start off tonight looking at Revelation 14 first. Is that right?
Amen. Yeah, definitely. And you know what? Maybe that's actually a better verse than what in 14 I was looking at, because go ahead and bring that up again, brother. In Revelation 14:12, this is where we all unite on. We are all keeping the commandments of God, and we all have the faith of Jesus. So, you know,
they're hand in hand, right? They're not exclusive. They're always a dual package. They always come together, right? Yeah.
Amen. Yeah. And this is God painting an image of his end time people. This is us right here at this moment. And he says, hey, I'm going to paint an image of what my people are going to look like when Jesus comes. And here we are. We're at this moment finally. We kind of forgotten about the Sabbath, but here we are. We're back at it again. So Revelation 14:12 is great. And now also I wanted to read Revelation 14:7 through 10 to set the basis. Brother Darius, would you like to read Revelation 14:7 through 10?
I'll be glad to. Thanks, brother.
Go ahead.
All right, starting at verse 7. Saying with a loud voice, fear God and give glory to him, for the hour of his judgment is come, and worship him that made heaven and earth and the sea and the fountains of waters. And there followed another angel saying, Babylon is fallen, that great city, because she made all nations drink of the wine of the wrath of her fornication. And the third angel followed them, saying with a loud voice, if any man worship the beast and his image, and receive his mark in his forehead or in his hand, the same shall drink of the wine of the wrath of God, which is poured out without mixture into the cup of his indignation. And he shall be tormented with fire and brimstone in the presence of the holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb.
Amen. So there's a lot going in on this verse right here. Just starting out in verse 7. What's interesting, just go ahead and scroll. Oh, thank you so much, brother. Starting out, it says, and he said with a loud voice, fear God and give him glory, because the hour of his judgment has come. So there's a judgment that has come. And what's interesting is that it talks about worship. Remember, there's two different kinds of worship: true worship, false worship. Sunday worship, true Sabbath worship. We all know this, right? And then it says, so we have the word worship. Worship him, God, Christ, who made the heaven and the earth and the sea and the springs of the waters. And where do we see this verse echoed in the Bible?
Fourth commandment.
Right? The fourth commandment is this exact wording that we see here in Revelation chapter 14, verse 7. And then going on in verse 8, it says, and other angel, a second angel following, saying, fallen is Babylon the Great, she. Now, so we have Babylon, and it's called a she. So it's given a woman who has made all nations drink of the wine of the passions of her sexual immorality. And so we need to find out what this cup of fornication and the sexual immorality is. Obviously, it's going to be symbolic. So a woman, we need to find out what a woman means in the Bible that has fallen, and that is called Babylon. And so then on verse 9, it says, then another angel, a third one, followed them, saying with a loud voice, if anyone worships, we're talking about worship, God, guys, right? And we all know there's only one true day of worship, And there's other verses to help complement this. If anyone worships the beast, what is the beast? And his image. These are two separate things, and receives a mark. Now we have another separate thing that's separate from the beast, which is separate from the woman. We need to separate these things and divide it. Or a mark on the forehead or on his hand. So it's interesting, the locations that are given for this mark. We have the forehead and we have the hand. And then also we'll drink of the wine of the wrath of God. Well, if you don't, if you have this mark, you're going to receive the wrath. And the rest just basically says that, you know, you will be burnt up. So these are the things that we need to separate. And noticing in Revelation chapter 14, 7 through 10, we have worship, we have the mark of the beast, we have Babylon, and then we also have a woman who is called Babylon. And so these are specific things that we do need to separate from each other as we continue on to understand the mark of the beast.
So I think there's a big question a lot of folks would have, or at least I should say a lot of folks in my audience would have, but it's something that's, it took me quite a few years in my walk with the Father in my discipleship to Yeshua before I really started to ask, what is worship according to Scripture? And that's something that I think we may want to touch on as well, is because as far as the Bible describes two types of worship, one being one of obeisance or obedience to something, and paying respect to something who has a ruling authority over you, and the other one being actual physical animal sacrifice.
Yeah.
Do you think people will be doing actual physical animal sacrifice to the beast?
To the beast, an animal sacrifice to it? I hope not, but if they choose to do so, they're pretty wicked. But I think
because, you know, because would you say that whomever you think the beast is, and this is for everybody in the panel here, do you think that the spirit of the beast is something we've also seen in the Old Testament?
Absolutely.
I mean, there's always been an antichrist. And I think that Revelation 13 opens up more on the worship and what it's talking about, and the beast and the woman. But I think that Revelation 14, 7 through 10 kind of starts to set the pathway of the road to help us to understand and unlock it a little bit more.
And I think that they've been sacrificing animals to the beast for a very long time, and probably are still today, and then will continue to do so through that time of revelation.
Because
like Freemasons and the occult and all that doing animal sacrifices?
Definitely a cult.
Did you guys know that in 2012 I used to work at this hotel, and I was like a concierge limo driver type guy, and I would go pick up high profile people from the airport, bring them back to the hotel. I met a couple celebrities, some NBA players, things like that. And one time we had there was a big convention center attached to this hotel, and this huge group came in. I can't remember their name, but it was this Christian sounding name, and they came into the hotel for the weekend.
Like Lamb of God.
Yeah. And there was probably like 500 of them. Okay. And they were all well-established folks in their industry. Right. So, you know, heads of companies, doctors, nurses, things like that, different people that were like high profile surgeons from different well-known hospitals. I'm not going to say which one, because I actually got to see some of their check-in information as I helped them. Right. And it was interesting that the convention center attached to this large hotel, they were doing a weekend event. Well, the last day of the event, I get to work, and I had to park around back, of course. And I see this huge cattle car out behind the convention center, the biggest room at the convention center. And it smelled like cattle, right? And so I went inside to to check in and everything. And I asked one of the managers nearby, I was like, hey man, what's up with the animals in the hotel? Like, what are we doing? And they're like, what do you mean? There's no animals in here. And I'm like, no, wait a minute. Like, there's literally a cattle car out back. Did you guys see that? It's out behind the doors of the main convention area. And they're like, what are you talking about? So like, I walk them back there to show. I'm like, hey, this is the cattle car. That's straw. That's the smell of poo. Like, this is the cattle car, bro. And they're like, oh, I didn't know. And so then he went to talk to the manager of the convention center, and they were like kind of heatedly talking to each other. And he came back and he's like, yeah, man, I guess they had some kind of strange contract they did to where they would get 4 hours alone where none of the employees of the convention center would come in and mess with them. So empty cattle car, a few hours later, they're wheeling out ice chests to the cattle car. And I'm like, I'm trying to tell the managers in there, guys, this clearly has to be against health code. They're literally sacrificing animals in there. And they're all dressed in like these black robes with hoods and everything. And I'm like, bro, they're sacrificing animals in there. Like, are we going to get shut down? Because if anyone finds out about this, like, besides the fact, hopefully it's just animals. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, yeah, so it's real. It's real.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's definitely.
I mean, it's always. Go ahead, Mikey. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's definitely real that there's animal sacrifice going on like that. But when it comes to the question of the mark of the beast and the worship of the beast, I think it's going to be a lot more deceptive. Like, I think this is going to be something that a lot of people are going to embrace. They're going to think it looks really close to the truth. You know, you're talking about Satan never comes at something with just error like this. Oh yeah, everyone must sacrifice animals to me or whatever. Like, it's going to look like Joel Osteen or something up there. Like, yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, it's got to be something that they Trojan horse.
Yeah.
What does Paul say? Remember what the Apostle Paul says in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, around verses 3 and 4. He tells us that day, speaking of the coming of Christ or the end of time, won't come, like Brother Mikey is sharing. It won't come unless there's a falling away first. From what? From the biblical truth, and that man of sin be revealed. And what does he do? He opposes all the things of God so that he can sit in the temple of God, showing that he is God. The entire purpose of what the enemy is desiring to do, he counterfeits everything, just like you guys are saying. Scripturally speaking, from the dawn of time, we see this in Isaiah chapter 14, verses 12 through 18. We see this in Ezekiel chapter 28. The same thing. You have this cosmic force that's constantly attempting to counterfeit or to oppose or to try to be God. So a counterfeit always exists. And the one thing that you learn about counterfeits, this is something that like the government does, like when they do training for the FBI, a counterfeit always has to look like the true in order for it to be a counterfeit. If it doesn't look like the true, it's not a counterfeit. It's not going to deceive anyone, like Brother Mikey is sharing. So real money and counterfeit money have to have some type of similarity in order for the counterfeit to be able to be passed off as the real. So it's going to have to be something that looks like the real, but the difference is going to be the fact that people are able, the people that aren't deceived, like Christ says in Matthew chapter 24, when he says, take heed that no man deceive you. And what's going to be the differentiating factor is knowing the truth, knowing God, the God of the truth. Because look at 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, around verses 9 through 12, where Paul tells you that the deception is going to happen because people receive not a love of the truth that they might be saved. And for that cause, God is going to allow a strong delusion. He's going to allow the delusion so that they'll be deceived and they'll receive a lie. Why is this? So this proves that deception only happens because truth has been rejected. So these people aren't just being fooled like just by something that's just wild and weird. It has to look like something that we screw or believe is the true or the real deception. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a deception.
Amen. And what is the truth that Paul's referring to there when he says that people have rejected the truth?
Well, John chapter 14, verse 6 tells us that Jesus says, I am the way, I am the truth, the way. He said, I am. They have to reject him. Yeah, they have to reject. They have to refuse his truth. They have to refuse it, and they have to. It has to be counterfeited, and they have to accept a lie in place of it. They have to choose to. They have to choose to accept a lie.
Yeah, and Yeshua is also the whole Word made flesh, right? So that includes the law and the prophets, because we see back in Psalms 119, 142, your righteousness is an everlasting righteousness, and your law is truth. There's another verse in Psalms that says that your commandments are truth, right? So rejecting Yeshua, and as we were saying earlier, they go hand in hand, that faith in Yeshua and keeping the commandments of God. So Yeshua is the Word made flesh, and the Word says that his law is truth. And so,
would that be why we see in Revelation 13, also in 14:12, it talks about, excuse me, I meant to say Revelation 12:17 and Revelation 14:12, it talks about hand in hand, those who keep the commandments of God and the faith of Jesus.
Yeah. I would say that
because it's basically the behavior of Jesus is the truth, right? He's the walking embodiment of the truth. We're supposed to emulate his behavior. And if they've returned to wickedness, which is the opposite of Jesus's behavior, then they're clearly rejecting the truth. Also, Darius, what you talked about in 2 Thessalonians 4, where it talked about the lawless one taking his seat in the temple of God. That's pretty interesting, right? Because is there a temple of God today?
Right here.
Yeah.
It says
we
that we are the temple, right? So
we are the temple of God.
But is that what it's talking about in that verse?
Yes, we understand that we metaphorically definitely we want to be the Spirit of the God. We have the deposit of the Spirit dwells in us. We are walking, in the Spirit to obey Jesus, to be like Him, which means to do the commandments, and we become metaphorically the temple of God, right? As Paul explains to us. But is there a literal temple of God that He goes and sits in and declares Himself as God?
Not aware of one.
Scripturally, I can't see one.
Do you know that the
Talking about the sanctuary in heaven?
No, they're literally trying to build another temple in Israel right now.
Oh, man-made stuff. So maybe we can kind of focus on the verses with the mark of the beast.
We'll get there, Jared. We got a lot of time to run over it. But what I'm saying is, do we think that he's literally going to sit as the person? Are we trying to interpret 2 Thessalonians to say that the lawless one, who I think we all agree that it's speaking about the Antichrist character? Is that right? 2 Thessalonians 4. Yeah. Do we think that just him is sitting in the temple of God is in your heart? Is that what we think, that him just choosing to believe in Him as opposed to Jesus is having him sit in the temple of God and declaring openly that He is God?
I can't say I interpret it like that. No.
I mean,
What do you guys think?
I think how Mikey and Brother Darius and I, without getting into a deep Bible study, I think even the lawless one might be different in our perspectives, because we would believe the lawless one to be Satan himself. So he would be the lawless one.
Right. Oh, so you don't think it's the Antichrist speaking? You think it's Satan speaking?
Satan is the Antichrist, but there's always been an Antichrist throughout forever, whether it's Satan or people or organizations, religions, whatever it is you want to call it, that are taking on this satanic-like power of the Antichrist to deceive, which is Satan is good at doing, is deception. The very first sin in the Garden of Eden, besides Adam not keeping an eye on his wife, was not when Eve ate the fruit, which some people believe are apples. If you believe it's an apple, go read your Bible. You're not reading it enough. It's not an apple. It doesn't say apple fruit. But anyways, the very first sin in the garden, the land of perfection, was a lie. And it was something that eased into people's life. Oh, it's a beautiful snake. It was not something that Eve was afraid of. It was something that she was willing to walk up to.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, it always makes me wonder about the atmosphere of the garden, right? As far as the animals being able to talk. Clearly they can, according to Balaam's story, Numbers 24. Mm-hmm. So it's interesting. In fact, there's another book called Jubilees that talks about how that ability was taken from the animals when they were all kicked out of the garden with Adam and Eve. And so they couldn't help deceive them anymore and be tricked themselves. Very interesting concept. But do we all agree that since Jared, you said that the lawless one in 2 Thessalonians 4 is Satan, who do you guys want to jump to Revelation 13 and look at the hierarchy structure of who we call the beast? Because maybe this means that all of us are defining the beast as the same person.
When we take it verse by verse, I believe that's when we'll be able to look at about 10 points that really help us decipher more of who the beast is, what the mark is, and who this woman is, especially as we just slowly go through it, because there's like flags that come up to help lead you into the right direction. And we can just take it verse by verse, which explains to you who the beast is, what the beast is doing.
Yeah, if we can, I'd like to jump back to Revelation 9 even to set even more of a foundation for the time qualifier of when this happens. And
let's do that real quick.
If we could. The time qualifier, when it happens, where this beast is coming out from. And
what part of Revelation 9 are you wanting to look at real quick?
Chapter 1, or verse 1, if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it says there, then the fifth angel sounded, and I saw a star from heaven, which had fallen to the earth, and the key to the shaft of the abyss was given to him. He opened the shaft of the abyss, and smoke ascended out of the shaft like the smoke of a great furnace. And the sun and the air were darkened from the smoke of the shaft. Then out of the smoke came locusts upon the earth, and power was given to them as the scorpions of the earth have power. They were told not to hurt the grass of the earth, nor any green thing, nor any tree, but only the people who did not have the seal of God on their foreheads. And they were not permitted to kill anyone, but to torment them for 5 months. And their torment was like the torment of a scorpion when it stings a person. And in those days, people will seek death and not find it. They will long to die, and death will flee from them. If we could, verse 1 gave us the time qualifier I was looking for real quick. It says the fifth angel sounded, which would be the fifth shofar or trumpet, right? There's 7 trumpets. So we know if Yeshua comes back at the last trumpet with all the angels, that's the 7th trumpet was the last one. So this is the 5th angel sounding his trumpet. And then if we can go back down to, I guess, 7, 8, the locusts, really it's verse 11 is the key part for me. They have a king over them, the angel of the abyss. And that angel word, agelos in the Greek, just means messenger, right? It doesn't have to pertain to a divine celestial spirit being, but his name in Hebrew is Abaddon, and in the Greek, his name is Apollyon. And that's something I overlooked a lot when I was first studying the mark of the beast and who the beast is. And it caused me to be a little confused when I just kind of neglected that verse, I feel like.
Okay.
But we got, 4 other trumpets with hail and fire coming down before this happens, right? The first trumpet, hail, fire mixed with blood going to the earth, and the third of the earth was burned up. You don't have to go through all of them. I'm just going to run through them real quick. Second angel sounded, and a great mountain burning with fire was thrown into the sea, and a third of the sea became blood. This is happening before the mark of the beast even happens, and I didn't put this together until recently. But a third of the creatures were in the sea, had life. They died, and a third of the ships were destroyed. A third angel sounds, and a great star falls from heaven, burning like a torch, and it fell on a third of the rivers and on the springs of waters. The name of the star is called Wormwood, and a third of the waters became wormwood. Fourth trumpet, a third of the sun, third of the moon, third of the stars struck, so the third of them would be darkened, and the day would not shine for a third of it. And then that's the fourth trumpet, and then the fifth trumpet is when what we just read here. So that's when the beast and the king over them, that I would say is the beast, that, and we see that later in Revelation 17. It straight tells you.
Okay, so for helping the audience follow along, WesBlaze, you're trying to say that you believe the beast to be this character Apollyon that comes up out of the pit, out of the abyss.
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. So I think maybe some of the other guys may not agree with that, or may do agree with that. I'm not sure.
No, I believe that a beast is a kingdom. It's in Daniel. It talks about 4 beasts. It says the 4th beast is the 4th kingdom.
Yeah, Daniel 7:17 is what you're referring to, Mikey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree that beasts scripturally are kingdoms.
Yeah.
So you guys are saying all the mentions of the beast character in Revelation, it's not talking about a specific guy, it's talking about a kingdom. Is that what you guys are trying to say?
Well,
biblically speaking.
So we have to understand what a beast is in Bible prophecy. So we should go to the Bible and see how the Word of God describes a beast and what a beast means in Bible prophecy. And the brother was going to Daniel chapter 7, verse 23, right? Or Daniel 7:17.
It's 7:17.
Go ahead.
These great beasts, which are 4 in number, are 4 kings who arise from the earth. So those kings are kingdoms.
Go ahead and go on to verse 23, and we'll address it.
I kept looking, the horn was waging the saints and prevailing against them. This is like Revelation 13, 7 through 10. Until the Ancient of Days came, judgment was passed in favor of the saints of the High One. The time arrived when the saints took possession of the kingdom. This is what he said. The 4th beast will be a 4th kingdom on the earth, which will be different from all the kingdoms, will devour the whole earth and trample it down and crush it.
So in Daniel chapter 7, you have these 4 beasts. I have these beasts. Oh, they're over here along the side of me. There's only 3 of them. The first beast is going to be a lion with wings on it, which Daniel 7 says is Babylon. The next one is going to be the leopard with the wings, which is Greece. The next, and then before that was the bear with the ribs in its mouth, the 3 ribs hiked up on one side. That's Medo-Persia of unequal power, rooting up the 3 territories that it took over. And then the 4th beast, which also hints to Daniel chapter 2 of King Nebuchadnezzar's statue, in which each metal represents a kingdom. That's a pretty cool study that goes with Daniel 2 and Daniel 7. So a metal represents a kingdom, and then in Daniel 7 is a mere Bible prophecy story of Daniel 2 and Daniel 7. It's very, very similar. And
Repeat and large.
Is Rome and Rome divided. Also,
wait, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
So real quick, I just want to make sure that we're applying the same hermeneutic standard to everything we're reading. So you're saying in Daniel 7, the 4 kings that are mentioned are actually 4 kingdoms. Mm-hmm. And because of what verse 23 says, that the 4th beast will be a 4th kingdom on the earth. And then you're relating that back to the 4 kingdoms of the dream of Nebuchadnezzar in chapter 2 of Daniel and trying to break down those kingdoms. So you remember the beast, the statue that is a composite of the 4 kingdoms in the dream?
Yeah.
Remember the rock that destroys the base of that statue?
Mm-hmm.
What would you say that rock is?
The rock would be, well, remember, each metal represents a kingdom, right? Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greece, Rome.
That's why I'm asking, what is the rock in your interpretation?
Rome and Rome divided, and going along with each metal being a kingdom. So the next metal or rock has to be a kingdom of some sort. And this rock comes by and it hits the feet, which destroys all of the worldwide kingdoms. It is now the earth made new. You have a heaping pile of kingdoms that have been demolished now by this new kingdom, which would be Christ's heavenly kingdom, in which we know Christ's heavenly kingdom, there is no sin.
Okay, yeah, I agree that rock represents in that metaphoric dream Christ's heavenly kingdom, destroying the kingdoms of the earth as he sets up
Christ would be the king of
the kingdom.
Amen.
Absolutely. Amen. Right. So the big question is, Jared, these other 4 kingdoms, do they have kings over their kingdoms?
Oh, yeah. Easily.
Okay.
The king of Babylon had different King Nebuchadnezzars or King Nebs that ruled over. Right. The Medo-Persians, that was an unequal rule, but there was multiple rulers during that time. Greece, you had Caesar, and then divided his kingdom. And then you have Rome, which had many Caesars along that line. And then eventually, when the Babylonian tribes came and took over, which you find this in Daniel 2 of iron, and the 10 toes, which represent the 10 tribes, the 10 barbarian tribes that took over Rome, and which is also the same kingdom that placed Christ on the cross. But eventually it dissolved because no kingdom can last, because Christ's kingdom lasts forever.
So wait, you're saying the bottom, the clay mixed with iron, with the bottom of the statue, the metaphor, is a Roman kingdom that was overcome by 10 tribes that now has been dissolved.
Well, they're still there, but 3 of the tribes were killed out. Interesting enough, 3 of those tribes were Sabbath-keeping tribes. Guess who killed them?
I guess I'm just trying to get to the end of the metaphor for the viewer that's watching. So are we trying to say that dissolved kingdom was destroyed by Christ's kingdom?
Yes.
Or is it going to be destroyed in the future?
Oh, it's not destroyed yet because Christ has not come yet.
Okay. So this is all I'm saying is if there's a kingdom that is lasting until Christ, who's the king of another kingdom, comes and replaces it, would it be fair to say there's a king of the kingdom that is established when Christ comes to take over?
I mean, Christ is always king, whether he's here or not. So
okay, but you guys remember in Revelation we have the 10 kings who give their power to the beast for 1 hour.
So this is where we have to backtrack now a little bit, because now we have to define what a beast says. Now we've gone over Daniel 7:23, 7:17, and 8:21, which point towards. And when you study over these beasts, you can't say that the beast is a kingdom, or excuse me, specifically a king.
Well, that's what it said that a few verses earlier. These 4 beasts are kings.
But also, when you read Daniel chapter 2, when
why would we ignore Daniel 7:17?
This will complement it very, very well. Brother Darius, if you can help me out. Daniel chapter 2, King Daniel is now revealing the dream to King
Nebuchadnezzar.
And he says, you,
O king, are the head of gold. The head of gold was King Nebuchadnezzar. He was the king of that kingdom, or that beast.
Right.
He was the king of that particular beast. But just like Brother Jared was sharing, just because you have a kingdom can have different rulers over different times. Because you got to remember, Babylon still existed even after King Nebuchadnezzar passed away. His son or his grandson took over Belteshazzar, and Babylon was still there with a different king, but that beast still stayed until Medo-Persia came and ended their rule. And that's what Brother Jared is sharing. So you can still have a different king.
Oh, for sure. I'm just saying some would even say Babylon's still around.
Daniel 2 and 7 are very easily compared, because Daniel says, you are this head of gold. And then he elaborates that your kingdom in Daniel just focuses more and more kingdoms. And then it goes, and then the next kingdom. And then the next kingdom.
I guess the question we're trying to get to here is the kingdom that is existing as the kingdom of the beast when Yeshua returns. Who's ruling that kingdom?
It just says
what a beast is, which is a kingdom or a power. And we'll continue these 10 points as we read Revelation 13. We'll allow the Bible to tell us exactly who this beast is.
Amen.
Yeah, and I would say that we just read it, that they have a king over them, the angel of the abyss, and his name in Hebrew is Abaddon.
and guess who that is?
The destroyer.
The destroyer. And who is the destroyer? The murderer.
John 10:10. John 10:10 tells you who the destroyer is.
Well, would you guys agree that we're going to jump to Revelation 13 real quick? But you guys remember in the Greek, there's no chapters and verses.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So Revelation 13 is just an extenuation of Revelation 12.
Sure.
So what does it say in Revelation 12 who the dragon is?
Great dragon having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his head were some diadems. And I saw that repeated. I thought there were, like, for some reason, for a long time, I've been thinking there were 4 beasts in Revelation because of the Daniel stuff. But I see over and over again, it's described as either a red dragon, fiery dragon, and it has 7 heads and 10 horns.
Well, I think verse 9 directly calls him the devil and Satan at the same time.
So right here, you're mixing up a dragon and the beast.
Well, this is what I'm trying to get to. This is before we get to 13, you have 12, just like you have 9.
I think there is a 7-headed dragon and a 7-headed beast. One of them's, the beast is a combination of animals. So combination of all those 4 beasts in one.
So all I'm trying to say is that the context of Revelation 13:1, where we get the introduction of the dragon who gives his authority to this beast, as we're about to read. A few verses before that, at the end of 12, it says, this dragon pursues the children of the woman, and these children keep the commandments of God and the testimony of Jesus, like we read from Revelation 14.
Satan is going to be pursuing God's commandment-keeping people. I'm sorry.
That's right. You're right. You're right, brother. So that's all I'm trying to say is as we move into 13, we do need context. We can't pluck verses out. This is how we get in trouble.
I love how we both see the adversary. I love how we all see the adversary pursuing God's end-time commandment-keeping people. I like that agreement that we can all agree on right there. That is awesome.
And I would actually say that it's an extenuation of Deuteronomy chapter 30, where it's promised in the end times that his people would call to mind his commandments and start doing them again. It's Deuteronomy 31-4. Right. This leads up to the great resurrection and the second coming of Yeshua, in my opinion. But I think from what you guys are saying, we're trying to break down the identity of who the dragon and the beast are. You guys are coming in saying that the beast is just a kingdom. And are you trying to say the dragon rules this kingdom as king?
Well, the Bible says that the dragon is Satan. So, but when it talks about beasts, then it says kingdoms. But the Bible is clear on who the dragon is, which is Satan.
Satan.
Right. We agree on that.
Yes.
So that's why I was going back to the question of who's the beast. If we're talking about his mark, it'd be good to identify him, right?
So
where does it come from?
So that's why we have to continue on in Revelation 13 so that we'll be able to rebuild the characters. Go ahead, Mikey.
I think the reason it's important to understand that the beast is a kingdom is because there's so many people that are like, well, who's the Antichrist? Is it Donald Trump? Is it Obama or whatever? It doesn't matter. It just, for example, or for whatever, just pretend that the beast was America. Well, you could say, oh, the beast is Obama, but then Obama's not in office anymore because he's just a puppet. He's just a face. Right. He's just whoever was placed there. He's a pawn in the whole thing. We know that the elite or whoever are really controlling the whole thing. So we're not really looking for who is the exact person who's going to be in rule, and that's the beast. That's what I think is the.
What if the scriptures told us the exact person? What do we do with that then?
And then my question would be also, how does a kingdom come out of the abyss or the bottomless pit?
Well, because just like the kingdoms rose out of the sea. I mean, How does that happen?
So
Well, wait a minute though. The abyss is what kingdom rose out of the sea?
All those 4 beasts in Daniel, they all came out of the sea.
They came out of the sea. And I mean, when you look at the word abyss, it just means like bottomless or nothing. It means no foundation. It doesn't mean that they literally came out of like hell, or it just means that it has no foundation. No foundation. And we know that Christ is the foundation. That's Psalm chapter 127, verse 1.
Sure.
So if you don't have Christ, you have no foundation. And what's the no foundation? That's where like atheism and things come from. They have nothing to stand on.
Well, let's look at the definition of abusos in Greek, because it tells us what
it's form and without void.
Yeah. Like
we'll go to Revelation 9:11. That's a kind of a weird verse, huh? Revelation 9:11, and let's look at the word for abyss there. And
brother, out on the computer. Good job, man. I see you clicking away. You're on it. Good job.
Oh man, back to our last conversation.
It's bottomless. It has no foundation.
Yeah.
Right. Do you guys know that this is a concept that's spoken about all in the Old Testament, all throughout the Old Testament?
Yeah, that's in the beginning. That's in Genesis.
When the earth was without form and void, that was the abusos.
That's it.
And Jeremiah 4:23, when it talks about the earth being without form and void, again,
abusos.
Right.
So it's, I mean, so we could say that the earth.
So is it a pit or is it just formlessness?
Well, in Jeremiah 4:23, it's just what's the word? It's just a desolate earth. It says that the city was torn down, the birds flew away, and all this, and it says that it was desolate, but he would not make a full end of it, and it calls it an abusos.
A very deep gulf or chasm in the lowest parts of the earth. And then what did it say?
There's other context to it as well. It depends on how the word's used and where it's placed, right?
Yeah, where it's placed, exactly.
So here's the fun question:
Clement of Rome,
receptacle of the dead. I saw
Clement of Rome. What is that? I've never seen that.
If this character here, and we're trying to figure out the identity of this character that comes out of this abyss, because I actually agree with WesBlaze, and so I think that we have a kind of a split panel tonight, and that's okay. I think this is good for the people to decide and read the scriptures on their own, test these things out we're reviewing, so they can come to their own conclusions.
Amen.
So this is important that we discuss if we have little variances in these things, right? If Revelation 9:11 is talking about this angel, this messenger, this angel character, whoever he calls him Apollyon, he actually has a Hebrew name too. It's the same concept, and he's coming out of this abyss, and with him come all these other things. So he's not alone.
I thought that.
So what are these other things?
I thought that Apollyon is just another word for Satan himself.
It's not. It actually has a historical nature to it. There's an entire history.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of history that other religions have attached themselves onto it itself, but within its essence, its core is Satan.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. Is it's never been in the other nations that use the word Apollyon. They never attribute it to the character that was supposed to be Satan.
And so Jared, why would we believe that Satan is coming up out of the bottomless pit if in Job we see he's roaming the earth? Is it Peter that says he's roaming the earth still?
Yeah.
Why is he now back down in the abyss or something?
That's a completely different study. So I'm trying to stick on the mark of the beast and stuff.
Yeah, we are too. So that's why this beast guy that we're trying to figure out can give some context to when that mark comes. Where is that beast coming from? When does he come? And who is he? So that we know when to look for that mark.
So where does it say that Apollyon is the beast?
It doesn't.
You ready?
Yeah.
Let me go there real quick. Revelation 17:8.
I will show you the mystery, right? Oh.
The beast that you saw, who was and is not and is about to come up out of the abyss and go to destruction, and those who live on the earth whose names have not been written in the book of life, foundation of the world, will wonder when they see the beast that he was, is not, and will come.
Okay. So if a beast is a kingdom, and if it's coming out of this abyss, and we've just talked about how abyss can be desolation, no foundation, and it was a kingdom that was very powerful, but then it suffered a fatal wound, a deadly head blow, and it lost its authority, it lost its worldwide power, but now it's coming back, right? Now,
so you're saying that the kingdom of the beast doesn't rule the world today?
This is all symbolic. No, I believe that beast is. Yeah, I believe that.
So then how did it lose its head? How did the head wound take it out of power?
Because in
Revelation 13,
the Pope was thrown off the throne, and they lost their authority they lost power for a while. The fall of Rome,
receive the deadly wounds. The scripture says.
Well, no, I know what it says, but it's about how we apply it. It's all we're comparing and contrasting tonight, right?
Yeah, so I'm applying a lot of this as symbolic. So
I get it. Yeah,
the kingdom, and it's coming out of the abyss because it suffered a fatal wound.
yeah.
So it's in its grave per se, and then now it's rising again. It's coming up, and it was, and now it is again. It was no more. It is again.
Hey, Sean, could you go up a little bit to Revelation 17:7? Or yeah, one verse up. It's the angel saying to him, I will tell you the mystery of the woman and of the beast that carries her, which was the 7 heads and the 10 horns. So here he's saying, I'm going to tell you what these words mean. Like, and it goes through now, he just said the beast. And then he says what the 7 heads are, which are 7 mountains, which are 7 kings. 5 have fallen.
Yeah.
1 is, the other has not yet come. And when he comes, he must remain a little while. And then the beast, which was and is not. And this is at the time John was writing Revelation, right? He was not. So was Rome in power when John was writing Revelation?
No, he's not talking about present. He's just saying,
That's what he says he was. He's not now, but he will be again.
Exactly. So, and there are 7 kings, 5 are fallen. He's giving a see, this is why we got to go to 13, because now we're in 17.
That's all right. We can finish up here real quick.
I'll just
have a question.
let you guys go through it all.
So as you guys, here's a challenge for tonight, because last time we had a fun conversation about different types of biblical concepts. You guys definitely leaned heavily towards the metaphoric interpretive viewpoint. WesBlaze and I, we kind of lean more towards a literal contextual viewpoint. So I would just pose a challenge tonight. We definitely strive to put ourselves in your shoes, because we actually came from where you are and how you're interpreting these things. Just for fun, put yourselves in our shoes as far as interpreting in more of a literal contextual stance. And
I can say I used to be a literalist with this stuff too.
And,
I mean, to an extent, I was like, man, I was trying to figure it out how this beast was going to come up, and they're going to, split DNA and make Jurassic Park and all this stuff, create a beast that's going to come out of the ocean. But I have a legitimate question though. You're saying because John is writing, he is not present, he is not, but he will be. You'd have to apply that to everything that John is writing. There's things that he's saying, like the hour of his judgment is come. Is John saying that at that moment judgment is come?
We would always want to look at the context of the passage the statements are being made. We don't just take a random verse and just immediately just throw it on every other passage.
I've never done that. So, but the point I was want to make with Revelation 17 real quick is the angel said, I'll show you the mystery. And then he starts taking each of these things, which were very much symbolic, and describing them with a literal interpretation, telling you how to interpret those symbolic things.
So who do you guys believe the woman to be?
If you could let me finish real quick, Jared, like we talked about, that you could see that when he goes to describe the beast, it says that he came out of a literal abyss. He doesn't then describe a symbol with another symbol. He tells you out of a literal abyss, and he says that the mountains are kings. I'm sorry, the heads are kings. 5 have fallen, right? 7 kings, and then that the 10 horns are kings as well. So I think it's important to notice here that the abyss is mentioned as it is with other literal interpretations of symbolic words.
And when John wrote it, this beast already came out of the abyss.
No, that's not what he's saying. He's saying the beast who used to be, but is not currently, but will be again.
Right.
That's what verse 8 and verse 11 follows up after the interpretation of who the mountains and the kings are. Then he goes on to say, well, this beast, he himself, and that's a very unique pronoun to use, is of the 8. That's the 8 kings that are mentioned. He's the 8th, but he's one of the 7. So this would make sense if you're talking about somebody who used to be, who isn't presently, but will be again. He's one of the 7 kings mentioned. He's not currently now, but he will come back again as the 8th. Yeah. This is how we look at it.
A resurrection.
Remember we were talking about Satan. Yes. Remember we were talking about Satan has imitations where he has a fabrication of like we were talking about with the money. Who was mentioning earlier? Darius, was it? Where
counterfeit.
Satan is counterfeit. Thank you. Satan has a counterfeit here in this case that works in Satan's authority, that was and is not and then is again. So we know Yeshua was and then was not, dead for 3 days and nights, and then was again. So Satan's counterfeit here. So it's saying the same thing about Clemson.
I have to ask a question, if you don't mind, ask a question on that. So you said that Satan has a counterfeit, since Yeshua was and is and was not. He was dead for a certain amount of time, and he had to resurrect. So then we have to ask the question: does Satan have the ability to resurrect people?
Yes. Yeah,
Satan has the ability to resurrect life.
It depends on how you're talking about the resurrection, but yeah.
He has the power to resurrect the dead.
That's what we're asking. Does he have the power to resurrect life?
This is why.
I'm sorry. Well, he can't give them immortal life in the sense that Jesus does.
No, he can't give them immortal life, but to resurrect the current fleshly body, that's a
Bible.
So
common. What I'm about to say is that's what I think WesBlaze was trying to get to when we read Revelation 9, where it tries to describe this Apollyon character who comes up out of the pits. And that's why I was asking, what's all those other things that come up out of there with him? Are those other little kingdoms that are coming out with him?
What were the things that came up with him, like locusts and all that?
Yeah, the locust with the scorpion sting.
Yeah. How would you guys interpret that stuff? And I'm not trying to ask a pointed question or opinion in a corner. I'm genuinely wondering your interpretation of stuff.
So
no, I'm just asking to show. I just want to see where in Scripture Satan actually resurrects an individual and gives them power. That's why I'm asking. Like, where do we see that throughout Scripture?
We would say it's right here.
Yeah, no. Throughout Scripture, remember this is a key point that I want you to remember something. If you look in Deuteronomy chapter 19:15, Matthew chapter 18 verse 16, and 2 Corinthians chapter 13 verse 1, the Scripture tells us verbatim that in the mouth of 2 to 3 witnesses, let every word be established. Mm-hmm. So if you can't show me multiple times in Scripture of Satan saying this or doing this, then we cannot build a theory or theology off of one passage.
Well, then we've got problems.
Exactly.
We got a problem. We have a problem with the whole show, because the mark of the beast is only mentioned one time in one passage.
Well, maybe this might be able to bring clarity. Let's just read verse 1 and 2 of Revelation 9.
Are you going to give us an interpretation on the other things that come up?
You mentioned a few times, but there's.
What you guys think about this?
Everybody, one at a time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I was going to say the mark of the beast might be only mentioned, a few times in Revelation, but we have the counterpart in the Old Testament. It talks about the seal of God in your forehead and in your hand. So if we know that there's a sign of God and a mark of the beast, then we can study those together. That is kind of a 2 or 3 witnesses type thing.
Well, we haven't really gone into the depths of what the actual Apollyon character is that comes up out of the abyss, and why he's even in the abyss, and what he was prophesied to be, and who Scripture calls Apollyon in the Old Testament. There's a lot more to it. I think it's a good line of inquiry, though.
Yeah, it is. I'd love to look at Ezekiel and Isaiah. Go ahead.
I would like to try and give a reasonable view of Revelation 9, 1 and 2 and the abyss, and just I'm going to read it from the King James. Thank you, brother, for highlighting it. And it says, and the 5th angel sounded, and I saw a star. We all know that stars are angels, or a star is a messenger. Christ can be a star. A star fall from heaven. Now, we do know that Satan fell, but a star fell from heaven unto the earth, and to him was given the key of the bottomless pit. Who is the only one that has the key to the bottomless pit?
Joel.
Brother Darius?
That would be Christ.
Yeah.
Book, chapter, verse?
1 second here. Because he actually says that I have the keys. That's actually in Revelation 1. You can go to Revelation 1.
Yeah.
Revelation 1.
So
he has the keys to what, though?
That falls down, there's only one star that has the power to the keys to the bottomless pit. This is Christ. This is the he that verse 2 is
so let me ask you
referring to.
So Christ is making a coming before his second coming?
No. So in verse 1.
Well, how's he going to let this?
We're just going to define words right here, and then we can be able to set placements. Because if we understand the words, then we can understand the timeline. So now we know that the he in Revelation 9 verse 1 is Christ. Then the he in Revelation 9 verse 2, it says, and he opened the bottomless pit, Christ, and there arose a smoke out of the pit, and the smoke of a great furnace. and the sun and the air were darkened by reason of the smoke of the pit. So
Okay,
this
so
kind of changes Revelation 9 and changes a little bit in which how we kind of view Revelation 9. And that would be a really deep study within itself, but that's why we don't apply much of the mark of the beast of Revelation 13 to 9.
So from
okay,
this,
so real quick question though. I'm sorry to interrupt you, WesBlaze. If we're assuming that Jesus is the only person to hold the keys of death, hell, and the grave, because you remember what was given to him in Matthew 11 and Matthew 28, 19 through 21, the Father gave him all authority in heaven and earth. Yeshua returns with his angels. He's over all the angels. They do his bidding. So you're saying an angel didn't come do this bidding, but Christ himself came to do this bidding.
Bidding of
literally opening the abyss,
going from heaven down to the abyss.
So he made a coming to the earth before the second coming.
Your definition of what the abyss is going to be different. So then this is why we're trying to understand.
This is what I'm saying. So he goes down into a nothingness to bring up a kingdom. So you're literally trying to say Yeshua brings up a kingdom out of nothingness to be the bad guy at the end of days.
This is where we would study about the 1,000 years and our beliefs of the abyss and what that looked like and what the condition of the earth looks like during that 1,000 years. Because we believe that during the 1,000 years, Christ comes, we're now in heaven. But you guys believe that during that time, you guys are on the earth. We believe that during that 1,000 years, the earth becomes an abyss, abuso, nothing.
Oh, so wait. So you think Revelation 9 is happening at the end of the millennial reign?
No. So that's why I think it's just best that we go straight to Revelation 13. So we can...
I'm just trying to understand, brother.
Yeah,
please don't get upset. I'm just trying to understand.
Oh, no. Thank you so much, brother. Oh, no, I'm not upset. I'm just excited. I think this is so cool that we can all come together and talk about this exact topic. But it kind of gets a little bit difficult because there's other things that we have to study to be able to understand, such as Daniel 2 and 7. These are bare minimum basics to understanding the mark of the beast. If we don't understand 2 and 7, we're not going to be able to really dig into it, but we're going to try.
But I think, Sean, you probably, what's your interpretation of Daniel 2 and the statue? I think we agree on that.
Yeah, I gave it. It's the four kingdoms, and I believe Babylon still reigns. They're called by many different names. Currently, Babylon is spiritual Egypt. It's Babylon that has different culprits that do its bidding throughout many nations, but its centralized theology and centralized system of control has been around since the Tower of Babel and different machinations throughout the earth. And that final kingdom, which is in power when Yeshua returns as a rock that destroys the statue in the dream, is the one that Satan gives his authority, as Revelation 13 says, to the beast to rule over that kingdom, which is what we're about to read in Revelation 13. And that's the person that Jesus actually physically grabs with the angels in Revelation 19 to throw him in the lake of fire.
That's right.
Now, do you believe that the four beasts are parallels to those kingdoms of the statue or no?
The four beasts? You mean the ones in Revelation, Daniel 7?
Yeah.
I believe there's four kingdoms that are being mentioned as an amalgamate of the statue, but as Daniel 7:17 says, those kingdoms have kings. So that's all I'm getting at, is there is a king over a kingdom. It's not just, and it's not Satan himself literally. He has other people under his authority doing his bidding, which is what we're about to read in Revelation 13.
What's up, Jared?
Are we ready?
Yeah.
All right, brothers and sisters. If there's sisters online with us, great.
Hey guys, I think we got the most people watching a live stream I've ever had watching a live stream.
How many do we got, brother?
It only shows me a certain amount in the chat, but like it's always like quadruple that. So right now it's showing me 286 in the chat. So that's just people that are actively participating in the chat itself, but that it's usually like 4 times that amount that are actively watching.
I'm Morgan.
It must be the thumbnail, right?
It's a great thumbnail, guys. Jared's responsible for that awesome thumbnail.
No, it's brother Darius. He's the one that is bringing in all of the views.
That's right.
Hey, you know what? I'm glad that we're all here to do this. Revelation 13, verse 1.
I stood upon the sand of the sea. I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. Upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads the name of blasphemy.
All right.
And the beast.
If it's all right, we'll just kind of take it chunk by chunk, and we'll just talk about it. Is that all right?
For sure. Yeah, as long as we don't just try to give our single personal interpretation of every verse and let everybody continue to mix back and forth. Yeah.
Amen. Good. Yeah, and if you see that becoming unequal, just let me know, and I'll be glad to close my mouth.
I understand, bro. Your zeal is appreciated. Don't get
Hey,
wrong.
and I appreciate that your audience appreciates my zeal. Hopefully, Revelation 13. Go ahead, brother.
Is there more than one beast that has 7 heads and 10 horns?
Thumbnail got me here.
Thumbnail got me here. Amen, sister. See, people need to know and understand the power of a thumbnail. You can't be throwing up these PowerPoint.
There's a reason you put me right in the middle, huh?
You should have seen the thumbnails these brothers sent me of themselves, these low quality thumbnails. I'm like, come on, you guys. And then Brother Wes sends me this pixelated pic. I was going to put it in the thumb, but I didn't.
That's all right. But really, though, my question is: there more than one beast? Because we see one described as having come out of the abyss, the bottom.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And then we see this coming out of the sea.
Revelation 13 has 2 separate beasts. One comes out of the sea. One comes out of the water. 2 separate beasts, but they love each other.
Wait, the sea and the water. You mean the earth, right?
Thank you, brother.
But are they both? They both have 7 heads and 10 horns.
No.
Let's find out.
No.
No, one has 2 horns like a lamb.
That's right.
Well, let's go ahead and get through 13 for the sake of the audience.
Reading voice. I don't know if you guys heard him read, but it was like echoing in my ears. It sounded pretty good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's good. So but in verse 1, there's some interesting things, right? So I would like to say that the beast, as we went over in those verses in Daniel, points to a beast being a power. And I stood upon the sand of the sea. Brother Darius, what's the verse that says that water represents multitudes and people?
Let's see.
Thank you. So it says that this beast stood upon the sand of the sea. And so, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea. So this beast comes up out of this water. And so, and it had upon his head the name of blasphemy. So we got to find out what this beast is. And we need to find out what the sea is. And we got to find out the biblical definition of blasphemy. If we understand this biblical definition of blasphemy, we can know who this beast is. But there's many other verses to point to it. Brother Darius, do you have that verse in the sea?
It should be Revelation 17:15, I believe.
Would you like to that one? Brother at the top? What's your name? That's I forgot your name. Sean, thank you. So thank you so much. One of my worst gifts is memorizing people's names, and I have a limited capacity. But thank you, Brother Sean. Would you read this verse?
Sure, bro. He saith unto me, the waters which you saw, where the horse sits, are peoples and multitudes and nations and tongues.
All right. We're letting the Bible interpret itself. So I would have
where the horse sits, right?
Yep.
So is this where the beast came out of?
We'll find out who the whore is.
It's on the beast, right?
Oh,
So,
I mean, we are going to let it interpret itself,
right? This is the location. So yes, who is the whore? Where is she sitting at? Where is she sitting right now? Anyways, but also, so waters is interpreted in Bible prophecy as multitudes and nations. So we're just looking at the Bible interpretation of the word water so that we can be able to go back to Revelation 13.
But wait a minute, brother. Are you saying that applies to every time the word sea is used? So when Yeshua walked on the sea, when Jesus
only in
walked on the
Bible
water?
prophecy when symbolism is needed. So that
okay, so do we say that if the word sea is used in a symbolic fashion and then given a definition like we see in front of us here in a single book, that everywhere in that book it's used in the same way?
I don't.
Well, it's kind of like a key code, you know. So when you look
what I'm saying is, like, you know, there's no sea in Revelation 21. So a few chapters later, it sees that New Jerusalem comes down and there's no longer any sea. What are we talking about? There's no longer any people for the New Jerusalem?
Touche.
No.
So what I'm saying, guys, context matters. No. Context matters.
If you continue in verse 16, brother, it just elaborates even more of the location and the 10 horns which thou sawest the beast.
Is this not one of the qualifiers of context for this description of interpreting what the sea is? Is whom the horse sits upon, not where the beast came from?
Yes.
Sean, are you saying that the beast is coming out of literal water?
Go ahead, Mikey.
Say that again.
I'm just curious if Sean is saying that the beast comes out of literal water and which water and all that.
Yeah. So what do you believe the beast is coming out of? Like who is the beast and what is he coming out of?
Amos 9:2. Though they dig into Sheol, into the abyss, into hell. Though they dig into hell, since my hand will take them from there. Though they climb up to heaven, I will bring them down. And though they hide themselves in the top of Carmel, I'll search and take them out of there. And though they be hid from my sight in the bottom of the sea, from there I will command the serpent, and he shall bite them.
So Sheol is a sea.
No, I'm saying Sheol's under the sea, as described in Genesis and Jubilees and Psalms and a bunch of other places.
Comes out of Sheol and comes out of the literal sea then.
If that's where the hole is opened up for him to come out of. It's directional. Think up, down, left, right. Think Nintendo controller. Up, down, left, right. It's directional.
So you believe a beast comes out of Sheol?
Yeah, they give us his name. His name's Apollyon. He's a character in the past. He was actually someone called Nimrod in Genesis 10.
Yeah, he has multiple different names.
Yeah.
And Lucifer, Satan is also another one. It's just another derivative of himself being.
No, Satan was a different character. Satan is a rebellious angel. Nimrod is someone that it goes into the idea of who this character is that is given his authority from Satan. And
this guy is meant to work in the authority and power of Satan. So he's not Satan. He works in his authority and power.
Yeah, that's what we were reading, though. We should probably finish reading this chapter. I think the people in the chat are getting a little antsy.
It's only been an hour and 5 minutes.
This is.
Can we look at those words of blasphemy, because this beast commits the sin of blasphemy, and we need to know the biblical definition of blasphemy. Would that be all right?
Let's do it. Let's get to the chapter after that. Okay.
Yes. I thought I had the screen up, and where'd it go? Okay. Let's go to, come on, internet, click. Oh man, Matthew 12:32.
Are we going to the accusations of the Pharisees?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, cool. So it's this Greek word. It will be the same in Matthew, right? I'll go there in just a minute. The Strong's claims it's abusive or scurrilous language, blasphemy, slander, switching right for wrong. So let's go to, you said Matthew 12:32?
Yeah. I believe. No, I'm sorry. I didn't have my, there it is. I'm sorry for your audience. I had the screen up.
I got it for us.
Go ahead.
So here in verse 31, it says, wherefore I say unto you, all manner of sin and blasphemy shall be forgiven unto men, but the blasphemy against the Holy Spirit shall not be forgiven unto men. Whosoever speaks a word against the Son of Man, it will be forgiven him. But whosoever speaks against the Holy Spirit, it will not be forgiven him, neither in this world nor in the world to come. I would actually posit the language there in the Greek should say age, neither in this age or the age to come. But that's neither here nor there right now. Okay, is this what you wanted to look at?
So that's the first one. So in that verse, what would we say the definition of blasphemy is? The ability
to blasphemy against the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit. What would be the definition? It's something that's a work of the Holy Spirit that's being done, and you speak slanderously about it, which is the previous context of everything up here, where Jesus was doing miracles in the name that he was sent in, the name of Yahweh.
Yeah, amen.
Father, and he was doing miracles in those names. The Pharisees were saying he was doing it in the authority or the name of Beelzebub, which is Satan. Yeah. So therefore you have a problem of him casting out devils in the name of a devil. So Yeshua has to reprimand them, saying, do not dare call something that's a work of the Holy Spirit a work of the devil. That would be slandering the Holy Spirit.
Amen. So in verse 12 or 32, excuse me, when we see the word blasphemy, and Christ is being accused of the sin of blasphemy right here from the Pharisees, and here they say basically that he claims the ability to forgive. Christ claims the ability to forgive, and they say you have committed the sin of blasphemy. But obviously, Christ does have the ability to forgive, because he is our sacrifice.
High priest.
So,
He's our high priest.
Right? Amen. So of course he has the ability to forgive. Get away, Pharisees and priests. So here in this verse, blasphemy is one definition is the ability to forgive sins. And then also I wanted to look at one more definition of the verse. Go ahead, Mikey.
I got 3 verses I can read for you. Matthew 23:9, and call no man father upon the earth, for one is your Father which is in heaven. Wait, that doesn't even say blasphemy. John 10:33 said, the Jews answered him, saying, for a good work we stone thee not, but for blasphemy, and because thou being a man makest thyself God. And then
so hold on, before you go to the next verse, that one is pointing out to call yourself God, the Bible says, is blasphemy. Go ahead and go to the next one, Mikey.
And then Luke 5:21 says, who is this which speaketh blasphemies? Who can forgive sins but God alone?
So in my concluding point or thought on this one, brother, in Revelation chapter 13, it says that this beast or this power commits the sin of blasphemy. And we just went over these verses that say this beast that commits the sin of blasphemy, he is saying that he is God on earth and that he has the ability to forgive
sin. And
so, yeah, to forgive sin specifically. And when we look at all other powers out there, this is just one point of 10 that we can go over.
Now, wait a minute. You guys are using the definition of the Pharisees for blasphemy, aren't you?
They had the true definition, but they were accusing the wrong person.
Did they? Is that the context of why that conversation we just read, Matthew 12?
Well, it was repeated in it of their understanding of what blasphemy was. And so they said, you've committed the sin of blasphemy, saying that you have the ability to forgive sins and that you're God on earth.
Yeah, that's, that was the prophecy of the Messiah, though. He was.
Yeah, exactly.
Psalm 45, 6 and 7, Psalm 110, 1 through 4. Yeah. So he was intended to come as the high priest, also the God, the ruler, the Elohim of the earth, so that he could become the high priest of the covenant and forgive sins and make atonement.
Amen. I'm not making an excuse for the Pharisees of accusing Christ for blasphemy, because Christ did not sin and Christ did not commit blasphemy.
Right.
Because he was God on earth and he was the sacrificial sin to forgive sins.
All I'm trying to say is I see you using the definition of the Pharisees' version of blasphemy and what they were falsely accusing Yeshua of for your interpretation of Revelation 13:1's use of the word blasphemy. Remember when in Matthew 12 also, when the Pharisees tried to accuse him of breaking the Sabbath? Did he break the Sabbath?
No, it was just another misconception of Christ's character.
Do you remember in Matthew 23, he reprimands in a full chapter, reprimands the Pharisees for false doctrine? Same with Mark chapter 7, verses 1 through 15. Everywhere he goes, he's reprimanding them on their false doctrines.
Yeah, amen.
They were leading the sheep of Israel astray. They were bad shepherds.
They were.
Yeah. So they were doing the same type of slanderous accusations towards him and the good things that he was doing. So all I'm trying to say is I don't want my hermeneutic to be their bad definition of a word when I'm trying to use that elsewhere in Scripture.
But when we look at the word that they used in the Greek, they had the right word, they had the right definition, but they had the wrong person.
Did we look up that word blasphemy a minute ago, and it said it was slanderous, scurrilous speech in the Greek?
Well, it's interesting though when you think about what Jesus actually says in Matthew 23:3. He says that you are to follow what the Pharisees say, just not what they do.
Well, it's verse 1 and 2 previous to that, which you just quoted, is what I could see where Brother Jared is referring to about the blasphemy thing, because Jesus is actually telling his followers, do as the Pharisees say, just not as they do.
Because
so they would exactly. Thank you. You said they stand in the seat of Moses, so they would understand what blasphemy is.
They were using it definitely out of context. Yeshua has to reprimand them for that.
Because they were saying it to the wrong one. Because at the same time, you also got to take into consideration that while they had the seat of Moses, like Brother West just by God's grace showed us, they had the seat of Moses because they weren't accepting the truth of the Messiah. That's why he had to correct them, because they began to start making their own man-made traditions to oversee the ways of him. And they were trying to basically usurp him and fight against him.
No, that's why. That. I mean, they do that so they persecute him and kill him. I mean, eventually. Exactly. So we understand that for sure. I'm just saying that the Pharisees, when they sat in the seat of Moses in the culture of ancient Israel, that was when they taught the law and the prophets.
Yeah. And
that's what that idiomatic phrase means. That's what that literal, that's the idea of sitting in the seat of Moses. You were the lawgiver. You were teaching the law, reading from the law.
Sorry.
That's all I'm trying to say. So yeah, he's definitely, the whole chapter, I agree with you, Darius. The whole chapter is Yeshua calling out the Pharisees for being hypocrites. He says it multiple times in this chapter. That's why this chapter opens up with saying they're reading the law to you, but then they don't do the law. So don't do what they do, but do what they say. Right. So I 100% agree with what you're saying. I just think that taking this definition of blasphemy and trying to equate it over here to what we're reading in Revelation 13 is probably not something I would do, but I'm trying to hear out the full interpretation. Thank you for being patient with me while I try to understand where you're coming from with that.
Thank you, brother.
You want to go back to 13?
Well,
is proclaiming to be God blasphemy, though? I mean, that sounds pretty blasphemous to me.
Yeah, again, that's what I was asking about. Darius bringing up 2 Thessalonians 4, where he says he's going to sit in the temple of God and claim to be God. Yeah. Well, that's a pretty big claim. Where's that temple? Why is he claiming to be God? To me, we're actually going to see later in here in verse 6, he speaks blasphemy against God, his name, his tabernacle, and those that dwell in heaven.
Amen.
And one thing God does is forgive sins. So if you admit to being able to forgive sins, then that's just as well might as well be saying that you're God.
It's hard for me to imagine that the lawless one is going to want to help forgive people for their transgressions of the law.
It doesn't make a lot of sense theologically.
He would rather take the credit and say your sins have been forgiven. Just like, honestly, with just saying out of the gate, the beast, when you dig into the studies and you dig in deep, you understand Daniel 2 and 7, you understand those 4 different beasts that we're about to go over here in Revelation chapter 13. This is the first beast. This is a history and time right here. And what this is exactly is it's the Catholic Church. Good people, bad organization, bad beliefs. That's how we get the sun god worship, which I think all of us can believe on, or not believe, but we know what happened, but we don't accept Constantine and his pagan pushings onto God's people at the time. But the Catholic Church has always been around to help guide God's people for the past 2,000 years almost. And so here we have this exact same power having the ability to say that it's God here on earth, which is the title of the Pope himself, the Vicarius Filii Dei, the Vicar of Christ in replacement of Christ. And also, these are the only organization, power on earth that says that they have the ability to forgive sins. Now, this is also not going into Daniel 2 and 7 with all the beasts, the 10 horns, and everything else. So we have to jump through it. But I hope your audience understands why we're only on the first verse and we're an hour and 17 minutes in.
And brothers, I really hope that you guys understand that as someone that feels responsible after 3 years of building an audience and making sure that I try to do my due diligence to bring forth something that they can test and prove. Anything I say that might challenge your positions, I'm not doing it out of disrespect. I'm not doing it.
Oh, no, I love it. I love it.
It's not a form of contention from me. I just want to make sure that we're sharpening each other, right? Iron sharpens iron. That's the whole goal. So I want my audience also to understand that as well.
It's no fun preaching to the choir, man.
Well, yeah, for sure. That's why I'd like to do stuff like this and get different perspectives. So at the same time, as someone that does feel responsible for what I put forward on my channel and expose to people, if it's something wildly different from what I have already explained from scripture, I at least want to let them see me bring forth a counter or contrasting argument for the sake of balance. So please don't be offended. And I appreciate you guys being patient with me.
Absolutely. Yeah, man. We appreciate you giving us the time, man, on your platform.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. All right, let's finish. Let's actually get through 13, guys. We're on verse 2.
Read it.
The beast which I saw was like unto a leopard. His feet were as the feet of a bear. His mouth is the mouth of a lion. The dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority. And I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the world wondered after the beast. And they worshiped the dragon, which gave power to the beast. And they worshiped the beast, saying, Who's like unto the beast? Who's able to make war with him? And there was given to him a mouth speaking great speaking great things and blasphemies. And power was given to him to continue 42 months. He opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name and his tabernacle and them that dwell in heaven. I'm going to stop right there for the sake of continuity.
And this is after what we established already in Revelation 9, that the beast comes out of the abyss at the 5th trumpet. So then he has 42 months. So this is something that has not happened yet. We would agree.
We've kind of discussed that, actually. Right, Darius? We've been talking about.
I hear a lot of proof for something about 1260 years is how long the Roman Catholic Church has ruled or did rule. Or
yeah, but I see a lot of
duality from like Revelation.
Yeah, like you read Matthew 24, and it's like a lot of that stuff already happened, but it's also pointing to the end times tribulation, where it says a tribulation will come on the world that we've never seen before. You know.
Well, from what these words say in their context, 42 months, how long the beast reigns, who works in the power and the authority of Satan, that happens after the fifth trumpet of Revelation. We would agree.
Mm-hmm. The seventh trumpet is in Revelation 11, so this seems like it's
like a 3.5 year rule, right?
This seems like it's not in chronological order to Revelation chapter 9. Is that what you're getting at, Wes?
Oh, I'm saying that. No, the Revelation 9 is when he comes out at the fifth trumpet, and then we're getting an explanation that he rules for 42 months.
Right. So you're trying to say Revelation 13 is expounding on Revelation 9? Is that what you're getting at? These 40. I mean, the 42-month qualifier is what you're connecting.
That's how I interpret it.
Okay.
Would we agree?
What do you guys think?
No, I scripturally couldn't agree to that. I couldn't agree to that scripturally.
That's cool. Tell us what's on your heart. Tell us what your thoughts are about it.
Well, just like what WesBlaze was just saying earlier, the continuity of the 42 months would fall in line with the 1260-year time prophecy, where you see where the woman actually hid from the beast or the dragon that was pursuing and she was hiding in the wilderness for a time of times and the dividing of times. Okay. That would equal 42 months in Bible prophecy and prophetic language.
Okay. So you're saying then, so help me understand then, because I think, are you placing Revelation 13 at a different point in the chronology of these events then?
That they would be the same time point.
Okay. I think that's what Wes was saying too, though, if I'm not mistaken.
He was saying that 9 was the same, but 12 and 13 are the same time point. That you see the same dragon.
I got
you see the same dragon in 12 that you see in 13.
I got you. So when do you think 9's happening though?
9 is a different time portion. Basically, when you look at Revelation, it kind of, if you pay close attention to it, it kind of skips back and forth in time. It's not a continuous thing. It's revealing while concealing, and it's concealing while revealing. You see what I'm saying? So it's not like a continuity. So you don't just read Revelation like, okay, this happened, so this has to be a part of this because it comes right after this. It doesn't work like that. You have to be able to see the continuous points in it, just like you saw from Revelation 12 to 13 with the dragon. Coming after the woman, and then you see in the 13 is to see the same exact thing. So you have to see where the continuity is. We don't want to just piece it together like that.
Right.
Yeah, Darius, I'd love to hear your thoughts. I did a video called New Heaven and New Earth, where I do break down Revelation as a whole into the pieces of context of chronology. And no, they're not successive, right? So as you just said, 12 and 13, they can go together. You got 6 through 11 can go together, because obviously we all believe the trumpets would happen successively as it explains them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So the last trumpet blows in Revelation 11. But then it seems like Revelation 12 kind of starts backing up and redescribing some things they already were kind of mentioning. And so I think if I'm not mistaken, WesBlaze, are you saying Revelation 9 and that 42-month time period of Apollyon matches Revelation 13?
That's what I see, at least. Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'll just go and finish. Anything else about Revelation 3 through 6, Revelation 13, 3 through 6? That you guys want to touch on? I mean, we talked about our differences in understanding the word blasphemy.
We talked about it becoming a worldwide power, found in verse 3 and also in 7.
Okay. So can we talk about verse 4?
Huh?
Can we talk about verse 4? I'll put it on screen real quick.
Okay. Oh.
Here in verse 4, they worship the dragon, which gave power to the beast, and they worship the beast, saying, "Who's like the beast? Who can make war with him?" Or you guys said y'all were interpreting the dragon to be Satan and the beast to not be a literal person, but just to be a kingdom, and so therefore Satan rules over this kingdom.
So it's the beast. I mean, that's why we have to really go through like the statue and all that, because the feet of iron and clay is a combination of iron Rome and a dirty, corrupt church system, just like the harlot is the church who's gone a whoring, as the Old Testament talks about God's people going a whoring. So, and she's riding the beast with 7 heads, which are 7 mountains. The city of 7 hills is Rome. So we see all this Rome pointing to Rome, iron beast with iron teeth, and Daniel. So you got Rome, and then you got this corrupt whore that's sitting on it, and they're united. She's sitting on the beast. Miry clay and Rome or iron are mixed together. So there's a combination of church state. That's how you have forced worship, because the government is enforcing worship. And yes, the beast is a kingdom, and yes, that kingdom does have a king, but if that king dies, it doesn't matter. They're just going to replace it with another king. The kingdom's still going to be there. You can't just look at, this is the face, this is the beast. I believe that the kingdom power is the kingdom itself. And yes, the king, there will be a king, but it's not like, oh, it's Pope Francis. I don't know that. He could be killed tomorrow. It doesn't mean that prophecy is, prophecy is false, and it's
so then
done.
what is Revelation 17:8 says when it says the beast you saw come up out of the abyss is one of the 7 kings, but is the 8th? What do you guys think of that? What came out of the abyss? Where did the beast come out of the abyss in Revelation?
That's where I was talking about. The Rome fell. Rome was in power at one time, but it was no more. It suffered a fatal wound.
Can you show me that verse, though, is what I'm asking. Can you help? I'll put it on the screen if you can tell me where to go.
Did it suffer a fatal wound, head wound?
Well,
no, I'm asking you, Revelation 17:8 that we read earlier. It's a very simple question. Revelation 17:8, it says the beast that came up out of the abyss.
Yeah.
Where did that happen? Because it's explaining something we already read. Where did that happen in previous chapters? Well, in Revelation only Revelation, because that's all that's mentioned.
Where did that happen?
9,
right?
11.
Okay, so we already read Revelation 9, so let's look at Revelation 11 real quick.
7
is verse 7, is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When they finish, it's talking about the 2 witnesses being killed.
Mm-hmm.
When they finish their testimony, the beast.
In order to know this part, brother, you have to know verses 1 through 6, and that's the 42-month prophecy, and that's why, in order to, like, it's a building block. Before you get to the top, you got to have the foundation. You guys got the foundation. You guys are going great. You guys got the 10 pillars, and then you guys got to go to Daniel 2, Daniel 7, which touches on the 42 months, and then we can eventually get into that.
Jared, real quick, if I could, we were just talking about what scriptures give a description of where the beast comes out of the pit, out of the abyss, right? I was just mentioning that this one verse, I wasn't looking to understand these whole passages. I was saying that the verse says he comes out of the bottomless pit.
Right.
I think it's interesting.
They shall finish their testimony.
So the interpretation from Jared earlier.
Huh?
Earlier, Jared, you said your interpretation of Revelation 9. I asked Darius his interpretation. He said it's a little different, of a different time period. But the most I've gotten so far from you guys is that Revelation 9, to your understanding, is Jesus coming down to unlock the abyss, and from it comes out a kingdom. So therefore, the abyss is metaphoric. The key that he unlocks the abyss with must be metaphoric. And then therefore, the kingdom that comes out of the abyss is an actual kingdom that comes out of a metaphoric place. Is that right?
Not a metaphoric place. The whole thing is a metaphor. It's not a real beast.
But it's a real kingdom, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a real kingdom. So a beast is a metaphor for a kingdom, and the abyss is a metaphor for where that kingdom was when it was dead. Right?
So
nothing but a leading power during a time on earth.
Okay, so let me go back to the original question then, and let me try to ask it this way. Revelation 11, since we're going to just put Revelation 9 to the side for a second. Revelation 11 also says there's a beast that comes out of the bottomless pit and makes war against these 2 witnesses. Do you guys think that this is the same beast being referenced in Revelation 17:8?
We have to know what the 2 witnesses is. So some people say Moses and Elijah, but what we've come to know what these 2 witnesses, which is a Bible study within itself, is that it's the Old and the New Testament.
Revelation 17:8, John does say that the beast that you saw was and is not and is about to come out of the abyss. Again, same description.
So what does that change is what I'm wondering.
It said that it was. So that means at one time it was a kingdom.
That's, well, I would say at one time it was an actual king of a kingdom. Yeah, right.
You say it was, because we're just looking at beast, and you're right that, like Brother Mikey was sharing earlier, of course a kingdom would have to have a king, and if that king dies, if someone is there to succeed, which they usually have, they would also have to be the king. And so this says that this beast that was and is not, so it at one point it didn't exist because it used to be, but something took it away, but then it's going to come back. And when you saw in the actual dream of King Nebuchadnezzar, like Brother Mikey was sharing, when it showed that you had the legs of iron in the bottom or in the feet, that same iron was present. So that means that that same kingdom is still present through the end of time. So whatever the iron is, that's also a part of that kingdom that's going to exist at the end. That iron is still there.
I agree with that. But I would say if we take that interpretation forward, which I agree with that interpretation of Daniel 2 and Daniel 7, but now we got problems when we run into Revelation 17, verse 11 and verse 8, because they both say during the time of Jesus, or excuse me, during the time of John the Revelator in approximately AD 90, I don't want to bicker over exactly when Revelation was written. In the first century AD, John is writing this statement here on the island of Patmos, having a revelation from God through Jesus, from an angel to him. And he says, the beast that was, is not now, even he is the eighth and is of the seven and goes into perdition. And up here he says he's the beast that was and is not and shall descend out of the bottomless pit. So therefore, in the days of John, writing the book of Revelation, receiving the vision, the beast, if we say he's the iron mixed with clay of the kingdom that lasts till Yeshua returns, we got a problem because he's not in existence in the days of John the Revelator, living under Roman rule, literally imprisoned by the Romans on the island of Patmos. So therefore, the iron mixed with clay either can't be the Roman Empire, or we can't mix the two metaphors of Daniel 2 and Revelation 17.
Absolutely.
Are you saying because he says and is not, that has to mean present tense from
Exactly.
It's giving you three qualifiers of time. He was, that's past tense. He is not, that's present tense. And he shall ascend, which means he's coming back.
But he's writing a prophecy. So
he's writing a future book. It's a future.
Yeah. So
then why would he even use past tense and present tense? Why would he just use future tense?
Because he's letting you know, hey, in the future there's going to be a kingdom that was, and it's not anymore, but it's going to come again.
So so that brings us back to our question earlier. When did the Roman Empire ever go away?
So and then that comes to my spot where we learn about the 42 months. Then we can find out the exact day of the 42 months. Maybe this is the next study, but I don't know if we'll be able to complete this one. But the 42 months will lead to the exact day that the beast received its wound.
1798. And there's all, I mean, you can look at news.
Wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute. So now we're reinterpreting the words 42 months. They don't mean 42 months anymore?
Well, multiple different times in the Bible, when it comes to prophecy, we see that the Bible says a day is for a year. So the 42 months equals to
1,260 years.
Yes, 1,260 years.
Sean, do you believe the 70 weeks of Daniel is 70 literal weeks?
No, but that's actually giving us an interpretive display. Whereas to say something's for 42 months multiple times and give time qualifiers before, after, and during it, it doesn't give us an interpretation beyond that. It literally says 42 months. Where does
Daniel say that 70 weeks is not literally 70 weeks?
It's in other prophecies that we see examples of how the weeks are weeks of years.
So right? that's how we link it to Revelation as well. It's another prophetic symbolic book.
Respectfully, again, that's where we're taking something that has a specific context under another prophecy and you're imposing it onto something that doesn't give you any of that type of breakdown or explanation in Revelation. And it just says 42 months he's going to be. So basically that means, how do I know the two witnesses are going to be only here for 42 months? You guys say it's the Old and New Testament covenants. Is that what you guys said? The two witnesses? So they're only going to be around for 1,260 years or literal 42 months, in your opinion?
So this is basically what happened during the 1,260 years. The Roman Catholic Church came into play, and then you add on about 5 something AD, and 536. Help me out, Mikey. Then you add 1,260 years to that, and then you can see the wound that the Catholic Church received in 1798. Might I add, you guys, this is the same entity that has changed the worship of God and his word, the 10 commandments, you guys. And we're talking about worship right now to its fullest. God explained it in the garden. He laid it out before the 10 commandments. He said, 6 days of creation, seventh day, I'm resting with you guys. This is how we worship. And now we see a beast. He wants to worship. Satan wants his day of worship. That's why the Catholic Church took the second commandment about bowing down to idols. You don't see that one in the Catholic Bible. Took the 10th commandment, split it into two. And then also the fourth commandment, they now bring it down to the third. And the third commandment, which they call the Sabbath, I think it's like 98 words or something like that total in the Hebrew. And they reduced it down to what, 9, 8, or 7 words. This entity or power literally attacked God's word. Good people, but those in the knowing up top literally attacked God's people and his word. Christians couldn't even read the Bible for 1,260 years. That's how all this junk came in. And now we got to clean out all this junk that was made.
That's why the 2 witnesses were dead.
Sorry, y'all do believe it already happened? So it's like preterism, like the 5 trumpets have already happened too?
No, historicism, it's an ongoing thing. Preterism is like everything's been done, even the mark of the beast and everything.
Okay.
You guys are, I'm sorry, go ahead, WesBlaze.
So that's why I was asking, because everything I can see is that Revelation 9 tells us what time, when in the tribulation, at the 5th trumpet, and then that beast that comes out of there reigns for 1,260 years. I'm sorry, 1,200 for 42 months, it says, right?
Yeah.
But nonetheless.
So it happens when, though? When does the beast come out?
The 5th trumpet is the 42-month reign, it says. So I know y'all said
you guys were saying that the 5th trumpet's
there's like some parallel stuff.
Yeah, no, so, parallel dualism.
I did see that there's a hiccup on the 42 months, but we're on Revelation 13:4, right, brother?
Yeah, I think there was a hiccup between our interpretation of it. Is the time qualifiers don't seem to really match.
Yeah, and I can see that, and I can see
we're looking for consistency of trying to figure out a metaphor and what it means.
Yeah.
We're looking for consistency of application within the description, which is called its context. So that's all I'm trying to say. We're not trying to be contentious. We just want to make sure we can see.
Not at all, and that's why we're trying to give you definitions for beasts, give you definitions for water.
Respectfully, those are what's called eisegetical definitions. Those are not spoken in the text, but they're imposed into the text. And this is something that, I mean, this is coming from a specific denominational belief set that you guys hold. We understand that. No big deal. This is why we want to confer.
Hold on, real quick. It's not a denominational set belief. It's what we come to understand. I mean, it was just a group of people that were different denominations in the early 1800s that came together: Baptists, Lutherans, Pentecostals, Methodists. I mean, a whole bunch of people that came together. So this belief is not a denominational, because there's others, even Sunday beliefs, that believe this way also.
Okay. I apologize if that word became offensive. Retract the word. Well, what I'm seeing, guys, is I've been, just as you all have, I've been studying this book for over 2 decades, and I try to be very, very consistent with when you see a metaphor or something needs interpretation, does the vision give you an interpretation on its own? Or do we have to go to look to other prophets who spoke about the same thing and how they interpreted it and how they explained it, that kind of stuff. So we try to find consistency in interpreting a concept that's being prophesied, because otherwise you come up with all kinds of contrary prophecies. At this point in an hour and 38 minutes, I'm seeing contrariness with the descriptions of who you think the empire is that was ruling as the iron mixed with clay versus Revelation 17 and Revelation 9. And even Revelation 13, we just haven't gotten there yet.
Well, which is difficult, because honestly, this is not one of the first ones that we jump into. We want to understand beasts we want to understand Daniel 2. We want to understand Daniel 7. We want to have a deep study into 42 months before we even touch Bible prophecy. I won't even touch the Antichrist and the mark of the beast if they don't know about the Sabbath. So
all I'm trying to say is, earlier when we did look at Revelation 7, we wanted to focus on verse 23, but yet verse 17 actually contradicted what you guys were imposing onto what you thought 23 was saying. But that gets kind of glazed over as we continue to go towards this predisposition of belief of what these things mean and how to put them together like a puzzle. That's all I'm trying to say. So I
tried to share Daniel 2, where he says that you are this head of gold to King Nebuchadnezzar, and then he says, these are the kingdoms that follow.
I
And
understand
so it's not, it may,
What a contradiction.
so we haven't had the opportunity to build up to where we're at now. So maybe it's not the best idea that we jump straight into
That's
the
right.
piece.
We understand what you're saying, your interpretation of Daniel.
We understand it.
We hear what, we don't have to go through the whole study of why you got there. We hear what you're saying it is, and we're showing you that in Revelation, that understanding doesn't fit with what these words are saying.
But you try looking at blasphemy, and I guess like how you said, Brother Sean, it kind of looks like we just glazed over it. That's something else that I would have to say, along with Revelation 13:4, where it's just talking about worship over and over and over again. It then begins to kind of change the playing field. But
well, I'm guessing, I know I don't want to have a unfair goalpost at all. I'm just trying to make sure we're using the same terms consistently and make sure we're using the definitions of words as, you know, they were actually written down. So I guess this goes back to an earlier question when I said, what is worship? So I got on screen here, Revelation 13:4. This is what is worship. You guys would say, because you believe this beast to be the Roman Catholic Empire, which is represented by the Catholic Church that tried to change the laws of God and move Sabbath, that therefore observing any form of rest or worship on a Sunday would therefore be worshiping the beast. Am I correct in that?
That's one way. I believe worship in general is believing in the system and obeying the system, in the beliefs of your forehead and in the works of your hand, and it has to do with worship. I mean, it's not just a law like pick up litter or something. This is like you're going to observe this day, or you're going to bow to this statue or whatever. You know, there's all kinds. Nebuchadnezzar had a form of worship like that, a forced system of worship.
He did. So did Antiochus Epiphanes the Fourth, right? They actually changed the laws, literally burnt the books, burnt the temple, burnt the libraries. All this was after Daniel as well.
It's Maccabees.
Yeah.
Here's something to consider. Interesting points. The word Catholic means universal.
Wide and broad.
There's more than 2 billion members. I don't know how many show up for every Sunday. This woman has many daughters. This harlot, should I call her, has many, many daughters.
The mother church.
The mother church. She has reproduced little daughters that are also Sunday believing keepers. Now, we know that since the beginning of time in the garden, where it was perfect the way that God made it, that he set up a worship system called the Sabbath. Now, if I was Satan, I wanted to go completely against the creator, I would set up a system that's just slightly moving it to the side and is just a smack in the face, which we see as Sunday observance instead of the holy, beautiful Sabbath. So the beast, or excuse me, the dragon, is now being worshipped on his venerable day of the sun, as the Catholic Church likes to put it. So, and they, which is the world, and that we see in verse 3, worship the dragon, which is the Catholic Church, excuse me, which is Satan, which gave power unto the beast, which is the Catholic Church. Because they worship this day, it now gives power to the Catholic Church. Again, we're talking about worship. How do people worship? And who is like the beast?
So Daniel 7, Revelation 13 says the beast has a kingdom that pursues the saints, overpowers them, persecutes them unto death. So you guys think the Catholic Church is going to turn on its congregants and start killing them?
Oh, man, look at the Dark Ages, man. Look at the Inquisitions.
I do agree that the Catholic Church has a history of army. What I'm saying is it pursues all the saints worldwide. Are we in agreement with that?
Because I don't believe I believe the saints aren't the Catholic's congregation. I believe the saints are those who keep the commandments of God, and that's who the dragon is making war with. So when this system sets up and says, look, we have found world peace, we have found unity. When they say peace and safety, sudden destruction come upon them. Now, if you are being told by law that you must do something that contradicts the word of God, you are now public enemy number one. You're against peace. You're against tolerance. You're a bigot, and you need to be put into a camp, or you need to be killed, because you are causing discord in this universal one world religion.
So am I to think that people that attend Sunday service that go to a Methodist church are going to worship the beast and turn on believers?
No.
And they're believers in a Methodist church?
Eventually, the truth, when the gospel is shared, right? God's commandment in the end times, there's two groups of people: commandment keepers and non-commandment keepers. Right now, we fall into, I would like to say, you guys love Jesus and you guys try to keep his commandments to the best of your abilities, and you're trying to do better and better. And one of them is keeping the Sabbath holy, not making other people work.
Kept it earlier today. It was great.
Yeah, and to tell you the truth, the Sabbath truth has been exploding since the 1800s. It all started, and our church was a part of that. You guys were a part of that. Other groups were a part of recognizing the Sabbath truth. And now it's become so popular that Satan's like, oh, hold on, I got the Sunday thing going on. This is where I receive my true love from God's people. And this is the one commandment that God said to remember. And this is why the worship is so big to Satan, because if he's able to get the worship, it's a big thing to him.
So you were asking about will the Lutheran
Methodists are not going to be Methodists, Pentecostals. Eventually, there's going to come a point where the Sabbath truth is going to be like the coronavirus. Everyone knows about the coronavirus, right? But everyone's going to be talking about the Sabbath. Everyone's going to have the ability to be a commandment-keeping, God-loving, Jesus-loving person, or to be doing a do what thou wilt kind of Christian.
So you were asking if other, like these Sunday keeper people, will they be deceived by this? For one, they already are deceived by it. I mean, they can look at the fourth commandment.
We're not saying that they're lost, though. We're not saying that they're lost.
Well, there hasn't been a law yet, but there is a blue law, and there was a time when it was already punishable by removing your ability to buy and sell. The first offense was removing your ability to buy and sell. They'd remove your allowance. The second offense was lashings, and the third offense was said to be death. I don't know if anybody ever went that far, because it said could have been rumored or whatever. That was in the 1600s. Mm-hmm. So that was exactly how Revelation describes the punishment for those who don't do it. They're going to not be able to buy and sell. They're going to be thrown in prison 10 days and then beheaded. Now, you're asking, will they be deceived? Well, look at all the Christian churches that participate in yoga, who now are saying, oh, Catholics aren't much different than us. We're supposed to be Protestants. We're supposed to be protesting this whole Catholic system, but instead we're saying, no, we really should set aside our differences and just unite, and we need to really come together. Yeah, they're going to be deceived. They already are.
Doesn't the Bible say that even Satan will deceive the very elect? Brothers, Brother Sean.
So wait a minute, guys. Let me just make sure we're going with this. Yeah. Please bear with me. So I'm to believe that people that are good-hearted believers in the church that may not have stumbled to the revelation of the Sabbath under observance yet, as I was for 16 years in my walk with Christ.
I was a Catholic.
So at some point during that 16 years, you're saying 100% I would have fallen for the beast?
No.
The beast who's called lawless, the beast who kills the saints? I would have just joined with them to worship him because I keep Sunday Sabbath?
It's well, once when you came to the Sabbath,
I'm just trying to understand.
Well, that's not what they're saying.
No, not at all. And in fact, there's a verse that says that God, I'm going to slaughter this verse. Help me out. God bats an eye at our ignorance. Help me out.
You're talking about, he winks at the time of ignorance. God winks at it.
You and I, brother, I was a Catholic myself. You were a Sunday keeper too. He was like, okay, you're not keeping my Sabbath. I understand your heart and your understanding. You haven't had the opportunity. And then bam, we open up the scriptures. Now we have the opportunity to make a choice. Were we saved before when we were keeping Sunday? Yes, because that's what our hearts knew. Are we saved keeping the Sabbath? Well, if we love Christ, obviously you're not saved for keeping a day. So no, I'm not going to say that people are going to be lost because they're going to church on Sunday.
No, I didn't ask that.
An opportunity will come that everyone will have the opportunity to choose to be a commandment-keeping person or a non-commandment-keeping person.
So just like when Nebuchadnezzar said, you must do this thing, you must break the third commandment. What, third commandment, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he said by law you must break the
second commandment. Second commandment.
Okay. Yeah. So you must break the second commandment by law. Would would they have been lost? I mean, I'm saying it's no different. There's going to be a law that
This
says
is exactly what I asked. I think
No,
Jared
what-
answered a little differently, but that's what you guys are describing. What it sounds like is that you're saying the people. I'll put it back on screen. The people that worship the beast are people that are, and you claim that the beast is the kingdom of the Holy Roman Catholic Empire. Am I correct in that?
Yeah.
And the offshoot of the Roman Catholic Empire is their priesthood, their church, which I'm thinking you think is the woman that rides the beast, right?
There's the harlot that rides the beast, and then she has daughters.
Yeah,
Okay.
the woman
So
would
you're
be the
saying that
mother.
my question in Revelation 13:4 was about worshiping the dragon. What is worship? And you guys have gone to, from everything I'm trying to hear and absorb, to say that that worship is what the Holy Roman Catholic Empire established as Sunday worship, the venerable day of the sun, worshiping Satan on that day as opposed to Yahweh on the Sabbath. Is that correct?
Worship
So therefore,
There
saying
will come a time.
people are already worshiping the beast and the dragon.
I was,
Is what you guys are saying.
but I
So
wasn't wrong.
this is the question. If the beast comes out and only reigns for 42 months, and you guys have been saying that they're already been worshiping the beast, well, the Holy Roman Catholic Empire and its ordinance has been around a lot longer than 1260 years.
No.
Yeah,
So,
this is when it was officially established. Like when we go over the study of the 42 months, we see exactly what starts that day.
I'm assuming your interpretation of the 42 months. I don't agree with that interpretation because Revelation doesn't tell us that's what those words mean. So I'm assuming your interpretation of what you think the 42 months are. And I'm saying even within that interpretation, the math doesn't add up. The timing doesn't add up. Of when the Catholic Church began, when it started changing laws, times, and seasons.
When you take the 530 date and add on 1,260. But I can see the 42 months as something that we would definitely disagree with. But we're looking at the worship right here, right? How do you think?
That's where I asked for the definition of worship. You guys said it's basically keep going to church on Sunday.
Well, I mean,
Catholic
worship was set up in the Garden of Eden, and that's how I replied about it. What was worship? And I went straight to the Garden of Eden on the Sabbath day. That is worship. The very first day that mankind had with God.
What's up, Darius?
To your question, I think what Sean is actually, what he's asking, guys, is he's saying, there's a two-part question. First, Sean asked us, he said that, so you're saying that people that were keeping Sunday, are they deceived? Are they lost because they were keeping Sunday? That was the first question.
No.
And I think that he was waiting for a proper answer for that about because he was saying, I used to keep Sunday. Jared used to keep Sunday. Then he asked again about the 1260 year time period. What he was asking Brother Jared, he was saying that how does that fit? Because he's not seeing the math. Because if you look at Revelation 13, where it talks about the beast and the beast reigned for 42 months, I think that it would have been appropriate to tell him that when you look at as far as the beast reigning across the world, they did reign as a world kingdom for 42 months or 1260 years, as I believe is what Brother Jared was trying to share. But in your question, Brother Sean, about the people being deceived for keeping Sunday, it's just like what Brother Jared was sharing. In the time of ignorance, God winks at it. So would they be lost because they're keeping Sunday now? I can't say that. No, they wouldn't be lost because they're keeping Sunday right now, because you do have a lot of God-fearing Christians, God-fearing people across many scopes of Christian theology in the Bible. God knows the heart of man better than any of us. And he understands that when a time comes, when that gospel of the kingdom is preached, as Christ says in Matthew 24:14, he said that my sheep know me. They hear my voice and they know me. They're going to come out. This is what I think Brother Wes was sharing about when we were talking and reading Revelation, where it says Babylon is fallen. God is calling his people out of the entity of Babylon. He's calling them out, and people that really love God will come out, even if they were keeping Sunday prior, because they really love God. You know what I'm saying? They really love God, and they'll understand the error. They're like, oh, wow, I didn't know this gospel is being preached, this witness is being given, and it calls them out because they really love God. So they wouldn't be lost. Once they learn, it's just like you learned the truth and you came out. You see what I'm saying? You came out because you knew you really loved God. You really loved Yeshua. You were trying to.
What about my grandfather who never came out? He died, preached for 50 years.
Amen. Know that, brother.
God knows the heart. That's what I'm referring to. God knows the heart.
So this is all I'm saying is I'm struggling with you guys' interpretation of these words, specifically when it comes to the words for worship and blasphemies. You also define blasphemies as someone that has the ability to forgive sins. Yet in verse 6, it says that the mouth of the beast blasphemes against God, his name, that's his authority, his tabernacle, and them that dwell in heaven.
Yeah.
So how is it blasphemy against the angels who dwell in heaven and against the Father to say he forgives sins?
That was where Brother Jared was sharing about the blasphemy against the Holy Spirit. So that would fall in line with verse 6 there.
Yeah. So when we see blasphemy against God, the ability to say that I am God, or I have the ability to forgive sins. So here we see blasphemy in his name.
So let me just ask, how does the kingdom say I'm God? What does that look like?
How does it to literally say I am God on earth? And
how does the kingdom
that says literally I am God on earth?
When the Pope goes to like a United Nations, they literally address him as the Holy Father, and they all stand up and clap.
So wait.
Every leader of the world like goes to fly and meet with the Pope and bow to him.
So when they go up to the Pope, they say, "Empire of the Holy Roman Catholic Church."
Do you know his official title?
I do. It's the Vicar of Christ, the representative of Christ on earth. All I'm trying to say is they go to him as a person who rules over a kingdom. Vatican's a sovereign state. Pope is king over that kingdom. All I'm trying to say, guys, is
it's the next guy. He's the Holy Father. So that's what we're getting at when we say it's a kingdom, not a person.
But again, this is why we go back to the use of the beast within Scripture continues to tell us that the beast came out of the bottomless pit. So
that kingdom was dead and it came out of the abyss because it was dead. It was gone.
When's it been? What do you mean? When's it been dead?
1798.
European.
Wait. One person at a time. I couldn't hear anybody.
1798 was the fall of Rome. Suffered a fatal head wound, but then it came back. And when it came back, it rose up out of this abyss because it was not. Now it's coming out of nowhere, out of this abyss.
Well, we're going to get to the timing of it in just a minute, but are we conflating the Empire of Rome versus the Holy Roman Catholic Church and the vicar that rules over that church?
Rome tag teamed a lot with the Catholic Church. We see that.
We understand that, but I'm saying the Pope was over the church. Rome had emperors.
Yeah, and the emperors feared a lot of the popes.
Well, what I'm saying though, in 1798, the nationhood of Rome, according to Mikey, fell, but the Catholic Church has been going strong since the 4th century AD.
No, they lost a lot of power. If you
dethroned from what?
The Pope was Napoleon sent General Berthier, and he pulled the Pope off the throne, and he died in exile, and they lost power for a long time.
Never been done ever in popery.
You can look at history and like stamps and everything, and it even
during the 1798 until a new Pope got back on the throne, all the Catholic churches shut down across the world.
A horrible wound was delivered to the Catholic Church, and they can no longer have the power of what they once had. I mean,
they currently don't have the power.
Oh, I mean, if we look at the wars and stuff like that,
I'm just confused, guys. I mean, I feel like we're conflating the Roman Empire as a country, as a nation, with their spiritual arm, which is the Catholic Church.
So look at the Inquisition. That was the Catholic Church. That wasn't Rome. That was, if you don't bow to the Pope, you're burned at the stake. If you read the Bible or translate it, you're burned at the stake. That was power.
Okay, so help me with the transition then from where you guys see in prophecy, where the Roman Empire that ruled during the days of Yeshua, that actually ruled, for about 100+ years before Yeshua came on the scene, for the next 1,000 years, ruled over many, many different nations as an empire, and they had their own religion, which was their Catholic system. That only came about 500 years after they came to world power. So I'm trying to figure out how you guys are suddenly transitioning this prophecy from a kingdom that is going to be here till the Yeshua returns into simply a religious system ruled by a religious priesthood that's false.
Not exactly a religious priesthood, because there's more to it than that. But if you look at the feet of Bible prophecy in Daniel 2, first you have the Roman. The legs are the Roman Empire. And then you go to the feet, which is the miry clay mixed with the Roman Empire. And this new power came, we know from history, from Rome to Rome divided. You have the 10 barbarian tribes, the 10 toes of Bible prophecy. I would like to say we're at the toenails of Bible prophecy right now. But we're talking about blasphemy. And here's a really interesting point, I think, going to verse 6. Remember those two examples that I gave for blasphemy? I think this is really interesting, the location or the direction given of blasphemy from the beast. So first, the beast blasphemies the name of God, right? We see in verse 6. And then he blasphemies the tabernacle. What's the tabernacle used for? The forgiveness of sins, right? What is the name of God? Nothing holier and mightier in power than his name. So he says he is God, and he has the ability to forgive sins. And that's why in verse 6, those two examples that I gave of blasphemy would line up, what I would say, with verse 6.
I have a question about your question, Sean. Are you implying that the Roman Catholic Church today is just some small church and there's no worldwide authority? Because
no, that's why I'm confused with what you guys are trying to interpret, because you're saying that they lost their power, and I'm sitting there going, their rings and feet are kissed by the kings of the nations.
Yeah, but there was a time that
no
power.
But they're not a kingdom unto themselves. I mean, they have their own sovereign territory, yes, and they're
probably their own government, their military, a currency.
Sure.
They have 7 mountains they sit upon.
They do, and this is what I'm saying. That 7 mountain gets burned when the beast turns on the woman that rides her. So this is why I struggle with the conflation of the Holy Roman Empire of history, from whom the Catholic Church spawned out of, being interpreted as the beast, when I see the Catholic Church as an entity fitting more the woman that rides the beast, who then the beast turns on her and devours her and burns those 7 mountains with fire.
Isn't it all the kingdoms of the earth turn on her?
No. All I'm trying to say is I'm struggling with the mixing here, because we've got the Satan character who you guys say is what Revelation 13 says gives its power to the beast. And you're saying, well, it's a kingdom, it's not an actual person. And I would say that's kind of tit for tat. We don't have to really, parcel that any further. Yes, of course, a king rules over a person. Yes, of course, a kingdom is ruled by a person. But I'm trying to say there's 3 people being mentioned when Yeshua wraps them up for judgment: the dragon, the beast, and the false prophet. There's 3 people mentioned. Mm-hmm. How does, in your interpretation, I struggle to understand, I should put it like this, I struggle to understand how Jesus could descend from heaven and open a metaphoric abyss and bring a kingdom out of it, which happens specifically in a time qualifier of the 5th trumpet. And you guys are saying that kingdom that was brought out of metaphorically nothingness has always been here to fulfill Daniel 2. So what I'm saying is I feel like the hermeneutic of trying to use Daniel 2 and 7 as your lens gives you a really skewed view of actually what Revelation tells us with very clear language, which is the beast comes out of the bottomless pit.
A literal physical place beneath the surface of the earth.
I don't
and
know.
Again, I go back to what are the things that come out with him in your interpretation?
So we're looking at the same map. Just we're both trying to find out where we're at on the map and where we're going to. Oh, obviously, we all know that we're going to heaven, right? But the pathway there looks, or brother saying no here, we're not going to heaven. I mean, Earth is a part of the heaven.
The knee compared to Earth, and heaven is coming here.
Yeah. So I guess
heaven, right?
we would have to start a little bit before that in order to get
to define what heaven is.
Huh?
To define heaven in Genesis 1:6-8.
So staying with the mark of the beast and
You're a good sport, Jared.
13:6.
You're a good sport, buddy.
These 2 versions of definitions of blasphemy against his name and against his tabernacle. Tabernacle, right? Forgiveness. This is something serious, and I know that you guys take the Lord's tabernacle very seriously.
Sure.
So here we have he, being the beast, opens his mouth of blasphemy against God. What I've read to be saying he is God and the ability to forgive sins. Blasphemy against his name. I am God. Against his tabernacle, I have the ability to forgive sins. And them that dwell in heaven.
Okay, cool.
So that would be my definition of blasphemy.
Okay.
Just to answer your question, Sean, just to try to answer your question real quick, you've asked, I think, 3 times, what are those things coming out with the king out of the bottomless pit at the 5th trumpet that are like locusts with the sting?
So you guys are going to Revelation 9, and we don't see that on the map in the same location as you guys.
Hey, Jared, wait, let's let Wes finish this thought real
I'm
quick.
sorry.
That's all right. Yeah. Revelation 9 says the beast comes out of the bottomless pit, and they have a king over. It says the king over them out of the bottomless pit from smoke, and the king over them is Apollyon. But you tried to ask what were those things coming out. I would have to guess that they are some sort of demonic or a chimera creations that have women's hair and teeth of lion. It says so. Some interesting weird things, but they're definitely physical beings that cause others pain. It says, and they come out of a pit with smoke.
Did you guys know that during the days of Nimrod in ancient Babylon, they had chimeric, half human, half scorpion creatures, according to ancient history, Babylonian history, Greek history?
They had a lot of crazy stuff they were making.
So, do we think it's any coincidence that the same guy mentioned Apollyon, who is the same guy, Apollos or Apollyon of ancient Greece? Do we think that it's a coincidence they mention his name and they mention scorpion-like chimerous creatures coming with him?
I don't believe in coincidences anymore. I used to.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to say is I think there's more here than what you guys are adding to the mix.
Like, the thing is when you're looking at these prophetic symbols, there are a lot of parallels to things in the past. So like when it talks about Babylon, well, Babylon doesn't exist today, but we're apparently looking at spiritual Babylon. Jews, Israel, are we looking at literally the Middle East, Israel? I don't believe so. I believe that we are Israel, that there's neither Jew nor Greek, there's no separation. So you could say the same thing with this.
I would always just want to keep the references of these terms in their context of what they're being referenced. That's the biggest kind of thing. That's how we get in trouble. We just start mixing things across the Bible.
That's where we feel is our same argument, because when we try to talk about blasphemy, we try to talk about water, we try to talk about beast, we try to bring up all these verses that describe what this object is.
Cool. Tell me what the water is in Revelation 21:3. Tell me what the sea is.
The sea is groups of multitudes of people, which I would like to say is Europe or the European area, because that's where the Catholic Church came out.
And respectfully, I would say that's a personal interpretation, because if you apply that interpretation of Revelation 21:1, it says there is no more sea.
Yes, that's correct. In the new heaven and the new earth, there's no more sea.
There's no more people?
Physical sea.
There's no more nations, kindreds, and tongues. Don't we read about that in Revelation 7? They're all around the throne worshiping Yahweh.
I'm sorry. Maybe I misheard your question. What?
Maybe it is saying that there's no more separation of nations and things like that. We're all just like the nation of heaven.
Can I give you my interpretation of the no more sea?
Sure, bro.
You're in Revelation 21. I thought you were in 13. Okay, hold on.
That's all right. So no more sea after the first heaven and the first earth.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is in heaven. This is
we might have a delay.
Sorry, I'm catching on. I was in 13. I'm trying to stay in 13, but we're in 21. Go.
Yeah. So we were talking about the no more sea here. Is that people like y'all are trying to say it is, or when it says the first heaven and the first earth passed away, we know that the heaven being mentioned there, a first heaven, is defined in Genesis 1:6-8, as Sean was saying a second ago, and that the firmament is called heaven, and that there's multiples of them, and that the first heaven directly above our heads, it says the first heaven passed away. Well, we know that when the kingdom and Yeshua and all the angels come down, they have to roll open the firmament like a scroll. It says
Matthew 24:29, Revelation 6:11-13.
Heavens roll open like a scroll. And so there's waters above that firmament, right? Above the dome ceiling that's called heaven.
Genesis 7:11, Psalm 148:4.
Yeah. However that might look like, and what the earth looked like, I tell you what, I can't wait to see it in complete, full detail. I tell you what, I'm mixed on flat, round, square. I mean, I just try and focus on the scripture. But when we read Revelation 21, 1 through 8, this is all literal. There's no need for reverting to symbolic prophetical language. The new heavens, the new earth, this is all literal. But when we go to Revelation chapter 13, we've got beasts, we've got horns, we've got some interesting language going on. So when we look at all of the writing, a new heaven and a new earth, yes, that's literal. First heaven, first earth was passed away. That's right. He's going to create a new heavens and a new earth. And there was no more sea. There's a literal no more sea. We're not talking about Bible prophecy. It's a literal deal, right?
So there's no more water on the earth,
right?
There's no more water. You're saying there's no more water on the earth?
Streams, rivers, those aren't seas, so we'll still have those lakes.
Yeah, there's still like I think it's Revelation 21 that talks about the tree of life that comes down with the river that flows.
So in Isaiah 66, 17 through 21, when Yeshua says, when he returns and he gathers the peoples who've never heard of his fame or glory from the distant coastlands, also repeated in Zechariah 14, 15 through 21. Those distant coastlands are no longer coastlands because there's no more water on the earth. There's no more seas.
He can do that before his second coming, plenty fine. But in chapter 21, this is all literal. Chapter 13, symbolic.
So it is literal. Like we actually agree with you. It's literal because the word heaven has been defined for us.
I can't take that.
The sea has been defined for us.
So I can't use a literal verse and then apply it to a symbolic verse.
What do you mean?
So when it says
who's doing that?
When we're talking about Bible prophecy and to understand a sea, we believe it to be as the verse that we use to show you that a water represents multitudes and people. That's the symbolic word translation. But here in Revelation 21, I would agree it's very literal and therefore no more sea.
Over the first time.
So wait a minute though, brother. I have to challenge you on this, okay? Because
I'm
trying to make sure I'm hearing what you're saying.
That's right.
So when we were in Revelation 17 and we were talking about, was it 17? The peoples are described as the sea. The waters are the nations, peoples, and tongue.
Give me a second.
Well, which verse was it actually?
Pardon me for 2 seconds real quick, guys. Be right back.
That's fine.
I'll go with you.
Or was it 18?
It's going to be 17:15.
Okay. All right. So you're saying we can interpret the word seas or the waters that he saw to be peoples, multitudes, nations, and tongues in this verse. But in Revelation 21, we should take it literal and not interpret it like this. Is that what you said?
Well, is this a literal verse or is it a symbolic verse?
This is the one you used earlier to tell me that the word sea means a bunch of peoples.
Yeah.
I'm just asking for consistency of what you're using to interpret. Yeah. Okay. So I agree with you, brother. 100% agree with you. You cannot take the context of Revelation 17:15 and where it defines for us the definition of this term and impose it on Revelation 21 where it's all literal. And it does not redefine those terms for you in any type of metaphoric fashion. It is literal in Revelation 21:1. It is explained as metaphor in Revelation 17:15. This is exactly what we've been saying this whole time about the nature of the beast. He's literally explained to us in Revelation 17 as the one who comes up out of the pit.
Where but
it's on screen, it's right here.
Yeah, but
and it's in Revelation 11 as well.
But you're misapplying the symbolic terminology and the literal terminology.
But the chapter itself, the revelation given by God through his angel to John explains it for us. Why do I have to reinterpret it? That's the big question.
So how do I...
Should we just go back and finish 13?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Finish 13.
Let's do that,
finish
guys.
13.
Thanks,
Chapter,
Darius.
Verse
You're
7. It was given unto him, that's the beast, to make war with the saints, to overcome them. The power was given him of all kindreds and tongues and nations, and all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of life for the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. If any man has an ear, let him hear. He that is led into captivity shall go into captivity. He that kills with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here's the patience and faith of the saints. Any commentary you guys want to make on that?
What is the faith and the patience of the saints?
Is understanding what the beast will do to make war with the saints.
And who are the saints?
Those who keep the commandments, the testimony of Jesus, as we discussed earlier. Yeah.
Amen. This beast is going to make war with only this group of people and no other group.
Okay, sure. Well, we haven't gone to the rest of the chapter yet, so
yeah.
You sure?
Well, now we're on to the second beast, right? Which comes out of the land instead of out of the water. So
okay.
I guess for our next study, which it would be totally cool, we could, which is a shorter study too, finishing up Revelation chapter 13, because this is a different beast that comes up out of the land instead of the water. And
sure, let's continue reading it real quick. I beheld another beast. He came up out of the earth. He had 2 horns like a lamb. He spoke as a dragon. He exercised all the power of the first beast before him. And he caused the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. And he does great wonders, so that he makes fire come down from heaven on the earth in sight of the men, and deceives them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast, which had a wound by a sword and did live. And he, the second beast, had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast to be killed.
I thought it was really interesting that it said come out of the earth. I know you're saying land, Jared, but I interpret that to mean to come out of the same area that the first beast came out of, the abyss, the pit.
But the first beast came out of the water, and what's the opposite of water?
Said it came out of the abyss as well.
What's the opposite of water?
Where's the abyss? Is the abyss in the heart of the earth?
What's the first beast comes out of the water, second beast comes out of the land.
Revelation 11:7 and Revelation 17:8 says the beast that comes out of the bottomless pit. Where is that?
Well, Revelation 13 doesn't say that.
Well, we're looking at.
Do we got a different beast in Revelation 17?
And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth. Second beast, second power.
This one.
Now this beast has 2 horns like a lamb. Oh, it's innocent. And he spake as a dragon, though. Hold up. And he exercised all the power of the first beast before him. So this new beast that comes up out of a completely different area or land or a desolate area where there's not a big group of people makes homage and makes an image to the first beast.
Right.
I'm an American.
They're working together, right?
Yes, they are working together.
Yeah.
What's really cool is that and he exercised all verse 12, all power to the
real quick, Jared. We there's some people, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, brother. Just trying to look at the chat a little bit.
Oh, chat.
Some people in the chat are saying that us jumping around is insulting. So, guys, I would say to everyone watching, I appreciate we're at 2 hours and 17 minutes. This is a big topic. It covers lots of different prophecy and scripture. Thanks for your patience. Please understand that there's a lot of context that goes into this topic, which is why this is actually the first video I've ever done on Kingdom of Context about this topic, because there's so much to it. All right, guys. So we're trying to have like I'm trying to coordinate between 5 different speakers. Everyone has a different viewpoint. We're trying to make sure it's edible, it's palpable, if you will, for people to actually chew on and consider the things we talk about. So please, we appreciate your patience. We're not trying to delay anything intentionally. It's just the nature of this topic. It is a big topic.
It's a touchy one too. I mean, it friendships, and we're not going to allow that because we are commandment keeping, Jesus loving, end time believing, Bible believing Christians that we can all unite on these 10 pillars. And we're really sorry if things are a little bit out of organized, but we're just a bunch of people that love Jesus, that want to understand his word and the mark of beast. And we're all coming in, iron sharpens iron, and we're just trying to be good friends and hopefully providing a worship atmosphere that you guys can be encouraged to dive in deeper, go into other brother Sean's videos. I know I have, and dig into him. He's got some really good content. And definitely subscribe, like, comment, and share.
So we have a wide variety of people that are in the chat. They all have different opinions. Some of them agree with WesBlaze and myself. Some of them agree with Jared and Mikey and Darius. So some of them have wildly different opinions than all of us at this point.
Right.
So this is the beauty of a whole bunch of people coming together discussing the scriptures to sharpen one another. And there are people that think that I've seen multiple comments to this facet. So I just want to address this just real quick. Hang on, so where to go? The chat's moving pretty quick. Some people
I hope that the chat is staying loving and respectful.
I think for the most part.
Okay,
but some people, just one second, brother. Just some people are saying that we're wasting our time breaking down the idea of Daniel 2, the Roman Empire, the Catholic Church, the Pope, and all those things. The reason why we're addressing it is not just out of respect for our guests on the show today, because it's the dominant belief that they hold pertaining to how they interpret these verses, but also it's a belief that a lot of people hold. I would say that this type of belief set of how they're interpreting the Roman Catholic Empire to be mixed into the prophecy and all this with the Pope and the Catholic Church and everything, it's just an offshoot, a variant of actually what I personally believe is. I believe the woman is the Catholic Church, but I don't believe the beast is also somehow the Catholic Church or the Holy Roman Empire. So
the harlot is the church and the beast is Rome. She's sitting on Rome, the city of seven heads or seven hills.
Right. That's what you guys believe. I disagree slightly. So, but we are close actually. And that's what I'm trying to say. This is why we're trying to spend time on this, because there's a lot of people that have a lot of these same ideas closely related, but not specifically all lined up. And so we're trying to address a wide variety of scriptures, a wide variety of contexts with a wide variety of different beliefs. Thanks for your patience, guys. It's not to waste your time. It's not to insult you. But if this type of lengthy discourse is not for you, well, come back later when you have more time. But ultimately, yeah, exactly. There is a lot of people that like this long format like we're doing. So,
you can put it on a podcast and listen to Brother Sean's channel while you're at work or something like that.
Boom, make it 8 hours fly by.
All right, we got a few more verses and we're done with 13. You guys
I was wondering, Brother Sean, if it would be all right if you could just scroll up just a tad. There were some interesting points. I mean, just to kind of lightly. There we go. So what's interesting, what I was looking at is that in verse 13, right? He's talking about this beast, the beast doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on earth in the sight of men. Where in the Bible do we see fire coming down in the sight of men?
Elijah.
Leviticus 9, 1 Kings 18, 1 Kings 8, and that's about it.
Amen. And
also
why
Elijah, I guess, called fire down on some people.
So let's say, for example, during the time of Elijah, why did fire come down from the sky? It was because of worship, right? True worship and false worship. True worship won because fire came down from the sky and burnt up the correct offering. But false worship comes into here through fire from the sky, which gives credibility to the false beast, the Trojan horse.
And
I agree. I'm sorry, go ahead.
My bad. It just sounds like maybe even a temple with an offering that needs to be lit like that.
Why not a temple in the Holy Land, Israel? Resurrect that thing and start. Anyways.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. So if the temple is just my heart and my level of obedience, whether I reject Yeshua or not, then what does this fire have to do to convince the deceived? Is there going to be a fire that comes into their heart somehow?
I would say there can be a spiritual symbolic aspect to this. Fire is also a representation of the Holy Spirit. And if there's a false fire, then this could be the Kundalini thing that you see going on in churches where people are speaking in gibberish and they're jerking around and the Holy Spirit is here. And all this.
So a false demonic fire comes from heaven?
Well,
you have to start reinterpreting all these other words in this passage.
Well, okay, so
he is the prince and the power of the air, and there are multiple levels of heaven.
So whatever that fire is, the beast is able to bring it down to deceive people. And this fire, whether it's strange doctrine, Sunday belief, or literal fire to deceive people, Satan is actually able to do this. And people nowadays, Space Force, right? Space Force. People nowadays, I mean, they see a person like this jacket against a crowd of people like that. I mean, and like the whole crowd just falls backwards. I don't know if y'all seen that before, but people will follow other people, and people are easily led to the slaughter, because I think majority of Christianity, not judging, just being observant by the fruits, don't take time on their knees in prayer and studying the Word of God like how I see you brothers doing. And so this is what's going to lead to the easy deception, because they're going to look for the sign and wonders instead of the doctrine, the true Word of God.
Okay, well, Darius, WesBlaze, Mikey, Jared, who would you guys say is the second beast then, in your understanding?
America.
Do you already know our beliefs?
No, I really don't, actually.
West does.
They
All
think
right.
it's America. I think it's another literal being that came from the bottomless pit.
Oh, so you guys think it's America?
Yeah, because it rises in a opposite of the waters. It rises in a not so populated area.
Okay, so
it has two horns like a lamb because it's like a Christian nation. It speaks as a dragon, and it causes all to worship the first beast. So, like, you can look at examples like in 2015 when the Pope came to the United Nations, and after that, there's articles of the Obama and the Pope standing side by side, and it's saying Obama tells world leaders to heed to the Pope's message. And then we know that the Pope wants to re-educate the world, and he's got a lot of authority. And it's America that's saying to the whole world, we need to listen to the Pope. He's got this encyclical. It's about climate change, and we can fix this. We can heal this day. Well, they've discovered that during the quarantine and everything, being in our homes is actually helping the environment. So why not institute one day of quarantine every week, a day of quarantine that's a day of rest and a day of family, and they're pushing this big time. So it's the second beast, America, who makes an image of the first beast. Look at the Washington Monument and look at Vatican. They're identical. You got the dome, you got the phallic, the whatever you call it, the obelisk. They are an exact mirror image.
Okay,
America
so
is an image of Vatican.
Let me take your interpretation and try to run with it through the chapter we've already read so far. So if the second beast is America, and you think the first beast is this Roman Empire that's, I guess, ruled now by the Catholic Church. Let me finish real quick, brother. Let me finish. Just make sure I understand where you're going. So then if we stick with what's already been spoken in Revelation 13, that means the second beast, as the verse tells us in verse 12, he exercises all the power of the first beast before him, causes the earth and them which dwell in it there to worship the first beast. You're saying America is then going to make war against the saints and cause everyone to worship on Sunday. That's what you're saying?
I want to say that I am an Iraq war veteran. I love my country to death. But I think that we can all agree that things are not the same. It doesn't matter which stands of the politics you find yourself on, to the right or to the left. I believe Satan controls both sides. I am an Iraq war veteran. I love my country. So when we say that America is the beast, the second beast in Revelation chapter 13, verse 11, we're not calling Americans bad or anything, just like we're not calling the people that are being risen up in the first beast. They're not bad people either. But the system at its core is very, very dangerous. And this system that's set up.
What system is that, brother?
The
one world religion.
Yeah, whatever it is you would like to call it. Right now, I find something interesting. We've only had 2 Catholic presidents ever, during all the time. The first one was killed. Just think about this. We now have the second one. He is constantly referring to the current Pope and also greenhouse gases and lowering the greenhouse gases. And the Pope has said his conclusion to lowering it by 1/7 is to take off Sunday. And then eventually it's going to become a law. There's a lot more to it. Because of COVID-19, they did the heat map over China. They've noticed that there's less carbon whatevers because less people are moving around. Hey, now if you Google Green Sabbath, you see where climate change and Sunday Sabbath come together to help create this platform that everyone wants, even the atheist.
Yeah, Sunday's the logical day to take as a day of rest because the government's already shut down, post office doesn't run. You know, everybody's already been used to it. There's blue laws right now that people live under in a lot of Poland, Germany, all these,
So
and we have them.
Okay, so forcing people to take a day off take a forced day of rest on Sabbath, is that what you guys are saying qualifies as worshiping the beast now?
On Sunday.
On Sunday.
It's also, I mean, that's just that's most of it, but also, you know, showing respects, homage.
I'm sure there'll be like a mass or something. It's going to be a one world religion. It's going to be.
Did you clock in the church this Sunday with your card? Oh, you didn't? Oh, you can't buy and sell right now.
Yeah, your social credit score will go down if if your chip didn't activate when you went through the doors or whatever. I mean, there's going to be all kinds of ways to track.
The current state of the United States government is a bunch of people that have come in pushing towards communist and socialist values consistently in history. That's always been anti-church.
But
it's always been anti-religion.
Not the state church. In China, they have state churches where everything's recorded. They got their own version of the Bible. Even atheists want to have atheist church.
So why aren't we calling China the second beast? Why are we singling out the United States? I'm not trying to be like America-centric or anything. I'm just wondering if they're already there, then why is America the one that's going to be the second beast later?
Yeah, China's already got the social credit scores and all that.
I'm agreeing with you. So why are they the second beast?
But America is the superpower. We're going to be the one that makes this thing go worldwide.
So
through the second beast, or
but the sickness that they're using, as well as green laws for climate change, are actually being pushed by China in the European Union as well as the United Nations, and as well as the pandemic came out of China. So why wouldn't?
Sorry,
I was just trying to say, I'm just trying to make sense of the interpretation. This is what I'm, thank you for letting me, challenge you on some of this. But when you try to interpret one thing in a passage, to me, it has to be consistent throughout the passage. Mm-hmm. And I'm seeing, from my understanding, from what you guys are saying so far, respectfully, I'm hearing a lot of speculation right now.
And I see a lot of verses being ignored. I feel like the fifth trumpet being a time qualifier has been completely tossed out the window with y'all's interpretation.
Right.
I feel like when it says coming up out of the earth, out of the abyss, out of the bottomless pit,
or out of a desolate place,
those things are imagined as some kind of symbolic.
So
that's okay. Where is the desolate place? That's what we're trying to define.
Where is the earth? I mean, water doesn't.
Where does the kingdom go when it falls? I don't know.
Well, so the earth, right? It would have to, I mean, if we're going to take it to be a group of people, I would say then logically that this beast rises up out of an area with not a lot of people around, the earth, barren.
Logical. You have to.
Because it's the complete opposite of water. It just makes sense.
So this is why I was asking earlier about when we have two different places in Scripture that tell us in chapter 11, chapter 17, the beast comes out of the abyss, and we ask, where is that? And if you guys don't want to use Revelation 9 to factor into your conclusion, then I would say, please explain to me from your perspective, where is Revelation 11 and 17 talking about the beast coming out of the abyss? If it's not the earth under the waters, if it's not under the sea and the heart of the earth, where's he coming from?
You guys are adding on and tacking on a lot to that word abyss and making it really, really heavy.
It's its literal Greek definition.
So that's why I think we should probably just keep on going in it, because I don't think that we would accomplish much, because we would have to get into the 42 months. And when we get into the 42 months, we would find out that this beast comes into play after the 42 months, after 1798, and about the time of 1798. So when we see America, when did America become official? 1776, right? We all know our American history. And what was America founded on? Two major principles. These two lamb-like horns that America is founded on is freedom from dictatorship, or one world power from one person, a king, and also freedom for religion. These are the two lamb-like horns that will be used against us.
Okay, well, unless anyone else has any commentary on that, I'll continue reading the chapter. Maybe we can continue picking apart Revelation 13. We're almost to the actual mark, guys.
Yeah. Amen. Praise the Lord. Someone's been praying.
All right, guys. So 16 through 18, it says, and he, that's the second beast, causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or on their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him understand, let him that has understanding count the number of the beast, for it's the number of a man, and his number is 666.
This is the fun part that I think everyone's been waiting for. Everyone's been holding out. Maybe we could drag it on a little bit more.
Probably some people that dropped out and never got to find out what the mark was.
It says we still have 243 people in here right now. So.
Amen.
Pretty consecutive.
Should we take it verse by verse and just kind of dissect it, brother?
Yeah, real quick. I thought it was interesting. I didn't realize until studying this again for this broadcast was that it's the second beast specifically that causes all to receive the mark.
Yes.
Now, I don't know what I thought before that, but it wasn't that.
Yeah. The greatest power.
Another thing that I don't know if we would agree on, or, you know, they talk about the false prophet. A lot of people say, oh, the false prophet's the Pope or whatever, but the false prophet is the one who is telling people to worship the first beast. That'd be the second beast. So the false prophet is the second beast.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Awesome. Cool.
I agree with that, yeah.
I think we agree on the mark as well to an extent, because I know WesBlaze makes memes showing exactly what I believe. So
shouldn't we talk about it and have some fun, though?
What do you guys think the mark is?
A lot of us can agree on. There might be a little bit of difference, but I think that 16 through 18 is going to be a lot of fun for us to
cool, guys. What's the mark?
I think I think it will be a literal physical mark of some sort that will be placed on either the physical, literal right hand or on their forehead.
Oh, I guess we're. Oh.
Yeah, it's changed a little bit since.
So is it
that meme, though, right?
The barcode. I'm not saying it's neither. But
and I don't think this is anything that just anybody, no matter how much they obey, how much they believe, how much of a commandment keeper they are, how much faith they have. I don't think anybody can be held down and forced to receive this, like in the sense of a vaccine, a barcode, or a chip that could be easily administered by force, no matter who they are.
Because it's based on worship, right?
Yeah, you got to.
Well, there's a physical consequence if you don't do this, though. So they're holding you hostage to a benefit in your life, which is you can't buy, sell, or trade. Right?
Yeah.
So,
well, I think that's a punishment for not worshiping. If you worship, then you get the mark.
Yeah,
I would.
You can't buy, you can't sell. You
in a general sense of course, yeah. Those who reject the beast, they're going to be killed, as we read earlier up, right?
Yeah, but they're also going to have their provisions taken away. So, like here's an example. If you had a microchip, they could shut it off, but you don't have to have a microchip implant. It could be a debit card. It could be your social credit on your cell phone. Whatever form of currency it is, I don't believe that the currency is the mark. Like a lot of people believe, oh, it's the microchip because you can't buy or sell without it in your head or your hand. That's saying that a form of currency is the mark.
Well, cool. What do you think it is then?
Well,
I'm saying that having your ability to buy and sell removed is a punishment. It's not the mark itself. The worship is the mark. If you worship this way, then you'll have the mark and you will be able to buy and sell. But if you don't, then you won't be able to buy and sell. But the mark isn't the currency. The not being able to buy and sell is the penalty.
Well, and also,
just like the Blue Law said back in the day.
I see it say that if they worship, then they will be given a mark. It's
kind of like the consequence of. It's just like what Sean was sharing earlier about the worship. As it's written, it says that he causes that as many would not worship. You're going to die. You're going to get a consequence. So that's your consequence for not worship.
Right.
For people that do worship, then they get some type of mark. That's the consequence. It's just like Brother Jared was sharing. It's about worship. The consequence of worshiping or not worshiping makes the difference. That's where the differentiation comes in. But it's essentially about worship.
I think it's interesting. What, sir, brother?
I think we should probably actually define this idea, because it's now honed in on the idea of worship. And it says the second beast had the power of life, which is a huge claim, to give unto the image of the beast, and the image should speak and causes many that would not worship the image to be killed. What do you guys think that is? That sounds wild.
Well,
I really, this is not, it's not a rhetorical question. I truly don't know. I have some theories, but I truly can't find a scripture that defines this for us.
Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, right? The three boys that were thrown into the fiery furnace. King Nebuchadnezzar in Daniel 2 has the vision of the golden statue. He's still rebelling. So then in Daniel 3, he makes the statue, forces people to worship it.
Right.
They're breaking the second commandment, right?
Okay.
So it is worship towards an image. During their time, they needed an image to go ahead.
But wait a minute, brother. The verse says the power of life was given to the image, and the image should both speak and cause something to happen, cause people that don't worship it to be killed. How does that didn't happen with the big golden statue that was 90 meters tall that Nebuchadnezzar built?
I was just trying to give an example of worship and the death penalty. And
I understand. I understand that.
And so, I mean, that was worship then, but what is worship now? What is worship to God, right? The Sabbath.
Well, there's a whole bunch of ways to worship God.
Right.
That's just one of his many commandments.
But just also it says, you know, that you cannot buy or sell, right? There's only one commandment that talks about not being able to buy or sell. Also, it says that if we see the mark is on the right hand or in the forehead, what we end up finding out also is that God has a seal that he places in the foreheads of his people, and that we know to be the law of God, which is his Sabbath, is his seal.
Well, respectfully, brother, the law of God is that the Sabbath is one of the many instructions of the Father, which is his behavior, his law, that is put in us as a seal. That's not the only one.
I mean, yeah, you got to have love for God and many other Christian abilities, but I mean, there's only one thing that has said this. This will be a sign. Is the Sabbath is said it will be a sign.
But let me ask you this though: what is this image that has given the? What do you guys think it means to give the power of life to the image? What does that mean?
Oh, the ability to reign. Give it its power. You know, it's like, oh, here, GameStop. That's a good example, right? We saw the stocks on GameStop. Let's make it relevant. It was almost dead. No one goes to GameStop, right? But now all of a sudden it's received this power of funds. So now its ability to be able to restruct its GameStop business to be able to get back into the business and provide a better product.
So whenever we've seen something being given the power of life in Scripture, all the different passages previous to Revelation that talks about something that's been given life of any kind, the breath of life, raised to eternal life, is that a financial incentive or financial flexibility like a stock?
Well, the scripture.
I wasn't calling it a stock.
I'm just trying to, I'm apologize, man. I'm trying to understand the metaphor you're trying to use with GameStop. I'm just, WesBlaze, what was you trying to say also?
Power, that's all.
My understanding is that it sounds like as if an inanimate object of some sort is being given life. I also think of like an image. When you think of an image, I think of like something on a screen, maybe even. But definitely an inanimate object of some sort being given life. Oh
wait, so you're thinking like a worldwide internet-based image of the beast that is like an AI program that talks to you and watches you in your homes or something?
Yeah, or like the Eye of Ra or something like that.
Well, that's just a little part of the beast power. That's just a little part of it, though. The analytics and everything have how it controls us, movies and everything else. It's just a small part to get the worship.
Yeah, doesn't it say back up here in this, the beast is given war? Of course, the first beast rolls in all the power of the second beast rolls in all the power of the first beast, but the first beast was given power to make war with the saints, to overcome them and over all kindreds, tongues, and nations. I mean, so I do agree that I don't think he does it successfully. I think that there's war against him and people rebel. That's why we have survivors of the nations. Yeshua's coming, but I do agree, Jared, that he does go after the entire world and he tries to have complete power and dominance over the entire world.
Sounds like a one world government right there. He gives
Yeah, it's
overall tongues and nations.
I think that we would all agree with that the end result of this is for them to have a one world government. Would everyone agree with that?
Yeah. And it's, to me, it's almost like they're getting it ready to already be like that by the time he, I think, comes out of the pit so that they can just hand it over to him.
And you think that's what's happening in Revelation 17, the 10 kings that give their power to the beast for 1 hour?
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was weird that it says in Revelation 17 the 10 kings didn't have kingdoms of their own.
Is 1 hour a literal hour?
Well, because it says
exactly.
They're not yet. They haven't even happened yet. The kings are to come, right? What does it say?
It's at the bottom down here.
Or not yet, or something.
Yeah, it says the beast. No, it's verse 12. The 10 horns which you saw are 10 kings which have received no kingdom as yet, but receive power as kings 1 hour with the beast.
Yep.
They have one mind, shall give their power and strength to the beast. And then, of course, these all shall make war with the Lamb, and the Lamb shall overcome them. So that's where I go back to being like, all right, well, okay. If I understand a kingdom can make war against the Lamb and the returning angels, I understand that. But then how does that kingdom get thrown into the lake of fire if it's a worldwide kingdom? How does the United States get thrown into the lake of fire as the false prophet?
How did Sodom and Gomorrah get destroyed by fire?
That's a totally different description, brother. Fire doesn't rain down from heaven at this point. There's a lake of fire that these things are thrown into.
Well, I think it's I think it's the kingdom of the two kingdoms that control the entire world are going to be destroyed, and it's going to be Christ's kingdom at that point.
So when it says the beast will be thrown into the lake of fire, to you that means God's gonna pick up the whole piece of land where that whole kingdom is, or just all the people that represent that kingdom are gonna be thrown in, or that's
or are the people in line underneath the people that rule the kingdom?
The whole earth is going to be an oven, burned as an oven. It's going to be like
thrown into the lake of fire.
And how are there survivors of the day of the Lord if the whole earth is an oven?
Well, you know we got some differences on that.
Yeah. I'm just trying to make sense of all this, guys. That's all. I think Jared stepped out. I think he's trying to send me a message. I guess it's giving him problems. So I'm going to bring him back in as soon as he comes back in. So, guys, we'll go back to Revelation 13. Mikey and Darian, did you guys tell us your definitive answer on what you think the actual mark itself is?
Mikey said.
So I think the forehead represents the beliefs of the mind, and the hand represents the works of your hands. The Bible says, whatever your hand finds to do, do it with all your might, or whatever. So this is talking about works, obedience. And if you go into the Old Testament, there's some verses that talk about this. I don't know if I can share my screen.
Is it Exodus 12?
Binding God's law is a sign between the frontlets of your eyes and on your hand.
So I don't know if there's anybody in your audience that doesn't know this, but the words sign, seal, and mark are all the same. They're all interchangeable. In the Old Testament, oath is translated in the English to mark and sign. So there's my Sabbath shall be a sign, and then there's the mark of Cain, and it's literally the same word, oath. So when you look at the word seal in the New Testament and Revelation, if you look at the Greek and compare it to mark, they both have the same description. It's a beacon. It's like mark or an etching. It's actually mark says sign in it, or it says seal. So sign, seal, and mark are all these like interchangeable words, and I don't believe that in the Old Testament that we were supposed to literally physically put the law on our head and on our hand like the Pharisees did. Christ was always rebuking them for, being legalist and not doing what they're supposed to do. I think it's talking about we should believe in the commandments and we should keep them, not only a hearer but a doer as well.
So Mikey, then I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just I'm trying to get more explanation here. I'll put this on screen. Revelation 9:4. So you're saying this should say the mark of God on their foreheads?
Yeah, you could say the mark of God.
Okay, just making sure. Guys, I apologize if I'm not trying to be what's the word? Patronizing. I'm trying to make sure the audience is following us. Because I've noticed a lot of comments about people saying that this is really deep and that, I'm saying some people are struggling to follow. So
yeah, I tell you what, it's really hard to talk about this topic with such a broad range of people, because there's like, you know, if you're just starting out, you know, you got to know the basics, and then eventually you want to get into the deeper stuff and the deeper stuff. And so thank you so much for the people that have stuck with us, that are like, wow, this is really deep, this is really into it, really enjoying the discussion, and really appreciate your audience for sticking around for 2 hours and 50 minutes. Amen.
Mm.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, actually, guys.
So I have some, man, I have like a bunch of verses. You know me, I don't want to be the guy that copies and pastes all of the verses, but I have a lot of verses that talk about the seal of God,
Yeah.
the Sabbath.
You got Ezekiel 9 in there?
Probably.
2 Timothy 2:19.
Yeah, that's another one. So if these things are interchangeable, then we could go to Revelation 13, and we could even be like, hey, the mark of the beast is the seal of the beast. Is that what you're saying, Mikey?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. So it's the seal of the beast.
So can you guys see that?
Yeah, I'll put it on screen real quick.
I can't see you guys, but as long as you can see.
Yeah.
So here's a comparison of the seal, because we know that we want to be sealed by God. We don't want to be marked by the beast. And in Exodus 13:9, it says, "And it shall be for a sign," which is this word off, and it's the same word that's used as the mark of Cain. So we know that this is the same word. We're not going to say, no, the sign of God is different than the mark of the beast. I mean, it is different, but it's very similar in nature. So a sign a sign unto thee upon thine hand, and for a memorial between thine eyes, that the Lord's law may be in thy mouth. And then Deuteronomy 6.
Hold on, brother.
What's up?
This is a really good verse, because it talks about the hand, and then it talks about the eyes.
Yeah,
And it's really interesting in the relation into the mark of the beast. Keep on going, brother. Sorry.
So yeah, so what we're looking at is a comparison between, well, what is this seal of God? I don't believe that we're going to get a wax seal from God in our foreheads. I don't believe in a physical, literal wax sealing on our forehead, just like I don't believe that the mark of the beast is literal or physical. So what is it? What is the seal or the sign of God? Is the Lord's law, and we're supposed to believe it and do it. And then Deuteronomy 6:8, it says, "These words which I command thee this day," which talking about His commandments, "which are in thine heart, and thou shalt bind them for a sign or a mark upon thine hand, that they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes." And then again in Deuteronomy 11:18, "Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes." And most people are familiar with that there's a mark of the beast in your right hand and in your forehead. So these are the two polarizing things. You're either going to be marked, you're either going to be sealed or marked. Now,
so would you agree that the seal or the mark or the sign of the beast would be lawlessness?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Lawlessness.
Okay. So in Revelation 13, if the mark of the beast, if the seal or the sign or the mark of the beast is opposite of God's seal, sign, and mark, and we just defined God's seal, sign, and mark as doing His behavior, and respectfully, guys, it's much more than just the Sabbath.
Yep.
Besides, there's even more Sabbaths than the weekly one, right? So there's a lot of Sabbaths involved. But there's
only one in the 10 Commandments.
What's that?
But there's only one Sabbath in the 10 Commandments.
Is love Lord your God with all your heart, your strength, and mind, and love your neighbor as yourself part of the 10 Commandments?
There's only one Sabbath.
That's a summarization of them.
Even better question is, the words 10 Commandments ever found in Scripture together?
There's only one commandment out of the 10 that were written on stones for Moses.
Oh, and that's all the commandments it's referring to?
That was a part of the collection that we see in Exodus chapter 20.
But I'm asking you, are you trying to say that's the only instructions we should do?
But I'm talking about the 10 literal ones that we see with God's fingerprint. I'm not talking about the other ones.
I hear you, brother. I'm still trying to ask a valid question here.
Say 10 Commandments. Exodus 34:28, Deuteronomy 4:13, Deuteronomy 10:4. Those all say 10 Commandments, actually.
I'm trying to ask, though, Jared, are you trying to imply that the Sabbath that we should keep is only the Sabbath in the 10 Commandments?
Yes. 6 days thou shalt labor, but on the seventh day thou shalt keep that day holy.
So when Yeshua, when Yahweh speaks and it gives instruction to Israel, since we all agree we're Israel, to keep all the Sabbaths that He calls eternal, in Exodus 23, Leviticus 23, Deuteronomy 16, and Numbers 28 and 29?
I'm just
What
talking about the ones. I'm just talking about the Sabbath that was written with his finger. That's all.
But they're sharing what they believe to be the mark of the beast, I think. Or
No, man.
No.
No, I'm trying to say, look, we've heard several times tonight in the conversation, you guys point this back to the Sabbath day only. That just not observing the Sabbath day on the seventh day. Hang on one second, Jared. Almost done.
Sorry.
I'm trying to say, like, there's been several mentions tonight that you guys are saying that worship of the beast is not observing the Sabbath on the right day of the week. Instead, it's following the Roman Catholic concept of worshiping on the Sunday, the venerable day of the sun, the 8th day, whatever you want to call it, the first day of the new week. But that's wrong. That's not what the scriptures tell us. So we understand, all 5 of us agree with that. And then I'm trying to go into clarity of, like, there are more commandments than just the 4th commandment that's in the 10 that are mentioned.
Yeah, I believe that we are the remnant who keep the commandments of God, and that's who Satan is waging war on.
We already agreed up on that, but I'm trying to define the actual instructions that we are to be understood to keep, which, if it says in Revelation 12:17 and Revelation 14:12 that we are the ones that keep the commandments of God and the testimony of Jesus, well, Jesus tells us to keep the commandments.
Yeah.
And all these other commandments that are called eternal outside of the 10 commandments, do we still keep those? Such as don't kidnap people. Deuteronomy 20.
Leviticus 18:22, a man should not lay with a man as a man lays with a woman. Paul says that homosexuals will not inherit the kingdom, so we should absolutely be still keeping Leviticus 18:22, right?
That would be a subdivision of adultery. So I mean, he just clarifies more of what.
So what about kidnapping? That's not subdivision.
What was the reason for making the 10 commandments? He was breaking it down so that the children, which were their intellect and knowledge of God, was lost. So he literally had to write it out for them.
Yeshua tells us that all the law and the prophets hang on Deuteronomy 6:8 and Revelation or Leviticus 19. One second, brother. Leviticus 19:16, right? Which is not the 10 commandments. All the law and the prophets hang on 2 verses that are found in both Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and Exodus, not just Exodus or Deuteronomy 5. So
kidnapping would be coveting, though. Just to answer that,
would it? Why you're coveting?
Stealing.
Because of
it'd be stealing.
Paul said, "I did not know that lust was a sin, except for the commandments that thou shalt not covet."
So that's why I brought up Leviticus 23 and Exodus 23, is where we have the eternal commands of keeping something like the Sukkot.
Tabernacles,
which we see in prophecy is kept in the future.
Feast of Booths in Zechariah 14, verse 16.
We see Yeshua himself tell us the Passover is fulfilled in the kingdom in Luke 24 or Matthew 26. Luke 22, actually. So all I'm trying to say is, I agree, we're 100% on board with the Sabbath, the weekly Sabbath with you guys. And we would love for you guys to take the challenge to look into the rest of the Sabbaths that are out there, because those are actually the ones that are spoken of as being kept in the kingdom of God. Ezekiel 45, you have both Shavuot and Pentecost mentioned. Yeshua mentions Passover being kept in the kingdom. Zechariah mentions Sukkot being kept in the kingdom. They're all called eternal in multiple places in the Torah. So just like the weekly Sabbath is called eternal in Leviticus 23, 1-3. So we're on board with you guys 100%. But the skewing of this idea that it's only the Sunday versus the Saturday Sabbath makes it into the lens of why the beast is being worshipped and who the second beast is representing, all that kind of stuff. That's where I think you kind of forget the rest of the Sabbaths.
Well,
the rest of the law as a whole.
But when we look at the mark of the beast and we look at it as worship as a whole, and we see worship in the Garden of Eden where everything was perfect, right? We need to get back to that, and anything that goes against it, against God's commandment keeping people, have an antichrist or beast-like character among them. But
which would be lawlessness. I agree.
Maybe we can keep on going.
On that, I've talked to you about this before, both of you guys, and I've asked the question, like, what? And I know you're not in my life, you can't tell, but what are we going against that's in those other laws? Because you said that the sanitation laws most of us keep, some of them aren't for us because we're not women or farmers and all these things. So I would think that we're doing just what you guys are doing. Like, what's
yeah, we just read through the scriptures in their context and see what can apply to us. What can we keep to the best of our ability? So there's tassels, right? Numbers 15. 37, 38. So you got you know, the 7 feasts that are mentioned in Leviticus 23. Yeah, circumcisions in Genesis.
What about Passover, rubbing the blood on your doors and things like that?
That was circumstantial to the context of Exodus 12. That was specifically for the death angel to pass over them. That's not instructed later in the Israel's history.
Okay, because I've heard people say that's eternal, and I'm like, well, it didn't even start until you know.
Yeah. Again, even within people that are considered the Torah crowd, we're constantly reminding them of context. We're constantly saying, "Hey, bro, you're taking that a little too far. Let's actually read the chapter and look at all the words involved." You know. So this is the consistent approach that we try to take when we talk about context. You know, it's not, you know, like, because both, I don't know about, I think, Wes, did you go to a regular church before you came into the understanding of Sabbath and Torah and things like that?
I have, yeah. I wasn't ever a regular attendee every Sunday, every Saturday, whatever, you know, but I have, yeah.
Yes, and I grew up, my dad was a pastor for a long time, and then I went to Bible college, and I went to normal church at a variety of different denominational churches for a long time, always feeling like there was something not right. Why are they not addressing these specific words? Like, even as far as the weekly Sabbath, I was like, wait a minute, why would we? I even questioned back then, wait a minute. I remember asking my dad when I was a kid, like, why am I going to church on Sunday? It says that Saturday is the Lord's day. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I question this stuff back too, and I try to get people to ask and question these things as well. And the further we started studying into these things, I started realizing that there's, yes, the Sabbath is applied. We should keep it on Saturday every week, but then there's also all these other Sabbaths that are mentioned that are being talked about in prophecy. And I'm like, I think I should practice for those too.
And the greatest part about them is they're not rooted in any paganism.
They're not at all. You actually just get more vacation days during the week just to rest, or during the year, I should say.
Tell you what, I'm all for feasts and festivals. I can't wait for that. You know, there's usually the table that I'm going to be eating at with the Lord, and there's going to be this tree with 12 different kinds of fruit on it. There better be a big feast. And I tell you what, yeah, have it 7 days, 7 months long. This sounds awesome to me. But I was thinking, we're 3 hours in. Is it possible that we might be able to? We got, I think, what, 2 more verses, right?
The reason why I brought this up, brother, because it does matter to Revelation 13. I'm gonna put it back on the screen for us.
Oh, around 13.
It does matter to Revelation 13 because we actually agree, I don't know, I can't speak for WesBlaze. I personally agree with you guys with all the verses you put on screen. Deuteronomy 8, Exodus 12, Revelation 18, 13, all these things that talk about how our behavior is related to being the seal of God in our hearts and our minds.
Yes.
I agree with that, guys. But let's look at Revelation 13, because we have an issue if we're going to say that the mark is simply you doing the lawless behavior of the beast and worshiping him specifically by going to Sunday church.
Well, the heart
I struggle. I understand. Okay. But I still struggle with this, with the back and forth. So let's look at the actual mark, because it says here, how are they going to know if I'm forced to take off on Sunday because of a new law that goes into effect, according to you guys' interpretation, spearheaded by America, underneath the authority of the Holy Roman Catholic Church and Empire, underneath the authority of Satan, and they spearhead this new law to make everybody take off Sunday and to observe this day forcefully. How do I know? How would they know if I'm also taking off Saturday?
Well,
the NSA, the camera that's in your pocket and on this monitor, and
but what if my job is not even open on a Saturday? What if I just don't have a job to go to on a Saturday? How would they know if I've worked or not?
Oh, it's more than that. It's Sunday observance. They're gonna know if you're just, I mean, it's obvious. If you choose not to go to church on a Sunday, right? If it eventually comes down to that point where Sunday legislation, which in Poland it's already being pushed, you can't buy or sell in Poland. You will be put in prison. This is a new law that came in about a year or two ago, and we have blue laws, interesting blue, color blue laws in the U.S. that are already Sunday observant. It's already set up, and things are becoming more and more active. So it's just going to creep in.
So are you asking, how are they going to know? How are they going to keep tabs on whether you're bringing up Saturday?
I won't.
If I'm going to celebrate Sabbath, if I'm going to celebrate Feast of Trumpets, if I'm going to celebrate Shavuot, how are they going to know?
The same way that Daniel was praying up there, you know, like, because you're going to be open about it. And is there any privacy anymore? It says the brother's going to turn on brother.
Wait, the context of celebrating Shavuot, I don't have a priesthood that's activated. I don't have an ordained temple, because that's not coming back until New Jerusalem comes back with Yeshua's second coming. The only thing that you do is just a memorial meal, and you take the day off and don't work for money, as the Sabbath requires. So that's observing the Sabbath festival of Shavuot while we're in dispersion, which was prophesied. So therefore, there's no big thing I could do. I'm just going to be having a meal in my house and not going to work that day. And you're saying that I'm going to have people spying on me to report me to Big Brother to say that I've celebrated Shavuot? How are they going to know?
Where are you going to be on Sunday?
I think the focus is more on Sunday, because there's going to be a one world religion that's going to say, hey, this is the religion of peace. Why weren't you here?
You're telling me 1 billion Muslims and 1 billion Hindus are going to be forced to go suddenly to the Catholic Church on Sunday?
Hey, man, they're already...
And some people will just, I mean, remember that 2 billion, 2 point something, I think 2.2, 2.3 is Catholic within itself. And then I think we have another 1 for Protestants, and then Hindus are another 2. I looked up the numbers recently, and honestly, a lot of people are easily convinced by signs and wonders, and that's what we see in the book of Revelation, that Satan will use to confuse everyone, to confuse the atheists, right? Atheists. I don't want to go to church on Sunday. Oh, there's some fire. All right, I'm going to go to the Baptist. Sounds good.
I agree with you, brother. The people can be deceived. That's what's prophesied, is they will deceive people. But we have 1 billion Muslims who celebrate on the 6th day of the week and go to their temples, or whatever they call them, on the 6th day of the week. And they're just going to jump ship just like that. All that culture, all that history, all the wars they fought for to be on the 6th day of the week and worship their God Allah, who I don't believe is a real God at all. They're going to just jump ship, and they're going to jump over to Sunday. No problem. Just join the Catholics. No problem.
Dude, the Catholics and Muslims, the Catholics started Muslims. Dude, they got the beads. The nuns are dressed just like the the hijabs or whatever. Like they're like identical.
I agree on the origins of Muslim belief being a deception perpetrated as an offshoot of, I mean, Muhammad married a Catholic lady I won't go into the history of it. There's a lot to it. But the point is, I agree with you. But what I'm saying is, where it stands now, in the last 1,400 years we have from it now, it's an entire religion with an entire people group that you're saying the second beast is just going to swoop in and convince them all to go into a Sunday service and worship.
Because of signs and wonders.
I believe that it goes back to what you were sharing or reading earlier, Brother Sean, when you were reading in Revelation 13 about the second beast calling down the fire from heaven. And you were sharing about how Elijah called down fire, or when they were doing sacrifices in what we label the Old Testament, excuse me. And it shows proof or authority of what most people accept to be a sign that God accepts those particular individuals. It's a sign of acceptance. And we also see this again with James and John asking Christ. They said, should we call down fire from heaven like Elias and devour them? So those signs and wonders, Christ himself talks about this in Matthew 24. He said, this is how people are going to be deceived. He said that even if it were possible, even the very elect could possibly be deceived because of the signs and wonders. And then what happens, to your point about, like, how could the Muslims or the atheists and all these other people, how could it be Sunday, or how could they know that I'm not keeping this Sabbath, as Brother Jared was sharing? When you read about the forced worship, that's where it comes into play. That's how they would know, because you have a relationship with Yeshua. You love Yeshua and you're trying to not be lawless, like you were sharing earlier. Your relationship with him is going to make you say the same thing that Peter says in Acts chapter 5, verse 29, for we ought to obey God rather than man. That's how they're going to know, because I know you or Brother Wes, Mikey or Jared, when they try to enforce worship because you know the truth about God's law, you're not going to accept that. That's what's going to be the telltale sign. You're not going to accept this forced worship. And that's how they're going to be like, okay, he's an enemy. He's wrong. He's trying to mislead people. You know what I'm saying? Like, off with his head, like Brother West just said, off with his head, because you're an enemy to the state, because they're trying to force worship. and you're not down with it. You're like, oh no, this isn't right. This goes against the law. That's how they're going to know, because your love for Yeshua, that relationship that you have with him, is going to make you a test for it. You're going to fight, and you can be like, no, this is not what my God, my Savior, my Master, my King has said. This is wrong. Off with his head. That's how they're going to know.
Okay. Okay. So because I do agree with what the words say in Revelation 6 and Revelation 13, the saints will be oppressed. Also in Daniel chapter 7, the beast will make war against the saints, and many of them will be killed. It's a great persecution. It's going to happen. There's some that will survive, as we see in 1 Thessalonians 4, 13 through 18, those who are alive and remain in the second coming. There will be others who are not believers that survive. These are the actual day of the Lord survivors who do not get resurrected or not martyred, but they do survive the kingdom of the beast. They did not participate in the wrath because they did not take the mark either. So this is why I say, from my understanding, he doesn't accomplish world domination before Yeshua returns to stop him. Are we all in agreement that Yeshua returns to stop the mark, or to stop the beast and the false prophet?
Mm-hmm. He goes to destruction when Yeshua comes back.
Destruction, yeah. When Christ comes back, he puts a stop to all sin. Well,
so this is why I struggle with the interpretation that America is the false prophet, who's the second beast. Holy Roman Catholic Church and Empire of old, which is still around, and a piece parceled out version of the Vatican is the mark of the beast, and they're all ruled by Satan. And that all of this is going to be enforced through something we didn't get a definition from anybody on, which is what is the life of the beast that goes into the image, and then how does that force people to worship the beast or be killed? And clearly that comes from one second, brother, because that power of the life that goes into the image comes from the second beast, and I didn't hear anyone explain how that comes out of America in any practical way. Also, the idea of what in the world is the second beast if it's America? How are they going to convince? And this is where our brother Darian tried to explain the passages of Revelation 13:13 with false signs and wonders. America is going to convince Muslim nations all around the world, after warring with them for all this time, that we are convincing people to worship the beast, which is literally just Sunday worship.
Can I show you a couple seconds of this clip real quick?
And all of this is skipping over all these detailed descriptions of the beast.
I want to get back to those. I just want to see like where things are moving in society. Like, this is Steve Harvey's official page. It was uploaded a couple of days ago, and he claims to be a Christian. I mean, he'd read scripture on his radio show and all this stuff. Like, he would say he's a Christian. Now he's here at this Muslim thing. I don't think you guys can hear. I don't know how that works.
It's all right.
Can't hear it, but
we can see it.
They renamed the mosque Mother of Jesus Mosque.
A mosque. Oh.
Sound on here?
Nope. Someone pray for that, brother.
Oh, I know. So look, in the name of tolerance.
It's just a name.
Mary the what?
So listen.
Look at that.
Check.
In Abu Dhabi belongs to people in the Islamic faith, but as a sign of tolerance to the churches next to them, they renamed the mosque to Mary, Mother of Jesus.
Wow.
Mom.
Can you imagine a mosque with the name Jesus on it? Yeah.
Nope.
Could use a little bit more of that.
The world could use a little bit more of that. What Babylonian confusion, doctrines of devils, wine of Babylon? We could use a little more of that, because it's all in the name of peace, unity.
Right. Yeah, we know they're pushing for a worldwide ecumenical movement. We don't disagree with that, or I don't disagree with that. I understand that concept. I'm just talking specifically about the detailed descriptors that we have about who these two beasts are and how they deceive people.
You were questioning like, oh, they're just going to pick up and change, and it's like already happening.
No, that's just one example of a guy who's pushing the propaganda agenda. If you went over to Saudi Arabia and tried that,
wasn't Saudi Arabia.
It's in Abu Dhabi. That's
Abu
right.
Dhabi.
Where was that? Who built that? What's going on? Is that ordained by the Saudi Arabian princes? Is that literally them putting Jesus' name on Mecca buildings? I think you're seeing a propaganda that's pushing for ecumenical movement. Yes, just like a lot of Hollywood actors pushed for this for a long time. But specifically, does it match the details of what we've been looking at in Revelation 13 pertaining to the lawless one, who it gets his power from Satan?
Okay, you wanted to know about the life in the image, right?
Yeah, what's your thoughts on that, brother?
Okay, so I was talking about how I gave kind of like a physical aspect that America looks just like Vatican. They got the Washington Monument, the dome, the obelisk, and all that.
So does Paris.
Yeah, interesting.
Exactly.
So does Paris. Yeah.
She's marrying Catholicism.
But
same as the Muslims, because the Muslim religion was created by the Catholics also.
America is going to become a mirror image of the first beast, Rome. So how is it going to do that? It's going to set up this system and it's going to give it life. It's going to bring this system to life. It's going to bring this mirror image. It's going to be able to speak like a dragon. It's going to put it into action. It's going to sign the paperworks, if you will.
So you're renaming the word image to system. Is that what you did?
The image is that America is now exactly like, it's a mirror image of Vatican. It's a mirror image of persecuting you if you don't bow down to this system of worship. Like an image is an exact replica, right? You're looking in a mirror, you see an image of yourself. Of
the first beast. And you said, how do you make an image of the first beast, which was a kingdom in your interpretation?
Because America is a kingdom, and so it's making itself an exact image of the first kingdom.
What does an image of a kingdom look like that people have to worship?
Exact laws, exact. So if
is that what the word image means, though, is what I've been asking.
Yeah. If a beast is a kingdom, and it's going to make a mirror image of another kingdom, now
it's not
this kingdom that was lamb-like and all this. Now it's going to speak like a dragon. Now it's going to have persecuting laws that are enforcing worship, just like Papal Rome did.
So if an image can speak and force people to do behaviors, is it creating a sub-kingdom?
So the Greek on that says the word image, icon, this is from the Strongs, a likeliness, statue, profile, representation, resemblance. Right. And what we see right now is, especially right now with Biden, this is the first time a Catholic in a very long, I mean, this is just kind of,
man. I'm just trying to say, you just gave me the definition of the word image in the Greek, which is an icon, an actual idol, an actual image of something, a statue.
Resemblance.
And now you're immediately transitioning it to be a metaphoric use imposed on a certain specific leader in the here and now.
No,
all I'm trying to say is, brother,
that's part of it. That's part of it. That's resemblance. Part of the that's what everyone does when you want to merge powers together. You come together, and America will resemble Vatican by its laws and precepts, by these two horns, these lamb-like horns. We will have the hierarchy, the Pope. We will no longer have that freedom of religion, these two lamb-like horns.
Yeah, we're looking at the context. If a beast is a kingdom, like we've seen in the word, and then it says, if I tell you, hey, this kingdom is like an exact image of that kingdom, that shouldn't be hard for you to figure out. Oh, it must look like it. It must have same kind of similar laws or something. I think that's exactly what we're seeing.
But so it says that the second beast, it was given to him to give breath to the image of the beast, so that the image of the beast would even speak and cause as many as do not worship the image of the beast to be killed.
Yep.
So you're saying a nation gives life to its own image of with being a replica of another nation. It's just, I'm sorry, bro.
It's creating an image. So at one time, America looked nothing like Papal Rome, but now it's creating an image and it's giving it life, because right now there's blue laws in every state, but there's no life to those laws yet. You have to give it life. So they're building the image of Papal Rome right now. We have laws that are going to force Sunday worship, just like Papal Rome, but there's no life in it yet. Once those documents get signed, they're breathing life into the image, and now it's beginning to speak like a dragon. And now it's the exact image of Papal Rome, persecuting you if you don't worship in a certain way. Does that make sense?
Brother, the definition for the word image used in Revelation 13 in that passage is an actual statue, a bust, a likeness, a figure of representation.
No.
This is not
a likeness.
This is not something that's saying it's representing. This, to me, this looks, from what I'm seeing from the definition, it looks like an actual icon, like Jared read off, right? Which is why they would call it the image, a bust, a figure, a statue. You see what I'm saying?
It can't be a nation that has a likeness of another nation when it says likeness right
That
there.
is not the definition of an image, a statue, or a
there.
bust. That's not the definition of a physical object that you see in a museum, which we would generically call an idol, according to the second.
But the whole thing is symbolic. That's the whole point.
According to you, it is, brother. That's what we're trying to get at tonight.
I think we can choose what's symbolic and what isn't.
Because the context. A wonderful question, brother. Because the context tells you so. This is a part of our reading comprehension where we have to look at what is described, what is told to us as metaphor, and what is literal, because the context literally tells you all the literal details and how they play out. But if it's metaphor, Revelation interprets itself to what is metaphor and what is not.
Even you don't believe it's a beast. A beast is an animal.
No, I do believe that the beast is defined for us, as Revelation 17:8 tells us. It was a former king who comes back as another king.
Huh.
That's exactly what the word said in Revelation 17:8 through 11.
So this beast has this number in verse 17 and 18. I'm really interested in your thoughts.
Sure, let's look at it.
Because it also separates a person, it separates the beast, and then it separates the man. So I'm really interested.
All right, guys. Yeah, I think this is the last part we haven't really talked about.
Amen.
So you're wondering about just what do I even think that the numbers mean?
Yeah, I'm really interested.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay. How about if you want to read the first one and we kind of talk about it, then we'll read the second one and chat it up.
First one, what are you talking about?
I'm sorry, verse 17, and then we'll chat it up.
Well, isn't verse 17 related to verse 16?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, 16, 17, 18. I just thought that we already read 16, so I was just trying to keep the ball rolling. But if
I got you. No, I'm just trying to figure out what you're getting at. If you have an interpretation, I'd love to hear it. I mean, we all read these passages together a few minutes ago. They're on the screen for us.
Did you guys read 17 and 18 also?
I think you went to the restroom, brother, or your computer dropped off.
What? Honestly, I got to tell your audience, I didn't go to the restroom. My computer keeps shutting down. I don't know why it started this. Every hour, I think. I don't know, but this is why I've restarted the computer twice. I'm sorry.
It's trying to force you to do blue law. Sunday's here.
I knew it. Sunday has begun. Sundown, right?
It's 12:44.
So, obviously, in verse 17, and that no man might buy or say, save he that had the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. All right. Okay. So we have some interesting verbs, figures, nouns, right? Name of the beast and the number of his name. Okay. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 603 or 666, right?
Did it call the beast a man?
It did talk about a man, which is the head of the beast. Yeah.
So here's something interesting. Brother
but
Sean.
The thing is every man that is the head of this beast has this number. It's not one particular. It's not just Francis or whatever. They all have it.
All of the ones that say that they're God on earth and have the ability to forgive sins. He has had this. Well, Brother Sean, do you know where I'm going with this?
Isn't that all the Catholic priests?
That's what he was just saying. Yeah, anybody that's leading.
Yeah.
All the Catholic priests claim they have the ability to forgive sins, don't they?
Yeah, they do. But only one, like Brother Sean, is the Vicar of Christ, right?
Well, I'm just trying to be consistent with what you're claiming here.
Well,
as far as
the vicar does proclaim to forgive sins. We're not saying everybody.
So what's interesting? It starts out 18 with here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count. Okay, we got to do some addition. The number of the beast. For it is the number of a man, and his number is 603 The way that we have studied this out to be through the study of the Sabbath, the first and second beast of the book of Revelation, and the mark of the beast, we have come to the understanding in the early 1800s when it was just a gathering of Christians, no specific denomination, and other denominations actually point to this same thing that I'm about to say. If we look at the title of the Pope, Vicarius Filii Dei, and we add up the Roman numerals, it adds up to 666. Obviously, there's more points that point towards this system, but this is just one of many. And when you add up the Roman numerals of Vicarius Filii Dei, it equals out to 603 square and 6.
Okay.
So that would be my ad lib on that.
Yeah, it's another coincidence. It's also the church that's dressed in purple and scarlet and all that. But see, I don't understand where we differ, because you said you do agree with the harlot who's dressed
He
in
just
purple.
doesn't agree with the two different beasts.
The harlot rides the beast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The harlot is not the beast.
Yep.
Right.
The harlot rides the beast. That's right, because the Vatican is the harlot, and it's on Rome, a city of 7 hills, 7 heads, 7 hills.
I think it's interesting. Revelation 17 says the woman is a city.
You're right.
Yeah, the Vatican is a city. Vatican
Yeah,
City.
yeah. It is a city. It has its own currency. It has its own army. How many acres is it? What, 20 acres? And it's its own country or something like that? I forgot what it was.
It's literally called Vatican City. They literally call themselves Mother.
How big is the Vatican? Where's Google at?
We know it's its own little nation unto itself, walled off and everything. It's pretty interesting.
I got some scripture I'd love to read that's not anything we've read from tonight.
Amen.
Sure.
109 acres.
Yeah. I got a passage from a book from Solomon, and this was included in the Greek Septuagint, which was translated between the 3rd to 1st century BC. And the Greek Septuagint lines up perfectly with what was found in the Dead Sea Scrolls and many of the quotes that we see in the New Testament that don't line up necessarily to the Old Testament of the Masoretic text that we have today. But Psalms of Solomon. Solomon wrote some Psalms that was in that Greek Septuagint. And in the 15th chapter, verses 6 through 13, real quick, says, "For God's mark." So it is correct that we can relate that seal to the mark. God's mark is on the righteous for salvation. Famine and sword and death will be far from the righteous, for they will flee from the saints like those pursued by war. But they will pursue sinners and overtake them. For those who act lawlessly will not escape the Lord's judgment. They will be overtaken as by experts in war, because the mark of destruction is on their forehead. And the inheritance of sinners is destruction and darkness, and their lawless actions will pursue them even below into Hades. Their inheritance will not be found for their children, for lawless actions will make desolate the homes of sinners, and sinners will perish forever in the day of the Lord's judgment, when God examines the earth at his judgment. But those who fear the Lord will find mercy in this day and will live by their God's pity, but sinners will perish for eternal time.
I think I could really agree to a lot was said coming out of Songs of Solomon. Being a Catholic, I used to read the Apocrypha a lot. But anyways, yeah, that was a really good verse talking about God's judgment after his second coming, after the 1,000 years, when all sin is just wiped clean off of.
Is there something that stuck out to you in that passage, WesBlaze?
Yeah, specifically the mark is on the righteous for salvation. We know from Deuteronomy 6:25 that the definition biblically of righteousness is that it shall be righteousness for us if we keep all of the commandments of God. And that the famine and sword and death will flee from the righteous, but those who act lawlessly will not escape judgment, because the mark of destruction is on their forehead. That specifically stood out to me for this conversation.
I'm curious about
which law is it that goes to their head?
Huh?
Which laws go to their head?
No, it says that.
Which commandments?
No, it says they'll be overtaken because the mark of destruction is on their forehead.
Oh, okay, mark of destruction is on their forehead.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool.
I'm curious, Wes, what's your view on the physical, literal mark of the beast? And does Sean share that same idea, I believe?
So yeah, tell us, Sean, is there anything literally physical that we'll be able to see that the mark of the beast does, other than the noisome sores that comes on?
And I'm also curious if that fits with the seal of God as well. Is there a physical seal of God on your forehead?
I really don't know, guys.
Hey, man, I love a good, honest answer.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely some things that I wanted to say I wasn't sure on. I mean, I'm definitely. I was gonna use that sometimes when you're like, well, what about like the locusts coming out? I don't know. I mean, I'd like to study that out more.
I have a really strong biblical and historical case for that. And I've presented it in multiple places. And that's why I tell everybody on my channel, I've done almost 400 videos now. I tell everybody all the time, guys, I'm not going to sit up here and fluff or bluff my way through anything. You know, if I've studied it and can't come to a conclusion, I'll tell you I don't know. But if I've studied it and come to a conclusion, I can actually line up in scripture 10 different ways then that's when I speak confidently and with conviction. So this is why I struggle so respectfully, guys. This is why I struggle so much with your interpretation of who the beast actually is, because I feel the scriptures tell us very plainly who he is. We don't need an extra interpretation.
Yeah, we haven't really heard your side. I'm ready.
Wait. Sorry. I really appreciate you taking the time to hear our side too. And like Mikey, I do want to hear your side, but I would really love to hear your reflection on what was said about about 666 and Vicarious Filii Dei. I'm really interested on the thought that I presented to you and what you think.
I mean, there's Mikhail Gorbachev, his name equaled 666. There was some other world leaders that are not a part of America, multiple different presidents over time. Their names add up in gematria. It depends on which form of gematria you're using. They're using the ancient Greek. Did you guys know there's a manuscript of Revelation from in the Syriac that it says 616 and not 666?
616. This is what I tell people all the time, though. We can come up with all kinds of theories when we take one little piece of the puzzle and look at it like, oh, it's a microchip because it gives you a noisome and grievous sore if the battery busts in it. Well, it actually says that that's a plague sent by an angel, not a battery, and the rest of it doesn't fit. So all of it has to fit, and these other people you're bringing up don't fit the church that's purple and scarlet and Rome.
Well, that's the woman that's clothed in purple and scarlet, right?
Yeah.
Have you guys seen a movie called The Bride, the Beast, and Babylon? I think this is very applicable to our talk. Have you guys seen it? I know Brother Wes has.
Doug Batchelor, yeah.
Yeah, it's with amazing facts. I highly encourage it. I mean, for research purposes, I mean, it would show my view more, of course, but it also talks about the Sabbath, hellfire, a soul, and a couple other things that you guys would agree with in certain points. And it's pretty well done by historians and stuff. Some cool graphics that you guys could probably share. The Bride, the Beast, and Babylon. It's a pretty cool video that talks a lot about.
All I know, guys, my interpretation of all this is very simple.
Yeah.
We're told who the beast is. It's Nimrod. We're told where the second beast comes from. It's out of the earth as well. Same place where the first beast came from. They all roll in the authority of the dragon, and they all persecute the saints. And the mark of the beast, which is perpetuated by the second beast, does not show up till after the fifth trumpet and until the second beast shows up. I know you guys have interpreted the second beast to be a specific nation in this particular time period, but all these other qualifiers that are here has not made sense or has not lined up in my perception, my understanding. So I apologize. I was not won over by your case tonight, but because I see so many other places that actually define who the beast is, how he's literally was one of these other kings. Now he comes back. I cannot fit the Roman Church or the empire into what you guys are trying to fit it into in relation to Revelation 17:8. And so as a result of that, I mean, and I think this fundamentally, guys, I think, I don't know if you, Darian, you may have a different view, but I know with previous talks with Jared and Mikey, we fundamentally disagree on where this idea of the abyss really is, and if it's a literal real place and what it is, and where the soul goes when you die, and what the resurrection is, and what the timing of all that stuff is. Wes is trying to point to us. Did you draw that yourself, Wes?
No, my grandmother painted it. So can I just show you? So we can get a good visual. This is Hades in the Greek, Sheol in the Hebrew.
Yeah, and also very often called the abyss in many places in Scripture.
To me, that just looks like a bunch of dinosaur bones. That's oil, right? No.
The firmament of heaven, okay, right? The plane of the earth, the circle of the earth with ends and corners, right? So then we got this underworld, as it's called in the definitions for Sheol and Hades, right? Yeah. Also, there's a place called Tartarus where angels that sinned are chained up, as Peter mentions to us, and is elaborated upon in Enoch and Jubilees.
You guys believe some interesting stuff. Fun.
So here's the cool part, Jared. Everything he's describing, you may think we're quacks for thinking about it, but there's PhD.
No, man.
Hang on, let me finish the statement. There's PhD professors in Hebrew and ancient Akkadian who believe the exact same thing.
So the same people that reject Christ believe the same thing?
No. I said there's PhD scholars in Hebrew and ancient Akkadian languages who also read the Bible. These are accredited scholars, biblical scholars with ancient languages as well, and they read the Bible and they say what it says. They put it in context. They come up with the same description that his grandmother painted. So what do we believe? Do we believe what the modern world has told us? This system that you guys have been trying to tell us for the last 3 hours is run by the beast. Do you believe that description of creation? Or do we believe what the Bible directly tells us all these compartments are, how the creation is designed, where things go and where things come out at different times? This is why I struggle so much with all this personal subjective interpretation of all these ideas, even to the point where we're suddenly just willy-nilly just redefining words like an idol or like a mark, or not a mark. You did great with the mark, but the idea of redefining what a bust was, what an actual statue and image is, right? Because it didn't fit your initial interpretation. So
I feel
y'all are awesome. I just disagree.
I feel like we have the same view also. Like you're grabbing stuff from here to there, and it's because of how you came into the realization of the faith, and to put these theologians on such a high pedestal. It's very interesting that Christ.
No, that's actually, I don't put them on those pedestals. Actually, I was just saying, if you don't believe us, there's other people that you might believe.
And we could say the same thing. There's these great theologians that study the Hebrew, that teach the. I mean, it's cool because we could give the same exact argument. You know, we can talk about colleges and stuff that you know, millions of people that would agree with the same line. But when it comes down,
you say that, but you say that, brother, but you can't give the same exact argument, because when we went to Revelation 9, you said, I don't know, that's a different time period.
Well, we have to study it out a lot more. For example, the 42 months, we probably shouldn't have even had this talk until we studied out the 42 months, because when you clearly understand the 42 months, it sets you at a timeline of 1798. So then you can initiate the and understand when these two powers come up. The wound is received in the late 1700s. The second beast comes up.
Remind me again, everything you're saying right now, remind me again which scripture you're using to define that.
The 42 months and the first and second beast are seen through Daniel chapter 2, Daniel chapter 7, which all accompanies it. For example, in Revelation 2, it talks about the lion.
I'm just asking for the verse, how you determine 42 months doesn't mean actually 42 months.
Okay, yeah. So a day for your prophecy. 1 second. I'll give you 2 verses.
And even if, no matter how you interpret 42 months, it's given a time qualifier of after the 5th trumpet, guys. In
Numbers 14:34, and I think maybe we could have a different Bible study on Revelation 9. But the 2 verses that I would give for a day for a year is Numbers 14:34 and also Ezekiel 4:5-6. It's in regards to Bible prophecy, and the prophets receive the vision, and then it's defined as God says, behold, I have given you a day for a year. And then so that's where we get, and it's not just the 42 months. There's other time prophecies that line up specifically.
Did you say Numbers 14:44?
I'm sorry, 14:34.
34. After the number of, I'll put it on screen. After the number of days in which you search the land, even 40 days, each day for a year, shall you bear your iniquities, even 40 years, and you shall know my breach of promise. And you believe that Yeshua, or excuse me, that Yahweh, the Father, is telling Moses about these rebellious spies, how they went and searched out the land for 40 years, and they're going to stay in the wilderness 1 year for every day that they went and searched out the land. You're trying to impose that interpretation of this basically punishment on them at this point in time, all of prophecy.
So
well, how do you understand the 70 weeks of Daniel, Sean? How do you get that it's not 70 literal weeks?
Because the text literally tells you that.
So
it tells you there's a break in the 69th year, and then it picks up again later. It literally tells you this time is not sequential. It's not back to back to back. That there's a placement and a time for it. It doesn't tell you, but I'm just saying, brother, respectfully, this is what's called eisegesis. This is where it's wholly unrelated in Numbers 14 and imposing it to Revelation.
I haven't had an opportunity. Sorry, I've been trying to be patient and kind to let you guys talk. Oh, can you bring up the verse really quickly and I can point it out? So this is for the Israelites. Obviously, they wandered the desert for 40 years and not 40 days, right? We can all agree on that. Amen. So it says in Numbers 14, verse 34, after the number of the days in which ye searched the land, even 40 days, each day for a year. So he's saying in prophecy, I am giving you a day for a year. And there's also one more verse.
So what about when Peter repeats Jubilees and he says, and a day is 1,000 years and 1,000 years is a day? Should I not take that standard and just apply it everywhere in prophecy whenever days are mentioned?
Or what if when you shoot him, he will be dead for 3 days and 3 nights?
But what was he talking about? Was he talking about prophecy, or was he talking about something literal?
Well, this is what I've been saying the whole time, brother. The context matters. The context of Numbers 14 has nothing to do with the prophecy of Revelation or Daniel even.
So what about
their specific time period after the 2 years after the Exodus in the wilderness, when they, or actually 6 months after the Exodus in the wilderness. As this is not, I would strongly disagree with applying this principle to the rest of prophecy.
To support this, I'm going to use more than just one verse. Don't want to just use one verse, you know.
Sure. Tell me where to go next.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Ezekiel chapter 4, verse 5 through 6.
Okay. Verse 5 through 6.
Ezekiel, yeah.
Okay. The famous side layer. Okay. For I've laid upon you the years of your iniquity, according to the number of the days, 390 days, so that you shall bear the iniquity of the house of Israel. And when you have accomplished them, lie again on your right side, and you shall bear the iniquity of the house of Judah 40 days. I've appointed thee each day for a year.
Now, what's really cool about this is that he didn't actually lie on his side, right? But what he did symbolizes things that were supposed to be happening in Bible prophecy that was going on through the Jewish nation. And again, the Bible repeats, I have appointed thee each day for a year in regards to Bible prophecy. And so once when we get
brother, that's respectfully, that's not in regards to, and I have to jump in here to say this because my listeners are listening. Respectfully, this is your interpretation of what you think is being applied to all of Bible prophecy. But this is, in my understanding of these passages, this is specific to the judgment being pronounced on Israel being portrayed in a symbolic fashion through Ezekiel's actions. But this does not, you do not then get to just take this concept of saying, okay, because he equated a day for a year with this, that's how we interpret all prophecy.
Will you look at Daniel, 70 weeks of Daniel, and show me where it, because you don't believe that that's 70 literal weeks, right?
I think this is a different topic though, because we were at the mark of the beast, but in order to look at the 70 days or the 1,260 days of prophecy, which I think would be an exciting topic to talk about. I think that once when we understand the prophecy, the 70 weeks, the 1,260 days, then we can better understand the beast and the mark of the beast.
Jared, I'm curious as to Sean's answer on this too.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a day for a year principle in this.
Well, that's what I was already trying to say. It tells you in the text that there's a break in the weeks, that it's not a day for a year. It actually gives you, if you actually add up the time period, that it's 7 weeks, 60 and 2 weeks, the streets should be built again, even the walls in troublesome times. And then after this 60 and 2 weeks shall Messiah be cut off, but not for himself, for the people. This is giving you a time period to calculate and to add up. This is not what Ezekiel or what Numbers was saying, where there's a time period that's being equated to a lesser time period in an equal value, if you will. So 40 days for 40 years for 40 days of journey. So this is something he's literally given them mathematic calculations according to a week's principle, which is something that's defined for us in the Book of Jubilees, is how you would find a week of days and a week of years.
So when it comes to this prophecy timeline, thank you very much, brother, for showing your point of view on this. But I think it would be very beneficial for us that if we were to go into this more, that this is something that needs to be studied out on both parties in a different time, so that we can be able to come back at it.
So that's all I asked the original question a minute ago, was just how are you interpreting? And you answered, thank you so much. How are you interpreting that 42 months in Revelation doesn't mean 42 months? And I was saying because the text itself doesn't tell us. And you were saying, well, it's because these other principles in Numbers and Ezekiel. And I disagree. That's fine. That's cool, man. But thanks for at least being willing to show me where you get your ideas.
I did have one more question for you, Sean. Like we were talking about, you were saying that the image, we look at the image and why are we turning it into a reflection or something when it's a bust? But I was saying that you too also believe in this symbolic language, that the beast is not literally an animal and that the woman is not really a female human being.
Mm-hmm.
You interpret
because the language defines itself in the chapters, in the books of Revelation.
Yes, in the same sentence it says that the beast, but not an animal, makes an image, but not a bust, It's the same sentence. Why would it change from not a literal beast to a literal image or a literal statue or a bust?
Because the image, the statue, the bust is never redefined for us like the first and second beast are redefined for us. The book explains itself. Revelation 17 explains the first beast. Revelation 19 helps us with the understanding of the accomplice of the first beast, who's in the authority of the first beast, which is the false prophet. So this is why the book explains itself, in my opinion.
I'm looking at the context and I'm seeing the beast isn't really a beast, and it makes
when
something else.
So when we have a definition of a term that's being used in idiomatic or symbolic fashion, and it's defined for you, then you can comfortably go and take that term in the context of that term being used, in that context of how it was defined for you, which is the first and second beast exerting their power under the dragon. Then you can have consistency there. But when you take a term that is not defined for you, like Revelation 17:15, which is the sea, the people, was defined as waters, but then later you've got waters being mentioned that are not people. So the context is different. This is why you and I already agree, same with Darius, that Revelation is not chronological or sequential at all times. There's like broken segmented chapters within Revelation that we have to realize. It's like, there's a guy named Rob Skiba. Many of you guys may have heard of him. He has very wonderfully, he's a filmmaker, and he's very wonderfully explained in a metaphoric fashion an overview of the book of Revelation to say it's like multiple camera angles looking at the same concepts.
Yeah.
So like you go through a certain amount of chapters and you get to the end of a concept, then another camera angle picks up and starts zooming in on another specific passage, right? Just like Darius and I were talking about earlier about Revelation 6 through 11 covers a certain concepts until its completion. And then Revelation 12 and 13 picks up and zooms in specifically on concepts that were used in the previous chapters, but it's focusing on highlighting them. The average American thinker in our modern Western mindset, we get confused and think, oh, they should be sequential, and it's hard to understand them. But that's why we have to take the terms that are defined for us and then plug and play throughout the chapters in the context the terms are being introduced so that we can keep everything in context and it's easy to see and understand. It's a literal character of a beast who rules a literal kingdom that other kings give their power to. This literal beast is given his authority from the dragon, Satan, who then shares that authority with the second beast, and the both of them are grabbed and manhandled by the angels in Yeshua when he returns and thrown in the lake of fire. So
do you believe that there's a statue that's going to come to life?
Well, that's what we were asking, what people's interpretive thoughts are on that. I believe that it's a version of AI, in my opinion. Yeah, this is transhumanism. I know you guys are aware of this. This is what they're already been trying for decades with transhumanism, is to create a working android that can think and have AI. And I think that they're going to be able to do it. And you've got people like Kurzweil, who says we're on the precipice of it any day now, if they haven't already created it. He's one of the lead engineers in AI. And he believes that it's going to be extremely terrifying the moment they actually do it. And this is exactly what we see happening when the image, the power of life is given to the image, and it comes to life and starts forcing people to worship the beast or kill it.
But you just told me that I had to interpret this as a bust or a statue. Now you're talking about AI. So
that's why I said it's a physical object. You were saying that what's the word that's being used for a bust or a statue is representing a subnation within America that's going to be reflecting Vatican concepts to be forced on all peoples. And I'm trying to say that's not the definition of a bust or a statue. A bust or a statue that's made to come to life is exactly what transhumanism describes with AI.
But there's
a robot or an android is a statue until you give life to it, right?
Yeah.
There's exactly 2 descriptions in that concordance that said a reflection or a likeness of.
Yes, the same way with the bust and the statue and the representation. So it's like, what's the context? And of course, is the likeness and the representation of speaking about a system of governments created within another system of government, ignoring the definitions of where the first and second beast came from and who they actually are? That's where I struggle with the whole interpretive thread and the stream, everything that branches onto the interpretation. That's why from the start of this conversation, I've said, let's define the beast.
I agree.
When they come out and where they come from, and
then we'll better understand the timing of when that mark is forced on people, and we're understanding the concept of why that mark is basically lawlessness, and it's anyone that's made lawlessness.
I can agree with both our views. Like, if a beast is a man, then yes, then it could be a robot AI. But if a beast is a kingdom, then yes, this kingdom could look just like another kingdom, and it's all about context. And
well, I didn't say that the beast was a robot or AI. I didn't say that.
The image of the beast could be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the image that's created.
That's what I'm talking about, though. I'm saying I can see how both views are, legit, as long, but it's just depending on which view you take. If you take that the beast is a man, then the image is like a statue. But if you take it that the beast is a kingdom, like Daniel says, then an image would be a reflection of it.
I thought Daniel also said that the kings are over these kingdoms. I'm confused, man. This is what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I understand where you guys are coming from. I do.
I got
But,
Wes,
I want to know about this physical mark, man.
I just it's coming on the 3 hour and 50-minute mark, and we're at 112. But your audience is still going strong. But
yeah, we passed the new record. We actually went up in viewers since last time, since the 2 hour.
Well, it's probably because of the late night viewers are here. We see you guys. You guys need to go to bed, go to sleep. But there's a couple of things that I do see the chat over there. I got a couple of screens up, and people are like wondering, hey, who are these guys? Where are they from? What are their belief stuff? I'll just keep it to a short. Where Brother Mikey, and oh wait, no, he's right there. And Brother Darius right there. We're Seventh-day Adventist Christians, and you can see a lot of the things of what we're talking about on AmazingFacts.com, and also on Sean's show, because you better believe it, we're going to be coming back because he's a cool brother in Christ. And, I believe that as the end times come closer and closer, whichever beast or image are coming up, there's still going to be the commandment of God. And I think that we need to link up together as much as possible where we can find common ground to help share the gospel.
Now, wait a minute, Jared. I thought you were just my brother in Christ. I didn't realize you were a Seventh-day Adventist.
Well, that's my denomination. But, I tell you what.
Wait a minute. I thought you said that you didn't come from a denomination.
There's not going to be any denominations. No Catholics, no Lutherans.
One body, one Lord, one Spirit, one Father of all, right?
Amen.
That's
Amen.
right.
That's right. And I look forward to that day.
Yeah, I claim non-denominational. I do, but I'm a follower of Christ, Sabbath keeper, commandment keeper. I've never liked
to a whole Bible believer. That's the next denomination.
That's right.
I got one more passage. Did y'all know that the prophet Ezra wrote a couple other books that were in the Ethiopian Bible, in the Dead Sea Scroll? Was it Dead Sea Scrolls? I know it was in the Greek Septuagint, some version of the Greek there. Nonetheless,
we can't accept everything we found in the Dead Sea Scrolls because there's a couple of compromised things. But
so you know that the Catholic Church, the Eastern Orthodox Church, didn't agree with the Catholic Church, so they had their own collection of scriptures.
Well, Catholics were also the ones that created the Muslim religion, so
No, hang on. That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Oh, okay.
I said there's another branch of Christians before the Catholic Church created. They're called Eastern Orthodox. They have their own offshoot that became the Ethiopian Giaz language. So I think that's what he's referring to. And a lot of the Dead Sea Scrolls findings match the books that the Ethiopians have always had.
That's real quick. So,
and they were Sabbath keepers too, I heard.
They still are, and they don't like Roman Catholics. Yeah.
Hey man, we some Protestants up in Ethiopia.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, some Sabbath keeping end time people. Amen.
Well, the prophet Ezra from the 66 American canon that we have. So he has another couple books, and then one of them called
Catholic.
In one of them called Second Esdras, he has a passage in the second chapter, verses 38 through 40. He says, "Rise, stand, and see the number of those sealed at the feast, those who have transferred themselves from the shadow of this world and received bright garments from the Lord. Welcome your full number, Mount Zion. Receive the full tally of your white-robed people who served you in obedience because they have fulfilled the Lord's law." So it says the number of those sealed, God's seal, and it says at the feast, which real quick, the Greek Septuagint of Jeremiah 38 verse 8 says that the resurrection event when Yeshua comes back is at a Passover, the wedding feast of the Lamb. Who would have known? But then sealed at the feast, and it says that those welcome your full number, Mount Zion, which is the Old Testament words for New Jerusalem, the city of God that comes down in Revelation 21. And it says, because they have fulfilled the Lord's law. So that lines up with what we were just talking about of Psalm of Solomon, that those that have God's mark are righteous.
Yes.
Versus those with the mark of destruction on their forehead are lawless.
Amen.
So do you guys think the mark of the beast and the seal of God is something that humans can see, or only angelic beings can see when they come to do judgment?
I still want to hear Wes's thing. I don't believe it's a physical or literal in any way.
Well, then how would they know who can't buy or sell? I think there is going to be a mark.
When the whole world is divided by commandment keepers and not commandment keepers, who's going to church on Sunday and who's not? I tell you what, when you have a law forcing me to go to church on Sunday to recognize a sun god, I'm out. I'm not going to clock in for church. You have my name and address. Facebook's got it. Go ahead and find me.
But you okay? So you're saying without having a physical mark, how can they know not to let you buy or sell? Is that the question?
That's one of the ideas that comes to mind when I wonder whether this mark is something that other human beings can physically see or not.
Right.
Okay. I've shown you this before. It won't be anything new, but
that's why I asked about Ezekiel earlier, because remember the angels went through and marked people in Ezekiel. I mean, I'm trying to look for precedents. That's why I still stand by what I said earlier, guys. I just don't know.
Yeah.
And like we talked about with Darius earlier, unfortunately, this is the only passage in all the prophetic books I've read that mentions this concept in the way that it mentions it, right?
Yeah,
so it's hard for me to compare and contrast.
Can I read this from todayifoundout.com? This is, if you look up blue laws, it's going to tell you that the first blue law, although not called that at the time, was enacted in colonial Virginia in 1610. This was before microchips, before debit cards, before social credit scores. And it mandated church attendance at both morning and afternoon services on Sunday. So you got a law, not just resting, but you got to go to church morning and night. A first-time offender lost his provision and allowance for a whole week. That's the first offense, just like it says in Revelation. Those who committed the second offense, in addition to losing his allowance, would be whipped. There's the persecution. Revelation talks about being thrown in prison 10 days. And a third violation was supposedly punished by death, though there's a debate over whether accounts of early blue laws were in some cases exaggerated or not. I'm assuming probably nobody got to that point. But this is like a precursor to the mark of the beast. Like, if this would have been on a worldwide scale, it would have been the mark of the beast.
Okay, but there's also those same restrictions are being imposed on people regardless of making them worship on Sunday. People can still lose their ability to buy, sell, or trade in our current financial system at the click of a button.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. It doesn't require some kind of physical mark on my forehead to take away my buying and selling.
It also doesn't require them being forced to worship on Sunday.
Have we talked about the symbolism of the right hand and the forehead, and that it's
it's your actions and your thoughts,
your frontal lobe, where you make your conscious decisions, and then the right hand is the action.
That's right.
Such as Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they could have acted like they were just tying the shoelaces to their sandals and bowing down to the image, but they had to stand.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
Oh, right. Okay. That's when my computer went down.
I'm curious, Sean, what you're getting at though. Like, okay, those same things have been.
I'm just saying, like, if it's not a physical outward marking of any kind, and if it's something that humans cannot see, then we're assuming that it's only things that angels can see when they come to do judgment. Because remember, the people who take the mark participate in the wrath of God. The wrath of God is a very specific thing, which is when Yeshua returns with his angels and they come and wipe the wicked out, fight them in Armageddon, go throughout all the land where the New Jerusalem is going to sit down, and they go and scout everyone out that's wicked to pull them away from this area where the city of God's going to sit down. It's a very specific concept, the wrath of God. That's something we didn't even jump into. That's why, again, for the audience, guys, this is a huge topic. Thank you for your patience. We're at 4 hours. We broke our record, Mikey.
I know, right?
We broke our last record.
What I'm getting at, though, is the blue law that was punishable by the same things that Revelation talked about did not include anything to do with a physical marking. They just said, "Oh, you didn't worship this way."
Yeah, I understand.
More allowance.
I understand that was a very similar instance in the 1600s. The beast was nowhere around. The second beast was nowhere around. The image that came to life was nowhere around. Very different circumstances. I agree with you that it's a similarity there, but all the context is different. And all I'm trying to say is that the punishment that you're trying to equate that ancient religious community imposed on those people is similar to what we see with the mark of the beast. But the difference is there's no image set up. That's the context previously to those verses 16 through 18 is verses 14 and 15. There's an image set up by the second beast. The same person who's forcing people to take the mark, the second beast, there's an image set up by him that people have to worship or be killed. So this is what I'm saying. I don't see particularly, I understand what you guys are getting at. I have heard of blue laws before we had this conversation, and I have heard a little bit of an SDA perspective on the Roman Catholic Church and end-time eschatology. And I've always had the same issues that I'm sharing with you guys tonight, which is I haven't heard specifically everything you guys specifically believe, and y'all filled in a lot more details for me, so I'm really happy about that. But I still, unfortunately, didn't get those pieces. And then when I bring up certain facts that just get glazed over, I really struggle to put those pieces together.
Maybe this might help. The history of our church and the understanding of us making an image to the beast, or America making an image to the beast, it's never been exactly solidified because the culture is always changing. But as we are now obviously observing a worldwide pestilence found in Matthew 24:7, and we should expect a lot more, things are starting to ramp up. And so now we're able to finally see how America is creating the image, and we're seeing it all laid out. One of your people in your audience was talking about Walter Veith. He gives a really good examples and amazing discoveries of laying out the Sabbath, the mark of the beast, and what things are going on right now with the coronavirus, and also the green gas levels. Basically, these weird things that have been building up that are now exploding is what is gonna bring on all of these interesting laws. I don't know if you guys remember when 9/11 happened, right?
Sure.
Remember the law that was created after 9/11 that restricted Americans of their great rights?
Patriot Act or what?
Right, Patriot Act.
They gave it a good American name, right? The Patriot Act. That was supposed to free Americans, but when in all actuality, now the government, just like Snowden has said, they on the Joe Rogan podcast, so I'm sure everyone's seen, basically all of our phone companies have access to us now because of the Freedom Act. And there's more acts that are being imposed to restrict our religious liberties and also to restrict our rights as U.S. Americans.
Well, was already been done this past year in the Corona quote unquote pandemic, where people were told they couldn't go to church in multiple states, in the United States, even on Sunday.
Right. Oh,
So let me ask you this real quick, Jared, real quick. So you think that the vaccine is going to be an implementation for people to not be able to buy, sell, or trade if they don't take the vaccine?
Well, let me put it like this. Let me sidestep and answer at the same time. How about that one?
Okay.
Well, the laws
Thanks for being transparent.
Let me dodge that.
The laws that are being created right now are testing grounds or test tubes for Satan. So then when it eventually comes around to implementing the mark of the beast, he's already had a test group in which he's tested and implemented laws already. If you think about Satan, he's an extremely intelligent being, been on this earth for 6,000 years. So he has all of these analytics on us to help him understand the human brain. So then when it comes time for the time of deception, he's already has all these analytics planned out on us. So then when the laws come into play, he knows what's going to happen, who's going to rise up, who's going to say this, who's going to say that, who's going to go with him, and how to better reproduce the lie.
Okay.
Hey, let me say this about their view real quick, Sean, if I could. In one bright side is that I started watching Mikey's video. He said, what is the mark of the beast? Not what they say, it's worship. And that's when he detailed out this view that they've been telling us about some in a 30-minute presentation. What that did for me, not only did it get me interested in trying to do my own studies on who the mark of the beast, or what the mark was and who the beast was, it turned me on to God's law. So once I saw from his presentation about what they think the mark of the beast and who the beast is,
Sure.
I was like seeing that, okay, so the Roman Catholic Church has played a huge part in dispensational theology and Sunday keeping instead of the Sabbath.
That's
and
right.
that made me see, well, wow, Revelation has a lot to say about God's end time people keeping commandments versus those that don't. And that I think it had some good fruit from it, believe it or not.
Well, I believe that. We talk about on this channel all the time how we disagree with the Catholic Church. We have a ton of people that comment and write letters to me from this channel saying they've come out of Catholicism and they found what we're talking about, and it just makes so much more sense of the Bible because we're teaching the fullness of the commandments and getting away from this dispensationalism that's propagated from the Catholic Church into Protestant denominations. And so, yeah, I agree with you, man. It's tied together so closely, which is why this is such a parceling out tonight.
Yeah.
I do believe that the lawless one will want people to not do the commandments of God. So therefore, his mark has to be some form of lawlessness, which is why I struggle with him masking his version of lawlessness with going to church. So I do struggle with that idea. I really believe it's going to be back to originally what it was when he was here the first time, which is just straight up Baal worship, more strictly and literally akin to the Nebuchadnezzar image more than trying to trick people into going to church on Sunday. I personally believe it's a more blatant open because they're already doing those practices underground and behind the scenes.
But it says that it's going to be such a deception that only the very elect won't be deceived by it. Like, how is that?
And the love of people's hearts will go cold in Matthew 24 because of lawlessness. The love will go cold. So the people who do not have the law do not have the wisdom to understand right from wrong. So therefore, they're deceived by the power. But the practice that they would, in my opinion, but the practice then they're encouraged to behave in underneath the authority of the beast and the false beast, or the second beast, is they're deceived by their power, their signs and wonders, to do ancient paganism, basically. Because we've gone through a period of life of an incredible moment in history, going back to, and I'm gonna make this real quick, going back to like literally, Yeshua changed the game, guys. Jesus changed the game. Okay, he came on the scene, and suddenly, outright pagan worship out in the open changed. Yes, Catholicism tried to abscond the true faith and come in and took the apostles and put on Roman gods and put the apostles' names on Roman god busts and all that kind of stuff. And Constantine came in and tried to abscond the faith of the followers of Christ and make it a state religion. Yes, but there was a couple hundred years before that actually happened. And the story of Yeshua and people making converts of Yeshua was growing like wildfire to the point where Rome couldn't even martyr them out. They couldn't beat them, so they had to join them, right? Mm-hmm. So they could get into them and twist the teaching from within so that then they can still claim to be Christian, but now they just have a very powerless version of their faith because they're not actually doing the commandments of God. So
lukewarm Christianity we have today.
But as a result of that, outward paganism, open-faced paganism, where they literally had Molech statues and Zeus statues sacrificing kids to them down the way, that couldn't be done anymore. So now that stuff faded out over the last 1700 years, and this idea of false religion under the name of Christ, where it's literally just slandering the name of Christ and maligning Christ, which I agree with you is blasphemy. Mm-hmm. They've been perpetuating that for this whole time to get to the point where now the whole world doesn't do open sacrifices to ancient gods anymore. And I think that's the return of this king who used to be here, who was literally Nimrod, who was the king of Babylon, with the Babylon of the time period that's going to be in power over the whole earth. When Yeshua returns, that king returns, just as prophesied, in my opinion, in Revelation, and the practices of Babylon come back as well. They already been here, they've just been underground, but they're going to come back in the open, just as they were in the days when people didn't have the law in the past. They were lawless in the pagan nations in the past. This is why whenever Israel came in contact with them, they would send them to get the law. The first thing they would tell them was, stop doing these sacrifices out in open. Stop doing all this stuff. Stop drinking blood. Stop sacrificing your kids to Molech. Stop doing all these things. Come worship Yahweh. Walk in love. Walk in peace. And I think that that's the big distinction in the deception, is getting people back to that original practices of Babylon. That's just my take.
I want to ask you about when it says that many will say to me, Lord, Lord, we did all these things in your name. And he says, depart from me, I never knew you, workers of iniquity or lawlessness. In that circumstance, when he talks about lawlessness, he's not talking about pagan worship. These people are calling him Lord, saying, we did all these things in your name.
Well, I mean, First Enoch 62 and 63 says the same thing, just like Matthew 25. There's going to be people that come to Yeshua and try to supplicate for mercy to him. Just like any foreign king that invades you, you're going to run up to them and say, oh, Lord, you're my Lord now, my mighty Lord. Just like
we did all in your name. We did healings in your name and all this stuff. So what I'm saying is, I believe that it's such a deception that even the church is going to be deceived for it. And I think that's what you're saying too. That they're going to
in the context of Matthew 7, there are false prophets. There are people that claim, just like false prophets of ancient Israel, they claim to be prophesying in Yahweh's name, the same name that Jesus has, the same authority. That's what that word name means in Hebrew and Greek. But they were false. So, so I believe, yeah, they're going to supplicate to him and try to get mercy at the judgment.
So there's those that say, Lord, Lord. There's those that he says, I wish you were hot or cold, but you're not. You're lukewarm. I'm going to vomit you in my mouth. So these are the people that they're not blatant pagan. They're not cold. They're in this lukewarm spot. Yeah. And then a lot of revelation is, hey, I get a letter to the churches. You're doing a lot of good things, but I got this one thing against you.
Mm-hmm. What about that? It's a specific church.
These are the people who are going to fall for the mark of the beast because they think they're on the right track. They're doing the Christian thing. I'm at Joel Osteen's church. Why am I not?
No, wait a minute. You don't think I'm trying to say that Christians are not going to fall for the mark of the beast or are not going to fall for the deception of the enemy in the end times?
What I heard you saying is that hearts are going to grow cold and they're going to go into blatant paganism. We're back to.
I said what Jesus said, that their hearts grow cold because of lawlessness.
So
and they're going to perform sacrifices and stuff. They're not going to be.
The return of the deception is the signs and wonders deceive people into not doing lawfulness, which would be the commandments, and they deceive them into doing lawlessness, which is the open practices of Babylon, which have been consistent all throughout history. And that's open pagan worship to idolatry and full-on idolatry.
You don't think it's just like lukewarm Christianity? Like, well, the commandments.
Well, you're talking about a specific people group and how Yeshua judges their hearts and their behaviors over a time period, which is what that letter in Revelation 2 is about. And I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to stand in the place of Jesus to judge anybody's heart. I'm just trying to say the admonition, the warning to us from Paul and Yeshua and John is that there will be a time when this lawless one will appear and he's going to try to trick people. Don't be deceived by him. And the biggest differentiation, as I agree with you guys tonight, is whether you're keeping the commandments or not. Now, all the little details of how that works out and whether the mark's a physical thing you can see or not, I honestly don't have a full good answer that I can back up with multiple scriptures. That's why I struggle with this topic. But I do agree with you that the differentiation of the behavior is starkly different, and that there unfortunately will be some lukewarm people that might fall for that deception, right? And I think that it's our job to know the commandments so we don't fall for that deception, because that's how we're going to tell the difference between the deceiving lawless one versus our true faith in Yeshua. So, I'm trying to be as clear as possible. It's just a lot to like mix in or parcel out.
You believe that like Satan will impersonate?
My turn.
No.
Like a false Messiah?
No, it's called Lawless One. He's not going to come back. I don't believe the Ascension of Isaiah is a legit book. We actually reviewed it on Honor of Kings. We broke it down and, in my opinion, broke it apart because it's not legit historically, textually, or theologically in many different ways.
What was that? The book of Isaiah? I know you didn't say
that idea that you're talking about, about Satan masquerading as an actual the return of Jesus before Jesus gets here. Yeah. That derives from the book of the Ascension of Isaiah, which is a 6th century AD work that is a Gnostic work that is not based in any scriptural, doesn't have any theological continuity or historical manuscript validity. And it just makes a lot of wild claims, and that's one of the claims.
See, so we don't just believe every book out there.
No, we take a textual critical approach.
That's, saying that the one revealed is Christ, or Satan appearing as Christ. That's a study within itself. But we were talking about people being tricked and setting up a system of Sunday worship. That's already going on. If you think about it, also, I know that we've given different examples, but if we look at the percentage of Christians that are Sunday keepers, keeping not the Sabbath day, but the Sun, S-U-N, God day. So,
I know, brother, but do you not feel like that casts a little bit of unfair judgment on the good-hearted people that just don't know any better?
No. Jesus loves them. That's not where I'm getting at.
God's calling them to come out of her. Come out of her, my people.
More than 95%. It's probably like 98, right? That are actually not Sabbath keepers, and that every week that go to church, or not go to church but have it in their house. However they observe the Sabbath, 98% of it probably go to church on Sunday, right?
Well, sure, but do in their hearts?
Everyone. Now you just have to set in the laws to
hang on.
God's commandment.
What I'm saying is you're making a blanket judgment on their motivations and their intentions. I grew up in church. and it was on Sunday. But there was also revivals where we went every day of the week, and we also every time without revivals we went every Wednesday also.
I'm not
So
saying
all I'm trying to say is, hang on. All I'm trying to say is, I struggle with the blanket casting of everyone attending a Sunday service is suddenly falling for deception and worshiping Mark of the Beast, because there's good-hearted Christians that want to know the Father, that want to learn more, and that's the only outlet they've ever heard about Jesus to begin with.
But they will get to know the Sabbath. They will have every person the opportunity to choose.
All I'm trying to say is, in the churches that I attended growing up, only one of them out of like 10 of them, only one of them actually tried to make a case for Sunday being the new Sabbath. All the other 9 openly said, technically Sabbath is the Saturday, but we just, as a tradition, we come on Sunday and meet together. Now, at the same time, they're also deceived by dispensationalism and supersessionism, which they thought, well, the reason why we don't meet on Saturday is because we keep the Sabbath in Jesus every day. That kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? So, like, yes, there's still lots of different forms of deception there, but the people that attended, most of the people I met at those churches, they just wanted to know God. They just had really bad teachers.
Yes, amen, amen, and that's understandable. And I'm not blanketing condemnation upon people. There will eventually come a time where people can choose to keep keep God's 10 commandments, to keep God's commandments. Those that keep the commandments of God and have the testimony of Jesus. If there's any other commandments more than what I'm thinking of that you guys want to put in there, sure, that sounds cool. But eventually, this world is going to be a world of commandment-keeping people or not commandment-keeping people.
Right. That's what Jesus comes back to fix.
Yeah. And they will be deceived into deception of being lost. And the best way to boil a frog is to really slowly crank up the temperature, and it won't jump out of the pot. And everyone's lukewarm, like what the brother was saying, and they're not reading their Bibles. 98% of the people, not saying that they're lost, are going to church on Sunday. So no one really knows or understands. But eventually, everyone is, instead of hearing about coronavirus, will be hearing about the Sabbath. King Darius, thanks for participating in the stream. We love you, brother. Did you hear that, Darius?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, brother? You've been pretty quiet.
I'm just listening to you guys, man. Just listen. I just want to make sure everybody is just sharing their beliefs and their ideologies scripturally equally, and to just make sure that we're sharing everything in the character and the spirit of Christ.
Amen.
Yeah, brother, 100%. Like how many times I've invited other brothers that are trying to do ministry as such as you guys are. I've invited them to conversations like this, and they don't even want to. I'm going to say it like this: like, they don't even have the cojones to get on camera because they don't want to be challenged. Yeah, right.
That's sad.
And it's not for the sake of being contentious, but it's for the sake of what's the truth? If we have a disagreement on something, well, there's got to be a right answer. So what is it? Let's get together and let's try to figure it out.
Amen.
So I'm actually listening to what are you guys. I'm listening to everything you guys are putting forth. I really appreciate it. I may disagree with some of your hermeneutic principles, but that's okay. You disagree with some of mine. That's fine. But at least I was super glad to hear where you guys are coming from. Do y'all have any? It's 4 hours and 16 minutes. Do y'all have any last final statements?
I just want to say the biggest thing I learned from studying again, from going over everything for this discussion tonight, the biggest thing that stood out to me was the time and qualifier of when that beast steps on the scene. And it says it's after the 5th trumpet, which is after 4 other trumpets that are in the tribulation. And by the way, a trumpet is like a shofar, right?
I saw that. Your girlfriend got you that, man. That's what's up.
Nice.
But that's the biggest thing that I feel like I noticed in my studies and stood out the most to me. And to me, it really feels like the biggest thing that y'all ignore with your interpretation, because that's future. It says the 5th trumpet in Revelation 9, and then the king over them is given a name. And so those are big things that we can't just neglect.
Well, even if it did, even if it was like a literal time period, I don't think it totally destroys what we've said. I mean, about the Roman Catholic Church and Rome and all that.
That's all right.
I mean, does it?
I actually kind of, in a way, I agree with you.
I don't even believe
that the Roman Catholic Church is a part of the harlot. And I believe it's more than just that, but it's a part of the harlot, and that she is destroyed and turned on over time. So, which is why those 7 mountains are burned.
So Darius, correct me if I'm wrong. Haven't we even looked at that? Right? We've been kind of.
This is a big topic.
Yeah, we were in a group on Marco Polo of like 12 people, and this discussion about the 42 weeks, is that what it is? The 3.5 years or whatever. We were looking at that being like, whoa, this might be a 3.5 literal years that the Antichrist rules for. What are your thoughts on that, Darius? Because I mean, did you guys kind of back out of that?
Well, I accept the historic prophetic view of it being the 1260 years. Just like I look at the from a standpoint, we accept the historical prophetic view of like the fifth trumpet being an actual time period during like the Ottoman Empire. I mean, you look at most of the historic prophetic views from people like Martin Luther or Sir Isaac Newton, if it was during the time of the Ottoman Empire. And it's just like, I also accept the view, like when we look, I know we all look at the Hebraic or the what we consider the Old Testament sanctuary, when you actually see the table of showbread, and you have we know that bread is synonymous with the word of God. Bread or manna is synonymous with God's word. And it's so interesting that it literally has 6 pieces of bread on one side, and it has 6 pieces of bread on the other side. So you got 6 and 6 pieces of bread, or you got 66 pieces of bread, or 66 pieces of God's word. But I accept that particular viewpoint from a theological or an eschatological standpoint, that we view prophecy historically because of what it says in Ecclesiastes chapter 3 and verse 15, that which has been is what it shall be, and that which shall be is that which has already been. God requireth that which is past. So God wants us to also not simply look at scripture, but to take a historical view with it and realize that scripture matches up with history, so that when Christ says in John chapter 14 verse 29, I told you these things before they happen, so when they do happen, you ought to believe me. It proves that God's word can be trusted, not just from looking at like scripture, like Brother Sean was saying, like for the context, but looking at history, and everything lines up perfectly, line upon line, precept upon precept, precept upon precept, here a little, there a little. And it proves beyond a shadow of a doubt, like when God literally prophesied and he told them exactly when the king would be born, he actually named him by name. And it shows that God can be simply trusted. And I believe that that's the point that Brother Jared was trying to bring about, that he was just showing, like, there's different things in scripture. Like it would take more than just a one round table to like really say. It would be something that you literally would have to hammer out piece by piece, looking at history, looking at the Bible, looking at prophecy, history, and see that the Bible did prove like all these different kingdoms and kings would rule, the time, the charts, the tables, and it all adds up. I think that it'd be something, and I appreciate talking about this, but I believe it's something that we really will have to take piece by piece and go through little by little to understand it more fully and more in depth.
Yeah, well said, brother.
The one thing that was brought out about what Wes was talking about, the fifth trumpet, it also says that the world worshiped the dragon, meaning that that's another time marker. The world, it's going to have to happen when the world worships the dragon. And that was one of the things that we were discussing in the Marco Polo that made us wonder, well, this 42 months must be after the dragon, after we believe Satan becomes manifest as a false Messiah and deceives the whole world as being a second coming of Christ. Because, well, Jesus said, if he says he's in the desert, don't go, don't even look. If he says in the secret chambers, don't look. So that makes me believe that there is going to come some kind of false Christ that is going to be so deceptive that Jesus says, don't even look at it, because it's going to be very deceptive. It's going to be signs and miracles and wonders, just like that Netflix show, The Messiah or whatever. Like, he was doing miracles and convincing people. I do believe that there's evidence of that in Scripture, that there's going to be a false Messiah. And yeah, how long will he reign? I don't know. Maybe 3.5 years.
Here's why I can't get behind the idea of that being 1,260 years and a day for a year, is that I see it happening after the fifth trumpet, as Revelation 9 says, and that prophecy as a whole alludes to the idea that the Sabbath of the millennial reign is the seventh millennium, and that we would have had 6 millenniums of creation with a 7th millennium of rest being the millennial reign of Yeshua. And that would mean that, so if there's 1,260 years after the fifth trumpet, then it would screw all that up, from what I could tell.
Guys, that's an interesting point. WesBlaze, we got a comment. Blue Doves is angry that we didn't bring charts to this debate. First of all, Miss Blue Doves, this is not a debate. This is just brother sharpening. We're just talking about these concepts.
Roundtable.
But yeah, she's like, why didn't y'all bring charts?
You know,
I tried to throw together some slides.
Sean, you were talking about, brother, concluding thoughts and stuff. You look like you were wrapping it up. And I did have a concluding thought. I was thinking about this. Majority of us, judging by your chat, besides the cranky bunch, that brother, read your Bible, not NASA, we're all Sabbath keepers. We're all commandment keepers. And check this out. We're different denominations, right? Different ways of thinking. Even within Brother Mikey and I and Brother Darius and I'm pretty sure I could find something to disagree with about the Bible, right? Or not disagree with, but maybe not see eye to eye, right? But what happened in the early 1800s was there was a revival of Americans and other people in other countries of coming back to the Bible, right? Big, huge meetings that were happening that was cross-denominational. And then the Sabbath truth came about up into America, like started spreading like wildfire in the 40s and 50s. Brothers, we are a part of this wildfire that started in the 40s and 50s, and we need to continue this growth of Sabbath observance, not because of the law, but because we love God. And we need to keep on meeting, just like the pioneers did in the 1800s, where all the great hymns come from. You know, we need to keep on meeting together because I tell you what, as the adversary comes along, he's going to be very deceptive, and we need to be able to talk to each other and be able to converse and see your audience online and, you know, see the comment section. This is what it's all about.
Thank you, Jared.
Thanks, Jared, brother. WesBlaze, you got a hymn to close us out with?
I did not come prepared. I knew you were going to bring it up. No, I didn't have a verse. I don't want to stumble over one.
All right, brother. All right. Mikey, any last words? You already said something, didn't you?
Yeah.
Okay, brother. Guys, y'all are awesome. Thanks for joining me tonight. To the audience, appreciate you guys being here, sticking with us. Thanks for keeping it peaceful in the comments as much as you could. There's some disagreements from time to time, but I only had to put one person in timeout. So you guys are all right. And I really appreciate you guys joining us tonight. We hope you come. I hope all you guys, I want to invite y'all back for more discussion in the future. I hope that you'll join me again. Hopefully you didn't take any point of disagreement as personal, but you want to blow that? You can blow that.
Yeah, that's my
Do it.
All right, ready?
Wake up the neighbors. Yeah.
Best I got right now.
All right. We'll be excited to see you practice and come back later with that.
Bringing it in my ears.
All right, guys. We appreciate everybody. We'll see y'all next time here on Kingdom of Context.
Love you guys. Thank you.